Okay, hey, we're live. Hey, it's Sunday. It is, what is it, June the 11th? And it is 2 o'clock my time, Pacific Daylight Time. I got a pretty good show lined up for us today. We've got Heretic Woman. We've got Holy Koolaid coming in a few minutes, both of which went to the Imagine No Religion in Toronto. We got PZ Myers away in, who didn't go, but we're going to pretend that he did because, we're cool like that. We got Kerry Walker. He also went. And basically, what we're going to be doing is just talking about their experiences, what it was like. I'd be honest, I didn't know what Imagine No Religion was until recently. I knew Reason Rally, obviously, but I'm an American, so I don't know jack shit about Canada. No offense, I don't. So this is something new to me. So I don't really know what it entailed or anything. So this is going to be an experience for me. But I know you got to have a great time up there and meet a lot of people and discuss
Yes.
things that are pertinent to the skeptic, atheist, agnostic community. So
Yes.
yeah, tell us about it, Heretic. I mean, I'm really interested in what this
Ah,
or this Imagine or religion thing entails.
religion. Yeah, it was really wonderful, and so it was 2 days and one evening, but 2 full days of lectures. So this is the biggest, longest convention I've ever been to. I did go to the last Reason Rally. I regularly go to Reason Con in North Carolina. I've been to NanoCon in Nashville. There used to be another one in Toronto called the Non-Conference. They kind of deferred for INR this year, but this was huge. The amount of speakers was phenomenal. Friday night we started with a reception, which I thought was great because not only could you just mingle with the speakers, but all the other attendees. Like you got to meet the people that you would be cooped up with for the next 2 days, which was really awesome too. It was catered, the whole nine yards, but just the sheer volume of fantastic thinkers to listen to. There were people speaking that I was unfamiliar with that I now have learned about, and I think they're pretty cool too. Um, like one of them was Julian Mussolino, who's from, I believe he's from Rutgers University, and he had a really intriguing talk about the fallacy of the soul and why to believe in a soul is bullshit. And can I swear in this channel, by the way? I
Fuck
should
yeah,
ask that.
yeah.
Fucking A, because my channel is completely explicit, so I keep forgetting that other people think swearing's bad for some reason. But yeah, like that, I've never heard of Julian Mussolino before, and so that was really cool to find another voice to listen to. And I don't watch TV, so I had no idea who Annabelle Gurwitch was. But she's had a show of her own, which escapes my mind, but she was on Seinfeld and things, and she was highly entertaining. And one thing I thought was really fun, because Reason Con was just in April, and I'd seen Lawrence Krauss and Matt Dillahunty there, but Matt and this time did a magic act for us. And a lot of people may have heard that he does magic, but not very many people get to see it because I think he does it mostly in the Austin area. So that was kind of a treat. Yeah, and of course, Professor Dawkins, everybody was keen to see him, and I was very happy to see that he looked like he was in pretty good health. I know my co-host has had 2 strokes, and I'm quite well acquainted with how that can impact somebody just from her struggles. So it was good to see him looking and sounding in good shape for
Now,
sure.
now, what is the primary
And
push of the Imagine No Religion? I mean, is obviously Imagine No Religion would imply
yes,
that they want religion to kind of go away, and I understand that. But is it
yeah.
more that they want more religion to be not a part of the secular societies, such that it's not encroaching upon our educational system?
I don't know that the conference itself has a goal in that vein. I think it's just a term that it equates to the John Lennon song, and it's secular and things like that. I think it's more in that. I don't think there's a real push necessarily, but just as a secular title, I think.
By the way,
Like I've
you
been
have to
to
forgive my cough today. If I'm
yeah,
coughing, please
that's
forgive
okay.
me.
I've been to conferences where they may have a theme, but I didn't didn't get the impression that there was a theme for this at all.
So
People
it's not
spoke pretty
anti-theistic, right?
much.
Or is it anti-theistic?
I would, well, yeah,
So yeah,
some of
no,
the
yeah.
well, some of the speeches were very anti-theistic, and some of them were not. So it was really a mixture of everyone's views. Everybody's views were welcome. Yeah, spectrum for sure. And like, you know, Lawrence's talk was very science oriented. You know, my good friend Ali Rizvi was a speaker there as well, and he is very passionate about the delineation between the idea of Islam and Muslim people, and that criticizing Islam is perfectly acceptable as long as you're very clear that it's the ideology that you have a problem with. And you know, he speaks to that in his book quite a bit. And
yeah,
so
I
that's
totally agree with that. So you can speak out on Islam. Islam's not a race; it's a religion. I mean, it's perfectly fine to speak out against that. Yeah.
In fact, the Thursday before the conference, Ali and Armin Navabi, who founded Atheist Republic, they had an event of their own in Toronto also, speaking about the importance of free speech to apostates of Islam, which was an excellent talk. And there was a lot of good ideas bandied about there. And he sort of brought some of that to his talk. But, you know, Ali is very keen to pinpoint the really awful flaws in Islam. And so I guess you could say his was anti-theistic in that sense. But, you know, we had Kelly Carlin, who is actually a Zen Buddhist, I found out, because my husband's a Zen Buddhist. So I found that to be really fascinating. And she did this sort of unusual, we walked around and she's like, you know, stop in front of someone, now picture their ancestors and what they would look like, and looking deep into their eyes. And it was kind of freaky, but kind of interesting in a way too. I don't know. Some people were really uncomfortable with it, but yeah, it got us up and moving around, and we'd been sitting there for hours and hours listening to people. So
yeah, so the reason I asked, though, I mean, obviously, you know, we have a lot of theists in our community. Wayne's a theist here.
Yes.
And it's making sure that, you know, I wanted to see if this was something that was, hey, we're just going to bash on theists, or is there a reason why that we say, you know, what, religion has some detrimental effects, and it needs to be addressed by both the secular and the theistic community.
And also a lot of, here's like, for instance, Julian Mussolino's talk on the fallacy of the soul, where he pointed out in very, because he's a psychologist, so he pointed out in terms of his knowledge why believing in a soul doesn't make any sense, and also in some scientific terms. So, you know, that was informational, and it wasn't, you know, you're an idiot if you believe in a soul. It was, here's why in terms of science and psychology it makes no sense to believe that.
Hey, by the way, we Thomas decided to drop in. Hey, Thomas.
Yay.
Hey, good to be here.
Welcome. You know, we're gonna get to your experiences as well, but I wanted to ask real quick. You know, I talked to Heretic yesterday. We had talked for quite a bit on, you know, how religion has affected our educational system, creationism especially. I want to kind of ask PZ, since PZ has been kind enough to drop in, and I think I've asked him this before, but maybe not so much directly, but in his own personal experiences, is he finding creationism and young earth creationism to be more prevalent and more permeating the educational system than it was before? Because I've seen a resurgence. I think because Kent Hovind has recently, you know, got out of prison. He's back. He's already challenged Thunderfoot. He's already challenged, you know, Arn. Matter of fact, he's already challenged Casey. King Crocoduck was telling me that he wants to debate him still. Is there some kind of resurgence that's going on, PZ, that I'm not that I'm not really aware of? Because I'm not in the educational system any longer, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, you know, I don't consider it exactly a resurgence. Is that, you know, 10, 20 years ago, what you found was that creationism was very effective at silencing the scientific point of view. So, you know, for instance, when I went to school, they never taught evolution, not one word of evolution in the entire class. And that was just accepted as the way it is. So I don't want to downplay the past history of creationism. It was awful, and it's still awful. It's not worse. It's just as bad. But like you say, nowadays what you often find is people who are more overt about it, who aren't shy about saying what they think, which is normally a good thing, except when you're saying absolute lunacy. So we've got a little problem now with people who are so ignorant that they don't know that they're ignorant.
And that's really the problem. They don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
Well, can I add something to that as well, Steve?
Yeah. Hey, Sokka, welcome. Come on in.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
I think one of the things too is that I remember a while back I heard someone say that I can't remember who it was, say that the internet is the place where religions go to die, and one of the reasons was that
DPR Jones or something. I don't know. Was that Aaron?
No, I think it was. I don't know who it was.
Well,
but,
say it was me. Attribute it to me. That's fine. No, I'm kidding.
It was Steve. I remember Steve years ago. No,
I love the way you have your revisionism. Love it.
Yeah, and it was a good point to bring up at the time, because what it did was it allowed people that held onto these views, that question of religion, to go out there and actually find like-minded people, where it was hard to speak out within their own communities about some of these things. It wasn't a topic that a lot of people would bring up. I think that in the same token, what we're seeing now is that there's a resurgence on the internet where you have creationist claims. You have terrible claims about like flat Earth, for example, coming out there. And these only really exist in really strong form on the internet.
You're
what it is this allows the. Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're not.
Break up for a second. Yeah, I think that things like creationism or flat Earth or these other really bad ideas are finding kind of a resurgence on the internet, because like-minded people for those ideas that are now becoming less popular are finding they're getting their confirmation bias through that. And whether it's actually happening outside of the internet, we see it a lot more here, because this is where they're coming to argue it as well.
No, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I see it on the internet. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, I deal with the flat earthers all the time, and I deal with the younger creationists all the time. But I mean, obviously, PZ does do things in the educational system. He's an educator. That's why I was wondering if it does extend outside the little microcosm we have on the internet, the Great Debate community, and everybody who does videos against these things. Do they actually see it in the real world? Because I tell you, I know I don't get out much, but I don't. When I do go out, I don't hear anybody saying, hey, by the way, Steve, the Earth is flat? I don't see it. I don't see anybody saying, hey, Steve, the Earth is 7,000 years old? I don't see it. So where are these people?
It's not something that you're always sort of taught, if you're going to meet new people or be in a social setting, don't talk about religion or politics. It's that sort of unspoken. Now, people like me, I ignore it all the time, but a lot of people have that idea that, oh well, you just don't talk about that if you're making small talk with somebody or whatnot. So it could be more to that well, I have this whole internet where I can go on about how NASA lied to everybody, and it's all Photoshop pictures and yada yada yada, and you don't feel that need to mention it in public. Maybe, I don't know.
Possible.
Yeah,
what percentage of it? What percentage of it do you guys think is actually trolling? Because I mean, I grew up on the internet, and as a kid growing up on the internet, it is fun. It is a lot of fun to get people riled up sometimes, and even to take a position that you don't hold. You're a kid, you're bored, you see someone post a picture of NASA, and you just go in to stir things up, and you say, oh, it's a hoax. Everyone knows that the Earth is flat. Kids get a rise out of stuff like that. Even adults get a rise out of stuff like that. On the internet, I'd say, a huge percentage of it is trolling.
Yeah, no,
I'd like to see some actual statistics on what percentage of people actually think that the Earth is flat.
I think somebody should do a thesis on it.
Text does not translate humor very well.
Now, I'm not sure how you'd gather accurate data.
It doesn't. Yeah, I don't know how you would either. I mean, obviously, people that are trolling
on the internet.
I mean, we've been trying to get Rand Campbell to admit he's a troll for how long? I mean, he does to certain people, but yeah. But anyways,
well, I'm just going to give you some anecdotes, because I don't have the statistics myself. But I think Heretic is right that what we're seeing, if there's a transition we're seeing, it's from a time when people just kind of took it for granted and didn't make a big noise about it, to now you've got some people who do make a big noise about it. And the concern is, how many of those are trolls? And I think if you're dealing with the internet, a lot of them are trolls, okay? Just because of the nature of the internet. But I'm teaching in a classroom, and I can say that what's happened over the years is that I'm seeing fewer and fewer obnoxious vocal creationists in the classroom. Maybe it's just my reputation is increasing and I've scared them away, but I don't think it's just that. I think what's happening is that students are getting better prepared, and the ones who are the troll types, who are ready to go out there and say, oh, I believe in creationism or flat earth or whatever, are actively staying away from the science classrooms. You know, at my university, we've got a small number of them who are pretty vocal about, you know, raging idiocy of the sort that Ann Coulter or the far right would promote. But they're just not showing up in the science classrooms at all. They know that it's a hostile environment for them, and that if you get them into an argument about data and evidence and facts, they will go down in flames. So
Yeah.
Do you
in a
think,
sense,
then
I get
they-
smarter.
do you think the wedge doctrine then has kind of failed in that regard then?
That what has failed?
The wedge doctrine?
Oh, yeah. Intelligent design is dead.
Yeah. Because I attribute that
Yeah.
to younger creationists too. I think they both go by that doctrine. To let's try to get the impression there's some kind of schism going on in science, whether creationism or evolution is true or something. It's like, wait a minute, no. I can assure you that there's not a bunch of scholars sitting around going, oh, is evolution false? No, it doesn't happen.
I've had that where, you know, a creationist has tried to tell me that, oh, there's a lot of scientists that, you know, they really don't believe in evolution, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, come on, give me a break.
Well, these people are not scientists. You know, I mean, I obviously, I've talked to Dr. Tompkins, I've talked to Snelling, I've talked to Sarfati, all of them, right? I'm sorry, none of these guys are scientists. Yes, they're legit PhDs and they're brilliant in their own fields, but they've stopped doing science once they sign that little piece of paper saying that
I was saying
they have
last
to be
night,
creationists first.
I've looked over lists of supposed scientists that support creation, and there's a lot of them that are dentists for some reason. That really stuck out. Yeah, chiropractors and dentists. I'm like, I'm sure you are a fantastic dentist, but that doesn't mean you know anything about evolutionary biology.
You hear when I had Dr. Troy Lawrence, the chiropractor, come in? He's one of the big wigs. He writes a lot of these things with Paul G. Humber for the younger creationists. He's their editor, and he was absolutely clueless. Absolutely clueless. Didn't have. He said he was going to come in and talk about human chromosome number 2. Didn't have the first knowledge about it whatsoever. Didn't know what a chromosome was.
For instance, about 3 years ago, there was a talk at a local church here by a creationist, and our local atheist group, we had it as a meetup, and we all went and listened to this guy. And case in point, he was going on, and I don't remember the name of the scientist that he was talking about, but he was going on about, well, this such and such scientist, he worked on the Human Genome Project, and through his work in the Human Genome Project,
Francis
he
Collins.
proved, maybe, I don't remember. He's like, this, you know, he proved that the human genome could only be 6,000 years old, and now he's a Christian, and he's convincing all the other human genome scientists to become Christians. And I'm Googling this as he's saying it, and the man in question was a botanist. He is a plant geneticist. He never worked on the human genome.
Oh, well, then that's not
That
Collins.
sounds like Tompkins has his background in botany.
I don't remember who it
Jeffrey
was.
Tompkins.
It just stuck out of my mind. Like, this guy's a plant geneticist. Why on earth would he be, like, to me, that doesn't, now I'm not a science person. Maybe it does translate. I don't know. But in my mind, I'm like, I don't see how plant genetics would fit with the human
I heard
genome.
in his botany field he does really good work. But, I mean, do you guys remember, it wasn't that long ago, I'm sure PZ remembers because PZ wrote a blog on it after I had mentioned to PZ about Ruhif had talked to Dr. Tompkins, because I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking about something he had written on human chromosome number 2, and in response to us, Dr. Tompkins said, hey, Steve, before you do a show on this, I have a new quote peer review paper coming out, which means a blog, right? He called it a peer review paper, no joke. And he said, hold off until I respond to, you and Ruhif on this. So he puts out this new blog, making the same mistakes that he did before. I know, PZ, do you remember that? And you wrote a little blurb about it as well?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
came in and we didn't get very technical on it, which is kind of a shame. My audience gets lost if we just say the word science half the time. But, but yeah, that's what his whole response was. His response was, I'm going to have a peer review paper, which was not peer review, saying the same thing, just regurgitated. And then had the audacity to say that Ruhif's blog that refuted him was taken down, which was never happened. Ruhif's thing has never been taken down. It's still up there. Anybody can go read Ruhif's critique on Dr. Tompkins' work, and it's pretty good. It's really, really good. But
yeah. Well, and this guy that we listened to, I laughed. He was an Australian, and he bragged how he got his Bachelor of Science by basically browbeating his school into giving him his degree. He's like, oh, well,
And studying bananas, I'm sure.
Probably.
Oh, no, wait,
but he's
that's
like,
New Zealand.
They kept wanting me to agree to this and that, and I knew it was wrong because the Bible says so, and I refused to answer that when they kept failing me, and I kept coming back. And I think after like 6 or 8 years, he's like, and then they finally decided I should have a degree and blah blah blah. And then he's like, but then they blackballed me, so I couldn't get a master's or anything.
Don't succeed,
like,
just claim religious persecution, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We had that experience last night with Zulu.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. And people that watched last night, I had an 8-hour hangout. It's hilarious. Zulu came in, and after we explained to him why things are impossible in his belief system, he called it religious persecution.
Well, and because we just didn't believe him.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Thomas, you still there, Thomas? I see
you must have stepped away.
Yeah, he may have stepped away. I want to see his.
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
So you went up there and you went to this Imagino religion. Heretic kind of gave her synopsis of it. What do you think of it, and what actually do you think the purpose of the Imagino religion is? Because I know what the Reason Rally's for, right? Reason Rally wants to build skepticism, reason, critical thought. Everything that I like. I don't know much about the Imagino religion thing, and I'm still trying to weigh in if it's more anti-theistic, if it's just more skepticism with a cool name because it was a cool song. What was your take on it?
There's definitely a bit of more of a feel for anti-dogma than I've gotten at some other conferences. There was a lecture by Dr. Jerry Coyne that was talking about how a lot of times people make claims that Gould had his non-overlapping magisteria concept where, religion deals with these topics and science deals with these other ones and they don't overlap. And he just, he dove into how that's not true and how science can, address a lot of these questions and talk about a lot of these questions. And there was a little bit more of a anti-theistic sentiment. Part of it, you just look at the name, it's not Skepticon or ReasonCon
yeah, it's in your
or
face when it says
Aposticon.
Imagino religion. It implies to me, look, let's get rid of religion as a whole, which I don't know if it's good or bad. I can see weigh the pros and cons. There are certain religions I would like to see gone. I'm not going to lie, obviously, but I'm a cultural Jew, so whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I've always drawn a distinction between culture and religion,
we're all cultural
though.
Jews, aren't we?
Yeah, well, my mom's a cultural Jew. My mom's Jewish. So that kind of makes me cultural Jewish, I guess.
Technically.
I don't know the first thing about Torah, Talmud. Well, I don't know the difference, but yeah, I failed all that stuff, right?
Well, we all supposedly descended from Noah's family, and they were Jewish, right?
I think that's how it's supposed to work with the Black Hebrew Israelites that Gman's always going after.
Speaking of them, Steve, I spoke to some last night and talking about like scientific illiteracy and stuff like that. They were trying to go into genetics with me, right? About the J1B haplogroups and all this stuff. And as I'm talking to them, they then stated the real reason why they believe this stuff, because they're like, well, if we all descended from Noah's family and blah blah blah, we can trace back, et cetera, et cetera. And I almost hung up the phone.
Well, we got ancestry that trace back thousands of years. We're constantly finding new fossils that change what we think we know about human lineage, and it's only minor stuff, but it's interesting stuff. But there's no way we can trace back to some, Adam and Eve that only lived 6,000 years ago. Mitochondrial DNA goes back much, much further than that. What is mitochondrial Eve, like 300,000 years ago, PZ, or something like that? It's quite some time.
It's more like 200,000.
200.
Yeah.
Okay, 200,000 years plus. So
Somewhere around there. Yeah. It's
Well, one of the things that just going on what Thomas was saying there about target or the goal of like the imaginal religion compared to a lot of stuff you see in the States there. That doesn't that stem just from an attitude right now towards religion?
well, I'm wondering.
For example,
are we getting a negative
in
attitude toward religion?
in this.
Sokka?
Sorry, what was that?
Are we getting a negative attitude toward religion? Has it gotten to the point where people are getting frustrated and going, you know what, we don't want to have this creationism pushed into our educational system. We don't want intelligent design, which is a form of creationism pushed into our educational system. We don't want to have, the religious things enter our schools and things like that. And I get that, right? I totally think most people, even religious people, most of the sane ones, will agree with that. Right? I think.
Well, what I'm saying more along the line is that that battle's already been won in Canada, more or less. Is that the percentage of people in Canada? I lived in Toronto for 4 years. I live on the West Coast now, and the attitude towards things like like the anti-evolution attitude, that's a minority position here compared to the States, where you're a lot more likely to see people that are very anti-science. So because of that, it almost becomes redundant to hold a some type of convention, talking about anti-science type stuff, because most people don't really need to bring attention to that in Canada. So it's just the logical next step now is that we don't have to deal with the anti-science thing. So let's bring out the stuff that's more along the lines of religious dogma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, there are a lot of immigrants who are practicing Muslim immigrants in Canada, more so than in most places I've been in the U.S. And one of the speakers, Aruna, I forget her last name, she talked about that issue, and she talked about the rights of immigrants and women against Islamic extremism and violence. And so often you might have someone come in and they might face horrible abuse that is justified by religion, specifically Islam, and yet you're getting liberal apologists saying oh, that's just part of their culture. I'm like, since when is it culturally appropriate to beat someone, to slice off their clitoris, to force them into marriage, honor killing? We have a rule of law in the United States and in Canada that is sovereign, and no immigrant, no country is ever able to just come in and be like, oh, well, these laws don't apply to us. If you live in a country, the laws apply to you.
Right.
And so, that was one of the issues that came up.
Yeah, I don't think any group should be able to come in and culturally keep some of those barbaric practices. The law of the land does supersede that.
But it's happening. It's happening there's regions in the UK where you walk down the street as a woman without a headscarf, or you eat food during Ramadan, or eat bacon in certain neighborhoods, and there are people who are beaten.
What happens back east too? There's some places that are little isolated pockets that have the same kind of thing. Sure.
Well, and to illustrate, Ali Rizvi, he's got a podcast started now with Faisal Al-Mutar and Armin Navabi, and their fourth host is a woman by the name of Yasmin Muhammad, who was born and raised in BC in Canada to a Wahhabi family. She was lived, in a burqa, and she was forced to marry, Bin Laden's second-hand guy. And she's escaped that now, because the podcast called Secular Jihadis from the Middle East. So she's an atheist now, but in Canada she was forced to wear a burqa and marry a terrorist. So it does happen.
PZ,
I have to put this in perspective, though, is that I attended two of the INR conferences, and they were both in British Columbia. And the problem there was not Muslims. It was Mormons and far-right Christians.
Mm-hmm.
So when I spoke there, I was collared by some wacky creationist nut job from Kalama, and definitely Christian. So let's not just blame the Muslims for this. Alberta and British Columbia are just hotbeds of
Oh yeah,
loopiness.
Alberta is where we have a good concentration of the Christian nut jobs for sure.
Right. Yeah.
We have our own creationism. There's our own creationist museum up in Alberta there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and one of the
Do you
people
really?
that I met, yeah,
I didn't know.
I've heard of it, but one of the people that I met that I had a really profound experience with was a woman from the Bountiful FLDS group in BC. I mean, she grew up as one of 3 wives. She has 9 children. Some of them are still stuck in the cult, and her side of the cult still follows Warren Jeffs. And talking to her was just incredible to hear her story. And again, that's in BC.
I didn't know they extended that far. I used to live in St. George, so obviously, I know the FLDS.
Yeah.
They used to be in Hilldale. They used to be across. They
Yeah.
have 2 camps. One right. They're on the border, kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Arizona and Utah, and they usually kept to themselves. But yeah, the religiosity they have was unparalleled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, there's a splinter. There's 2 groups in Bountiful. The Blackwell family splintered off, and they kind of do their own thing, and they don't follow Warren Jeffs anymore. And then the rest of them are still very much entrenched with Warren Jeffs and his group.
Yeah, they were some unique people. Like I said, they did tend to keep to themselves, but they were isolated by the rest of the society. They didn't want to have anything to do with society, right?
Yes.
So, I mean,
Well,
when you have groups
taught-
like that, that's the groups that kind of scare me. I mean, if you have to be
Yes.
an isolationist to maintain your religious practice, I don't know how, valid your religious practices are at that
And
point.
by and large, the FLDS are taught that anyone outside of their group is of the devil.
Yes.
And even if they treat you nicely and whatever, that's just a ruse, and they're just of the devil like everyone else, and you can't trust anybody, which is why a lot of people who want to get out have a hard time, because they've been taught their whole lives that they can't trust anyone else. So when someone says, well, why didn't you go to the police? It's like, well, that's the devil. Why would I think to do that? So
Yeah, it's a very good control mechanism, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, you saying everything's a devil, it rings in my mind, was it Happy Gilmore? His
Mhm.
mother's always saying, it's a devil, it's a devil!
Yeah.
Well, but there are a lot of people like that. I mean, we have people in our own community that, if you say something, they'll be like, oh, well, you're just demonically possessed or something, or, that's a Satan's work. And it's like, it's not. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Yeah.
Never mind, it was Waterboy, not Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, I think it was Waterboy. Yeah, there was his mom, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mama.
Yeah, they,
Yeah.
yeah, every single time he wanted to, go to school, she's like, no, that's the devil! Or read books, she's like, that's the devil! It's like, oh,
Well,
God,
let me
that's
ask,
the
let me
exact...
ask Wayne, because, Wayne used to be a young earther. He was, didn't you be like that every so often there, Wayne? Back in the day, years ago, you were kind of like, hey, if you don't agree with me, you're kind of like of the devil, are you not?
I don't think I was like that.
You
I
weren't
think
that bad, but you were...
I was never that bad. But I would just think that you know what? It was more or less like the precept bro. I never ran precept, but they do retrain you how to think. So they'll say like Steve, the whole historical science versus observational science. And so Steve, if you tried to convince me evolution was true, I say, well, you're starting with assumptions. And so like it is like a sense of like they brainwash you and teach you how to think a certain way.
Yeah,
Indoctrination is powerful.
It is. What
Yes,
was the
it
final
is.
straw that convinced you evolution was actually reality, Wayne?
Human chromosome 2.
Yeah.
I was going to say the debate you guys had.
Well, that was probably true. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, the debate that I had with Wayne, I think, was the first step. That opened his eyes to say because he kept calling me a liar, and then after I presented all this evidence to him in our debate, he actually went to go look at it and went, "Damn, Steve might be onto something."
So you mean
here.
he actually was honest about something?
Yeah,
on,
no, he was totally
somebody
intellectually honest.
else,
Now he teaches science.
True empiricism.
Oh yeah, I don't think. Hey, PZ, you didn't. I have to send you a link later of the debate that I had with True Empiricism, and I don't remember if you know his name, but True Empiricism was the guy that kept wanting to debate R and Raw many times. He would go on Magic Sandwich Show, show up like an hour and a half late, spew a bunch of crap about ATP synthase, and just think it's, oh look, it's God. He and I had a debate. It was the worst debate of all time. He was so unprepared. He had no opener. His presentation was non-existent, and he ran away. Literally ran away right before the Q&A.
Just show him the whole dissolve the great debacle, and that'll be enough.
It was the great debacle. I have never seen a worse debate. And he wanted to debate me for a year. How long has it been? At least. And I finally capitulated and said, "Fine, I'll debate you." I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I mean, okay, I'm biased here, but the guys that did see it, was he the most unprepared debater of all time?
He didn't even show up.
Yeah, he might as well. He might not showed up. Yeah,
He would have had a better debate if he'd thrown G-Man in there.
I was shocked. I was expecting all different angles. I had this prepared. I'd studied up on my G proteins, right? I'd studied up on my ATP synthase. Aaron Ross sent me peer review papers on the lineage of some of the protein structures of ATP synthase. I mean, I was all ready to go, right? He was lost. He was just like babbling about stuff about what was it? What did he bring up?
The nervous system. And
Nervous
the brain.
system, yeah, neurons. It's like, what the hell does that got to do with the jack shit?
When your opponent doesn't even need to show up to the debate and you'd still lose, then there's something wrong with your
I think he would have
presentation.
done better had he not shown up, because that was embarrassing.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, he lost the moment that he showed up. But he would have been better off just not showing up at all, and then he could have maintained some type of integrity.
Yeah, it was
give me
so
a link.
bad. Yeah.
Sounds horribly fun.
It was awesome. I was awesome because I mean I was all Mr. Polite. I've had my instances with True Empiricism. I don't really care for him, obviously, but I was really Mr. Civil, and I said, I really want to have this Q&A. We said 30 minutes for the Q&A prior to the debate. He said fine. I was looking forward to that because I had some questions to ask him, that things that he had said before in the past, and yeah, he's like, I don't want to continue. I don't want to go on anymore. It's like,
well, what? you opened first, right? You had the first opener, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's like what ended up happening was and you see this a lot with people that argue, especially against evolution, is they don't. He was supposed to be arguing for intelligent design. That's what the agreement was for the debate.
Yeah,
but
the topic real quick, if I may. The topic was what best explains natural systems, evolution or intelligent design. His title, I thought the title sucked, but whatever. I can make it work, right?
Yeah. So Steve does his opener and talks about evolution, and then what you're expecting now is True to come in there and start talking about intelligent design, but he doesn't. He doesn't have an opener. His opener is already starting to make rebuttals to evolution, without actually presenting any type of model on his own. And that was the main point, was that he never actually hit the topic of the debate, and he suggested the topic.
Yeah, well, yeah, about what, I don't know, 40 minutes into or 30 minutes into it or something, I had to ask the moderator. I said, hey, moderator, general, can you give me the name of this debate topic again? And he read it off, and he said, I'm like, that's what I'm addressing. What is he debating? Kind of thing.
Yeah, then he started complaining that the moderator and you were double teaming him. It's like, whoa, no. The moderator was asking questions and you were refusing to answer him. That's not double teaming. That's you being a coward.
Yeah, for 5 minutes he was trying to get him to answer some questions, and he wouldn't do it, and that's why he was just like, But he engaged the moderator first. The moderator was basically saying, okay, let me just kind of suss this out, because that's what a mod's supposed to do. I've moderated debates before. But as you said, True was so adamantly not wanting to answer questions that it just kind of was like 5 to 8 minutes of them talking, and he was like, well, the moderator shouldn't do that. Well, yeah, actually the moderator should, if you're being a duplicitous little twat, right?
Well, it was like once he heard that all the questions were for Ronnie, he's like, oh, no, I don't want to do this.
But well, no, there's questions for me too in the live feed, but most of them were from Ronnie. I will admit that. But the rule was, if it gets asked to one person, it gets asked to both. Right? I was more than willing to answer the questions that were posed to him. Because again, I had done my research. I had looked up a lot of why I can explain ATP synthase through molecular evolution. It's not some kind of mysterious thing that popped into creation ex nihilo, right? And his model was supposed to be giving me how the intelligent design, how the teleological aspect would be utilized, and why it's a better model. And I had a very basic presentation. I think I was very simplistic. I was more complicated in Wayne's debate. I at least got into cladistics. I got into life and death modeling. I got into the Encetina salamander and allopatric speciation. So I was a little more technical. But the one I did with Ronnie, I was so basic. I thought I was just keeping it very, very simple, cursory level, and I still had people tell me it was over their head, but whatever.
So you're finally meant to being a basic bitch then.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, because his argument was always that the ATP synthase is a turbine, and he kept using it a turbine analogy. Well, I happened to work on turbines at one time. I studied naval nuclear power, and one of the things you learn is turbine theory, and I did a compare and contrast to what a turbine actually is, how it actually works, and takes the enthalpy out of the steam, gets the condenser pressure, all this kind of stuff, right? And he was lost on that. He didn't know how to even respond to any of that, So.
Yeah, I had a debate. I had a debate special on my channel about 6 months ago. A friend of mine, and I don't know if you guys have heard of a kid named Wyatt Mickus.
Yes, we know Wyatt.
We know Wyatt.
Yeah, I had him on with a good friend of mine who's very much into counter apologetics, and we had set up, a specific topic and everything. And Wyatt he came to the event and he's like, "What's the topic again?" We're just like, oh.
Wyatt,
and then he.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just gonna say.
Go.
He tried to say that we ambushed him with the topic, and we're like, here's the screenshots where we told you what the topic was like a week ago.
Wyatt hasn't tried to engage a lot of people debating, right? And even King Crocoduck had told me, he said, "Hey, does Wyatt want to debate me? I'll debate him." And I was like, "Crocoduck, come on, you're gonna debate Wyatt Minkus, right? I like Wyatt, nice kid, right? But
he's a nice kid,
but we're talking epically levels of difference of education here, and it was embarrassing. And in case he was felt like he was picking on, one of the I don't want to say slow kids, but less educated people. And I'm like, but Wyatt puts himself out there, right? And now Wyatt has found out that his idol, Kent Hovind, is a con man, and he's going through a hard time.
We did finally find that out.
Oh yeah,
They're just now finding this out.
Yeah.
When I had him on,
I did that for 20, 30 years or whatever it's been.
Well, yeah. When I had him on, Wyatt was just back from spending like a week with Hovind.
Yeah. I remember that. He went to his compound. He got back, and almost immediately after he got back, that's when Theodore Valentine and Deborah, two of the, and I will use the word cult because Ken Hovind is a cult leader, they turned on him, and they basically pointed out that all the money going to Ken Hovind is going into his pocket and going to build his compound.
I interviewed.
I just want to point out that you should.
Who interviewed him?
You shouldn't.
Yeah, I interviewed her. It's on my channel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did interview Theodore. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Saka.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that, I mean, just as kind of like a point that everybody should kind of understand is that you should never trust anybody that owns a compound.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that should just be kind of one of those like unstated
I
facts.
kind of have a compound. Hey, that's just me. Whatever.
I mean, if you have a sentence it's like, hey, I'm going over to this guy's compound, people have a right. People should be kind of worrisome at that point in time. Yeah.
Can I bring up something about y'all were talking about the debate between true empiricism and Steve?
Yes. Okay. By the way, you do a better Rand Campbell impersonation, but go ahead.
I want to just admit, I don't think that was a fair fight between y'all two. Y'all had a moderator in there with trying to pose questions, and Steve came with the PowerPoints, and that's definitely not fair to True. None of y'all should have been watching that, thinking that Steve won this at all.
Wasn't it Gman that said if you use PowerPoints during debate, you should be disqualified?
You should, and he's right.
No, he said, yeah. If you use PowerPoints during a debate, you've already lost.
Oh, good grief.
Oh God, my PowerPoints were so basic. I'm telling you, I purposely watered down my debate thing so much because I was like, look I want to keep this so simplistic that a 3-year-old can understand this, because true is not hard to defeat. And I get it. I capitulated everything. I said, look at it. You can have the forum. He picked the channel. He picked the moderator. He picked the title. I gave him everything. And I said, look, I even say God could have done all this. So what? Great. Yeah, whatever. I gave him everything.
I think it was rigged. He didn't know what to expect, and he could not make a response to it ahead of time, and you were trying to make him think on the fly. So
I was just trying to make him think.
You know, thinking briefly on that debate, it was almost like when Matt Dillahunty debated Sci 10. He knew exactly every step that he was going to pull, and he just jumped
That was
ahead
one of my
with
favorite debates of all time. And do you know, I know most people in here know, but do you know who helped us, Matt Dillahunty, on that debate? Who kind of
it was Ozymandias. I know who you're talking about, that guy from Canada.
Yeah, don't mention Putin. If you say Putin, he'll show up.
What the hell is that? Some nasty atheist sex thing
Yes,
they got
Putin
going
is
on in
nasty.
Canada?
Putin is
I
nasty.
fed
three
Richard
times
Dawkins
facing
his
Canada.
first poutine.
Oh, very cool. I hate poutine though. Just
Oh my
but
god!
I,
Oh my god! No, you can't say that. Ozzy will
You
come
just
in.
said
here.
I told you. I told you. I am the world's shittiest Canadian.
Well,
I hate winter. I hate hockey. I hate
Wait,
poutine.
hold on.
Ozzy just took 10 years off his life.
I'm Canadian and I don't like it.
You just renounced your citizenship on air.
Yep.
I've said that before.
It's funny. It's funny because like I'll talk to, like, you know, with friends I have, like if the topic of religion comes up, and you know, for like the few friends that I have that actually are religious, if they find out I'm an atheist, it's really not that big of a deal, you know. But if I tell them I'm a Washington Capitals fan, you know, like they won't talk to me for weeks. When Washington knocked Toronto out of the playoffs this year, like I was texting them and I was gloating for a little bit, and they honestly didn't return my text for like a week and a half.
Wow.
I love when I have Sock and Tasty Tea in here at the same time, because they're like a match made in heaven. Look how cute they are together.
Hey, sweetheart.
How y'all doing?
But I go one further. I can't stand hockey. I don't want to hear about hockey. I just no. I don't even like Tim Hortons coffee, so I'm going to be deported at some point.
I'm not that on the border right now either.
Even worse, I don't like the Tragically Hip or Rush either. So
you don't like Rush? Oh, now you're stepping on my toes.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah, you failed.
You are the worst Canadian. I'm sorry.
I am the world's shittiest Canadian.
You are. I
will
only refer to you as the world's shittiest Canadian. How do you not
Awesome.
like Rush? I'm going to be doing a show with Mowdy, Christopher Mowdy, on progressive rock, with my topical thing being Rush and Triumph, basically, and you're just.
I don't like Geddy Lee's voice.
You're insane.
I cannot stand Geddy Lee's voice. And
see this with atheism
Gord
does
Downey,
to people. See this? No.
Gord Downey, great guy. I'm terribly sad at the fact that he's ill, but I don't like his voice either.
I love Geddy Lee's voice, and he's the best bassist of all time. But anyways, we're getting off topic before I get triggered.
Yeah, I know.
Because I mean, Rush is my all-time favorite group, but whatever.
Steve Hangout going off topic? No.
Yeah, no shit.
That never ever happens ever.
Well,
in
my
the course of
producer
Steve
Dragnot
Hangout.
finally decided to show up. He usually keeps me on track, but you know.
Yeah, I just like everything you put on Facebook. That's all.
You do.
Well, I seen the name
Thank you.
Arcane pop
You're
up.
my
I didn't
one
see the
person I can
picture.
count on to like my post.
So we had a really nice hangout time with Seth Andrews for like an hour. It was really the event hadn't even started yet. We were standing at the registration table, and he just saunters up and he's like, "Hey folks, how's it going?" And we're like, "Hi, come on over." And we had there's about 7 of us, and we had a really nice discussion about his Punch a Nazi episode and free speech and stuff, and you know that was
like
just
a warm, friendly, cozy environment. I mean, it sounds like
it
was
was
really small.
Well, no, like it's a decent sized hotel. It's a conference center, right?
Yeah.
So we had like one wing of the conference area. Oh, and the fun part was the other half of the conference area was a registered massage therapist convention. So there was a lot of jokes about going next door for a rub and stuff like that.
For a rub. Now you didn't.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you touched on this earlier, but I was a little bit curious. When you went to the okay, have fun, bud. like when you went to the rally in Toronto, was there a lot
Yes.
of protesters there against
None.
the rally?
Zero.
None at all, huh?
None. In fact, when PZ was saying that they had wingnut Christians at INR West, I was kind of jealous. I was like, "What? We don't get any of those here."
You wasn't excited
because the 4 years that I lived in Toronto, we went to we were downtown about the same time that they're running the like the Pride Festival there, and I think the first year that we went down there with a friend of ours, there was some protesters, but not really a lot. The last couple years we went, there was barely any.
Well, I went to Pride last year, which that was the one that Trudeau went to, and I think they still say it was the largest attendance at Pride ever. It was roughly around 1 million attendees, and not one protester did I see. Now, they could have been there because there was a shit ton of people there.
Oh, it's a huge event, yeah.
Yeah, but I certainly didn't see any protesters. And again, I'm kind of disappointed because if I had, I would have had even more fun that day.
I haven't figured out. It's stuck on you, Heretic, here. I don't know why. It's not changing.
Oh.
I have no idea why you've been presenting the entire time, which is okay. Nobody really wants to look at anybody else anyways, but just...
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, well,
so
yeah,
you're just letting me know
man,
in case I decide to pick my nose or something that I'm...
Yeah, it's just been presenting you the entire time. I'm monitoring my outside feed, and I'm not sure why. I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, well.
But hey, Thomas, what was your highlight of the experience? I mean, you obviously had a great time. You didn't know Heretic Woman before you went up there.
No,
you guys met up there
well, we were Facebook friends.
Whatever.
We were Facebook friends.
We actually met.
Oh,
we met at ReasonCon.
ReasonCon.
Oh.
ReasonCon. We were at ReasonCon.
Yeah. I've bumped into a lot of people. I recognize faces. I'm horrible with names. But when I saw her at Imagine No Religion, I was like, I know you. You were at some conference that I was at.
Yeah, it turns out it's ReasonCon.
Yeah. Highlight for me was just how all of the speakers were they were mingling throughout the entire weekend. So sometimes, you might have at a conference, you'll have someone show up real quick and then leave. Not so much with atheist and skeptic conferences that I've seen. I haven't been to TAM or CSICon or some of the bigger ones like that yet, so I'm not sure if some of the major speakers just peace out right afterwards. But I have been to other conferences and stuff that aren't atheist conferences where people like Steve Wozniak, one of the founders of Apple, spoke. I've been to ones with Peter Diamandis and like the founder of X Prize and stuff, and they normally they leave at the second their talk is done. They book, and you don't really get a chance to talk and hang out and have books signed and stuff. But this conference, I mean, the whole weekend from the very first night, Dawkins was there and he was mingling around. Krauss was hanging out, and, we're all talking and having drinks and stuff. And even after the conference was over, a bunch of people went over to the hotel restaurant / bar and just hung out, and mostly speakers, but they stayed on pretty much the entire time, and I got to have some great conversations and mingle and network.
Yeah, I find that the educational people, the ones that are educational activists like that, tend to be more approachable. PZ's always been approachable since I got in touch with him like a couple months ago. Well, one of my 1,000 subscription stuff. I think that was the first time he ever joined the Great Debate community. And Arn has always been approachable, right? I mean, he's just a really nice guy. Yeah, I mean, so I think that they want to interact, they want to socialize, they want to get their messages out to the general public. They're not like the people like Steve Wozniak like that, where like they're going to be paying a huge amount for their speaking engagement, and then they just take off right after that.
That's no fun.
Yeah, that's no fun. I mean,
and I got to do an interview with Seth Andrews that I'm editing right now, and that was pretty cool. But it's one of the things that about these conferences is you'll have talks all day long. And a lot of times the speakers get tired of sitting through lectures. I tend to be, I'm not really ADD, but I get kind of restless. And so, I might get up and kind of step outside and talk with some people. And a lot of the speakers will do that too, and Seth, he'll pop in and out because he's been to, dozens of these conferences over the years, and he's heard a lot of these talks before or similar versions of them. And so, you might step out into the hall and have a 30-minute conversation with him, or you might, bump into to Jerry Coyne or Lawrence Krauss or someone and just have a conversation.
That's how I met David Silverman the first time. I was at NanoCon in 2016, and that conference, that was the first one, but they broke it up where in the middle of the day they had like mini workshops, so other people would come in and like Callie Wright did one on trans issues, and another friend of mine, Kate, did one on how to be a secular voter and how to encourage people to vote, and little things like that. And I had gone to one, and I was kind of like, I don't know what one I want to go to next, and I wandered through the common area where all the vendors were and everything. I'm like, there was David just hanging out at one of the vendors, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go and hang out over there. And I went and had this hour-long discussion with him, and he agreed to do my show.
What's your impression of David Silverman?
I love the guy. I think he's awesome.
He's very intense.
He is very intense, but he's very much of a similar mindset to myself.
He always strikes me as a man on a mission, and
yes. But that's what I like about it.
It's like he has one mode, and that's activated.
Yes, but I respect that.
I say that in the most respectful, positive way, not as a slight, but
right. Yeah, no, he is definitely very intense, but that's what I like. And as I say, he's very much a similar mindset to myself, so I relate to what he says very much. And like I thought his book was awesome, and I'd heard it. He was the keynote speaker at NanoCon that time, and he had a great speech then too. But yeah, you're right. He is very, very intense, but I think that's great. I think you need that. But he's
so you guys going to the American Atheist Conference?
I think you got to be when you're some kind of a movement leader. I don't particularly agree with him on a lot of things, but I mean, he is very charismatic to say the least.
Oh, for sure.
Are any of you guys going to the American Atheist Conference, the solar eclipse?
No.
In August?
No, but I had Landon Kurt Knoll on recently, and we talked about the solar eclipse. We should have brought that up. I know there's a group of atheists going to be doing that, but you know what part of the path they're going to be in? I mean, where they're going for that?
I believe it's in. Is it Charleston, North Carolina?
It could be. The path of totality goes up. I think it's like through Washington, North Carolina, or something, and then going down toward like Nashville.
I have it on my site. I have a list of all the conferences coming up, but that's one of the ones that I'm planning on being at.
I would like to see the path of totality. Obviously, I mean, total eclipses are not like extremely rare, but they don't come around every other day, and I heard it's a pretty interesting experience.
Well, and with a group of atheists, I'm just there for the human sacrifices and the baby
eating of the baby
afterwards.
cheeks.
Yeah, the baby barbecue.
They're coming there for the orgy. Screw that.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Wait,
get into
orgies. My God, maybe I should become an atheist. I gotta maintain my agnosticism, or else I'm gonna be considered to be not partial on my great debate community stuff. So
well, right during that soundbite is probably when Sean Hannity will tune in or something, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah. See what they do. No, well, what's funny is, have you seen who Pew Review is, right? Do you guys know who Pew is? Mm-hmm. I love Pew. This is all in fun. But I was on the Geek Room. I was interviewed on the Geek Room the other day as a co-host, and we had a great time. It was fun as hell. But Pew was taking everything that I said, twisting it, and then making a soundboard of it. I guess now all of a sudden I'm the most racist, homophobic, bigoted piece of shit on the planet, kind of thing. Just because
welcome
he can take something
to the internet.
It's great. It's beautiful. I mean, because I love Pew. Pew's a friend of mine, and it was all in fun. But he was able to show exactly what you can do with the soundboard and a little bit of editing to make people say all kinds of stupid shit, right? Oh, out of context.
I mean, all you got to do is get someone to say yes and no once, and then you can plug in the question.
Yeah, it was funny. He was showing us it last night, and I was rolling.
He said he had some on me, and I'm like, I want to hear that. What could you make me say? And
That you already haven't already said yourself voluntarily?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. I was like, I probably said some outlandish shit already, like even with the context.
Oh, the geek room is in the live chat. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
fun. I enjoyed that geek room, by the way.
There's been times when I have gone into a room and purposely been a contrarian. Not often, but there has been times. So I'm pretty sure if somebody dug enough, they could probably find some interesting stuff I'd said.
So you pull your own.
I guess PZ had to go.
Oh, it looks like the American Atheist Conference is North Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about going to Milwaukee actually for the misinformation. Yeah. We had them on the show last month, and they started telling me who was going, and I'm like, oh, it's like a bunch of my friends gonna be there. I should think about this. So, and I can drive that instead of like, North Carolina or Nashville, and that I fly, which gets to be a little expensive.
The problem, I mean, I don't really have intentions to go to like these rallies or these conventions, because I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do like I have to pick which ones I want to go to. Whether I'm going to go to like Fan Expo or Dragon Con or Reason Rally or something like that. And what it really comes down to is which one has the most cosplayers. Because cat girls.
Yeah.
So the moment that atheist conventions start getting some more cosplayers, then I might consider going to it.
I agree.
So what are we're gonna dress up as Eve and go naked? Is that it?
And there's a problem with this because?
None. Yeah, no, that we could do that.
Well, I'm not sure.
I don't know who else.
Naked, but hey.
I don't know, like, could we dress up as, like, I don't know, who else could we dress up? Mary? I don't think they want to dress up
Sailor
as Mary.
Moon.
That's not. Sailor Moon in the Bible. Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to think.
I must have missed that book.
Yeah. I was going to say.
There's Delilah and Jezebel.
Yeah, Jezebel popped to mind. Because, see, so many of the biblical women either don't have names or, like, really boring. Like, who wants to go
like
as
Rahab
Sarah?
the hooker.
Like Sarah, who got pregnant at 100. Like, who wants to go as that?
What about the whore of Babylon, or is that just a metaphor?
Oh,
that's just a metaphor.
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
So what is it like having a baby at 100? Is it just like when it's time to give birth? Does it just push back the curtains?
What is that called? What kind of senescence is that? Dragnet? What kind of senescence when you have like? What's it called?
You talking about the shit that Ronnie was talking about?
Yeah.
Negligible
Senescence.
Negligible senescence.
Yes, negligible senescence. So, I don't see how a 100-year-old woman would even be able to have the functionality, the hormones, or anything to even do that. I don't. You know what? We should ask PC Myers, who was just here.
The answer is the miracle of God. That's how.
Yeah, we get negligible senescence and right up his alley, and
To answer your question, Thomas, I think it would be like that scene from Monty Python where it's like, "Hey, would you get that for me, darling?" Plop.
What you doing in my waters?
Speaking of Monty Python, that's like the every sperm is sacred.
Yes.
Even if you're 100 years old, you just waste not, want not.
God gets irate.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh man. Hey Thomas, what did you think of Greta Vosper? I'm curious.
I'm not sure that I saw her talk.
She's the minister, the atheist minister.
Oh yeah. No. Okay, Greta. No, I was okay. Yeah, no, I like the concept of having like atheist communities. And I think a lot of times, people go to church not necessarily for the religion; they go for the community and for people, for their kids to hang out with, and potlucks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if you can have a church group that provides that community without the dogma, then I'm all for it. I was just down at Oasis with Dr. Daryl Ray a couple weeks ago, and I mean it was a pretty awesome group. They're kind of sharing.
I've been meaning to go to the Toronto one. It's 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and that's a little early for me.
That's about when you start going to bed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, where my flags would go up is, anytime that, that people put, group loyalty over, free thought and free expression of ideas.
Mhm.
And I think that's where a lot of, frustration and schism has occurred within, the atheist movement. People find certain loyalty camps that they jump on board with. And, whenever there's drama, people take sides.
Are you saying there's tribalism?
And
No, no.
God forbid.
no.
See, a little bit of
Not
tribalism
among
okay
free
with,
thinkers.
right? But yeah, we're all free thinkers.
But so, I have friends who just despise the woman because they think of her as this huge liar. Because, and for those who don't know, Greta Vosper, she was or is a minister in the United Church of Canada, which is admittedly a very, very liberal Protestant sect. It was the one I was raised in. So extremely liberal.
Is that different from UU's?
Yes. Oh, yes, very much.
Okay.
The United Church was an amalgamation of Methodists, Presbyterians. Anglican. We still have the Anglican Church of Canada. I think it was a small group of Pentecostals and something else, and they were, like small sects that got together and said, you know what, let's make an amalgamated church and whatnot. But because
Pentecostals are normally much more literalist, and like her descriptions of it, she's like, oh yeah, I don't even believe in God and I'm an atheist, and they were,
Well, yeah, and that's what I was getting at though. Like, that's not typical of the United Church. Like,
okay.
But they've had female pastors as long as I can remember. They were the first ones to say that gay pastors were okay. They were the first ones to say gay marriage is cool and all. So very, very, very liberal as far as churches go. But she came out, like, she was a bona fide theistic pastor, but became an atheist and came out as an atheist while still a pastor. And her congregation, like, she's been in charge of that congregation for 20 odd years. They decided, they had a vote, and they decided that they were okay with it, and they voted to maintain her as their minister. But the church itself have been trying to get rid of her ever since she came out, because they're like, oh my God, we can't have an atheist pastor. But like, some of my friends, they really look down on her as being a fraud, because she did, at least for some amount of time, maintain that facade of being a believer while she sort of figured her stuff out. Or they even think that it's just disingenuous for her to be a pastor and
wait, but have they never heard of the Clergy project and the hundreds of ministers who just don't know what to do with their life? It's a transition. It takes time. Jerry DeWitt lost everything when he became an atheist, and a lot of people want to smooth out that transition. I respect that.
I heard there's a growing thing.
She is a member of the project with me.
Yeah, she is a member of Clergy Project.
Is there a growing thing where a lot of the clergy are losing faith, and a lot of them are becoming more atheistic, and they're just they're going through their emotions, but they're not actually they're not. Yeah. They don't actually believe it anymore, but they basically are just going through the motions because they're expected to.
There was recently a guy came on the Recovering from Religion podcast, and he was talking about a meeting of pastors that he went to, and he's in the Clergy Project. He's now out as an open atheist. I don't think he works as a pastor anymore, or he's kind of wrapping things up, or just got fired. But he said he was in this group, and he starts sharing with all of these other top pastors and within their network, and he's like, guys, I'm really having doubts here. Like, I need your help. I need someone to encourage me. And everyone was like, oh yeah, we have doubts too. And he's like, no, I don't think that you understand. Like, I really, really, like, I'm not sure I even believe any of this. And they're like, oh yeah, we've all been there. And it was he was just shocked that pretty much everyone in there, they didn't really have any, conclusive, oh, well, hey, have you thought of this, or God did this, like, it wasn't encouragement. It was just, he started questioning what percentage of all of them, like, is it every single person in there that doesn't believe in God and is just kind of, closeted or just covering it up?
Well, if you think about it, like, so many people that I know, a lot of atheists who became atheists by pursuing the ministry. You know, they're like, I believe this so much and I want to be the best Christian I can be and I want to be a pastor, and they go to seminary and they study everything. You know, they're like, I want to know as much as I can possibly know so I can be the best pastor I can be, and they come out the other side an atheist. So I could see that, you know, maybe that they didn't get that far on their beginning as a pastor, but the more they're in it, the more maybe they go, well, now I'm a pastor and I have to keep it up and become a better pastor, and they keep studying, and next thing they know, they're like, oh shit, now I'm a pastor and I don't believe
I
this.
tell
Now
you,
what do I do?
if some of these guys knew a physics textbook or biology textbooks as well, they did the Bible, they'd be like acing college. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to know a little bit about the Bible, but when you got to memorize it like verbatim and know every little technical detail about it, I just find that to be a waste of time. I don't think that's what God would ever want, because there's so much nuances in it that He's made it so confusing. So I mean, but I'm gonna reset my browser real quick, and hopefully it's gonna like fix this problem where people can be shown. So I'll be right back. So
well, so on that note though. University. I went there for a year, and one of the classes I had was biblical studies. And my professor, you know, he had his PhD and he'd, you know, done, you know, theology and all this stuff and seminary and whatnot. And every student in the class, you know, he's talking to this room of probably 50 people. And he's like, yeah, you know, at first, you know, I got my bachelor's degree, and you know, I just had even more questions about the Bible after I got out. And then I got my master's and I had even more. And like the more I learn, it's like the more questions I have. And you know, I mean, to some extent, that's true with just about any field that you study. But when all of these questions are, you know, unanswerable and paradoxes and contradicting, you know, other things within the faith, I think that should raise some red flags. And I certainly, it was, you know, in the process of studying the Bible thoroughly that I started to have some serious doubts.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of people that
do not rely on your own understanding.
Yeah, there are some people that I know that have a very deep biblical knowledge base that do believe very strongly. They do present, you know, more rational cases. I'm more enthralled by them because they at least are trying to make sense of it all. But the one thing I noticed with them is they put what they see and know to be true first as far as science, right? They don't say, okay, the Bible says this, therefore this must be true. No, they say, look, these are things we observe, these things we know to be true. How does that incorporate with the Bible? And
just post hoc reasoning.
It is post hoc, no question about that. But at least better than starting the standpoint, oh, the Bible says this, ergo it must be true. Therefore, you know, all science is wrong. I mean, it's a better position to take. It is a little bit post hoc. Don't get me wrong. But like General Han Solo, he can make really good arguments. I'd love to have like General Han Solo and somebody like Thomas in a room having a dialogue about religion or theology, rather than, you know, somebody like Thomas and like, you know, like Tommy Hall or something. You know, it'd be boring, it'd be ridiculous, right? I'd rather have somebody who's erudite on the material. But I do think that people like General Han Solo and a few other theists in our community that are educated, they take it from a different perspective. They take things on faith a lot as well. And I'm cool with that. A fideist type approach. They don't come from the perspective that, you know, what they say has to be true. It's they find that the evidence confirms what they believe to be true of the Bible. Now, I don't know if I fully accept that. Obviously, I think, as Sokka pointed out, that's post hoc, but I still am much better position than starting with the idea or the preface that the Bible is true in all accounts, right? Because as Thomas pointed out, people that read the Bible, and they look at it and go, hey, you know, there's some contradictions here. What? A bat is a mammal? I mean, should be a bat is a bird? Yeah, here's a bat's a mammal. But they say a bat's a bird? No, a bat's not a bird. You know.
Well, that's what apologetics is all about, is attempting to reconcile what appear to be contradictions or inconsistencies.
This is true.
Well, my gripe with that is, you know, they'll say that the Bible is the final, unchanging, unalterable word of God. You know, like it's concrete. But then when you present them with something that conflicts with the Bible, suddenly the Bible is no longer concrete, and it's like it's made of spaghetti, and it holds no water.
Yeah, it's a scribal error.
Sure, you can make
Yes,
it take any shape that you want, but then it's not unchanging. You're just twisting and manipulating it to suit your agenda.
God holds the truth as a light for your path.
It's funny how much God resembles your own, ego, wishes, and personality.
Exactly. Yeah,
Exactly.
How much
because
reflecting the culture at the time.
you always find with a theist that their morality fits whatever sect they've glommed onto. It's not the other way around, where they've determined, oh well, this based on the evidence, this is the truest form of my religion, so I have to conform my morality to that. No, they don't. They say, I think, for the more liberal set, well, I think persecuting gay people is wrong, therefore I'm analyzing that part of the Bible to not mean what those other people say it means. That's how it works. It's not, generally speaking, I'm going to mold my thought processes to the book. It's the book is going to fit me.
Would you
When
like
I
to
was
know
a
my
kid,
story?
Yes.
Oh, go for it.
Well, when I was raised in a very fundamentalist evangelical Christian home, and indoctrination is quite significant with regards to anything to do with the evangelical faiths.
Right.
One of the things you're taught, of course, is not necessarily just how to read the Bible, but how to use it to disprove the evangelical stance of other faiths. So you're already taught a kind of counter apologetics as a minister, but you're told not to turn it on yourself. You're told that it's advantageous to treat things like the Bereans, who researched every word that Paul said to make sure it was true. But if you come up with something that doesn't make sense, you're supposed to not rely on your own understanding. You're supposed to wait on God to make it real to you, or to reveal the truth of it. And as a result, you get this constant feedback loop of any question you come up with, you're told to ignore. You're told to be patient and wait that the answer that you aren't seeing is somehow out there. So the indoctrination does the very first thing that is necessary for rational thought, and it's to doubt that you know what you know, or that anything that you think of makes any kind of sense. The second you can crush someone's trust of themselves, you're 1/4 of the way there.
That's what presuppositional apologetics is for, right?
Well, not exactly.
Well, that's what they try to do. They try to doubt what you know, right? They make you sound like you have no epistemic framework that you can rely upon.
But they are also asserting that God has allowed them to know,
right?
Which there are actual scriptural bases to say that that's not true and not possible.
But I like what you said about, look at each denomination. There are some groups that don't, but most of them have some way to say, look at, here's these other groups out there. This is why they're wrong. But like you said, they don't take the same inflection upon themselves and use the same kind of criteria upon themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
The level of danger of any religion is the adherent level of its dogma. So the more devout the follower, the more dangerous it becomes. And if you're a pretty liberal Christian, if you're a secular Jew, if you're a secular Muslim or a secular Christian, there's literally nothing that you really need to worry about something like that. But if you're dealing with someone who is a fundamentalist, a literal interpretationist, these guys are the ones that have it all riding on the idea that all scriptures is inspired of God and beneficial. So the second you point out something that's not beneficial, you're challenging the inspiration of everything else. And so they have a big dog in the fight to make sure that they have some kind of explanation, even if it's completely irrational, like flat earthers or 6,000 year creation stories, stuff like that. They have some huge dog in the fight that they have to protect, or else it all falls apart as a house of cards.
Yeah, that's especially true with those two things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's some people just aren't able to harmonize, reality with religion. This is why the anti-evolution talk comes up as such a dominant topic within these discussions. There, is because there's a lot of people out there that are able to get to that stage where you can take the story of the Garden of Eden as metaphor for something, and that original sin as we know it. I mean, it's just a different concept. Whatever, they have a way that they get around this. But then there's some people that maybe just a lack of imagination. So it's you have these claims that come out there like with evolution there, and it's just like, well, if the evolution is true, there's no garden. If there's no garden, there's no original sin. If there's no original sin, there's no need for a savior, and everything kind of collapses just on that one fact alone.
Yes.
And they have to yes, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say a lot of, especially Christianity and the Abrahamics have built-in fail safes. For instance, the two that I always pick up on are, if you doubt anything, that's Satan telling you to doubt it. So, anything at all that you question is like, ooh, that's Satan, I can't question it. And the other one is that the more people that tell you you're wrong, the more that means you're right.
Yes, I like those two ones. Like, I mean, first off is that the distinction. If you believe in evolution, you are believing in the God of this world. That's Satan. That's the deceiver. So don't be of this world. Why are you of this world? Stop being of this world.
Not of this world. Well, isn't that what Zulu said last night? I mean, Zulu was just like, oh well, we were told that we're going to be persecuted, and in the Bible,
that's the next
every
point.
single group out there says they're being persecuted. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like, that's just absurd.
Because remember, they hated me first.
Yeah, Gman thinks he's persecuted. He can't stand Gman. Darwin's deities thinks he's persecuted. Well, Zulu doesn't like Darwin's deity. It's like, hey, come on, you don't see a pattern here, dude? You can't all use this thing as, oh, it's persecuted because God said I'll be persecuted for this belief.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
Especially when they're the ones predominantly doing the persecuting.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're an evolutionist, you're a ball earther. It's like, okay, it's like if they think if you accept evolution, you're of the devil. That's not a persecution. Now, I don't consider it persecution because I don't care. But I mean, the big picture, what's the difference?
Yes.
It's hypocrisy.
Exactly.
I don't know. I've definitely seen people on both sides that have been, that have undergone religious abuse, as well as Christians who have experienced persecution. And this is coming from someone who lived overseas. If in the Muslim world, especially, you see an apostate who is, either beaten or honored killings or stuff like that. And, and I've also seen it with kids. I get emails from people who, I got an email from this kid in Mexico City who's still living with his family. And, and his parents found out that he's an atheist. And, and they're like, we're not going to pay for your college. They'll hassle him, a lot of emotional abuse and just yelling at him all the time. They'll force him to go to church. They'll, and they may not physically, attack him, but as someone who's been in a very emotionally abusive relationship, I would have taken physical abuse over what I went through 9 times out of 10. So it's, I don't want to downplay what some people go through on either end.
No, of course. Yeah, there's definitely real persecution. There's, real abuse, both physically and mentally. There's no question about that. But I think, a lot of these people that are indoctrinated in the young with creationism, I've always said I think of it as a form of child abuse. Now, is it prosecutorial? Absolutely. Is it something that you could, be a crime of? No. But I mean, to have your child already be limited in your education by teaching them such ridiculous crap. I do think it is a form of child abuse because it's not religion at that point. I believe, any religion you want to teach your kids, you have a right to as a parent. But look, you're talking science now, and you're talking bad science. That is child abuse. You're giving them misinformation, period.
Well, can you name a single religion that doesn't go against science?
Yeah.
Scientology. Come on, guys, it's in the fucking name.
Yeah.
Seriously, jeez.
Yeah. It's like Christian Science.
Something like that.
No, Christian Science. Oh.
There's some, like General Han Solo, he doesn't put religion ahead of science. The science, is out there.
Oh yeah, but the religion at its core, though, just because he puts his science above his religion doesn't mean that the religion is compatible.
The concordance approach is compatible. That's what they believe, right? the concordance approach is that science and religion are completely harmonized. It's a very hard thing to grasp because he gets so nuanced in his arguments that I just got to throw my hands up some time and go, okay,
even
whatever.
still, I see people who, they'll practice, certain forms of like Zen Buddhism, and they'll say, oh yeah, 100% we believe in science, and anything that science, is, confirms, we'll follow it wherever it goes. But then they believe in, the Book of the Dead and like weird afterlife stories and reincarnation and going through rituals and doing chants and that the soul separates from the body and stuff like that. And that has no scientific basis and has been, there's no evidence whatsoever that mind-body dualism is even a thing. And every piece of evidence, is to the contrary. And so, these types of ideas, I'm like, yeah, we should think rationally and not proceed just based off of, accounts that have been handed down to us. And I have yet to see a religion that really is, when you look at the fundamentals of the religion, to find a religion where every single thing that they believe is can be harmonized with science.
And I think part of that is that the vast majority, if not all of religions, were created as a tool to explain things that people didn't understand. So if they don't have the science behind it, the only thing they're left with is some sort of fantastical, supernatural something.
Yeah,
and so
there's definitely truth to that. I mean, you just had a video on this not too long ago, Thomas, on things like night terrors and lucid dreaming and that kind of stuff, which I believe 2,000 years ago nobody would have understood, right? They would have interpreted that as
they thought that epilepsy was demon possession.
Right. And we know now that they're not. And now, we've all had lucid dreams. We know how powerful they could be. Can you imagine if you 2,000 years ago, how would you I would have been like, I am touched by God or something, right? That would be a reasonable thing to think back then, because that's what.
That goes against the scientific method of how can we test this? How can we look at it? And granted, the tools have evolved over time, but especially nowadays, if you think of our general understanding of how the world works as a puzzle, you can have a puzzle that is a picture of a volcano, and you have all but 10 pieces, and you can still tell with 100% confidence that it's a fucking volcano.
Right.
But if someone else comes along and tells you that it's, that's a picture of a fish, they're out of their goddamn minds.
I think that sorry, man.
I see people who come along and they'll see a couple of it's the God of the gaps. There's a couple missing pieces, and they're like, oh, just because you don't know this one thing or that one little thing, then your entire theory falls apart. It's like, no, we have a very, very, very good theory, and every single one of these puzzle pieces fits together perfectly, and we have a good overall image. There's just a few little things that we're touching up on and that we're fixing.
Exactly, and it's
I think one of the
a landscape of a puzzle, right? And you're missing, say, 10 pieces, you can still look at the puzzle and go, well, that's a picture of a waterfall, right? Yeah. Even if you're missing 10 pieces.
Creationists like to think, they like to put the narrative out there's more missing pieces than there actually are. And the missing pieces, it's not like this big chunks, right? We're dealing on a very small scale of missing pieces, right? As Thomas pointed out, we see the bigger picture, but there are, as you zoom in more, smaller pixels, I guess, or smaller pieces that we're working on, but the overall picture is there.
Yeah.
It's like when you play Wheel of Fortune and you have one letter missing.
Sorry, Sokka.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you had said though was that is there any religion out there that would harmonize with science? And I think that's that starts off with kind of an unfair assumption, because one of the things that I think that we forget or we take for granted, though, is that the entire process of scientific inquiry is based off of certain assumptions, like methodological naturalism to begin with. So to ask something to harmonize with science, but you're starting off already with the assumption that you're ruling out all non-natural explanations. You're already essentially ruling out the need for a God to begin with before you can even kind of engage in that conversation.
Well, I mean, isn't the burden of proof on the person who's making the God claim in the first place, though?
No, I absolutely
that's a whole
agree.
new
I absolutely agree.
We'll be here for 3 weeks.
That's how science works.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. But so if you really want to go that route, um, how would you go about, what would your burden of proof be to demonstrate that methodological naturalism is the best way to explain how we observe reality without
Because it
any type of
works.
fallacious?
Because it
Okay.
works every single time. Every single time that we test it, we put, man on the moon, and we land, rovers on comets, and or send rovers to Mars and land rovers on comets, or probes on comets. Sorry. Um, and every single area that we're able to test it in, whether it's neuroscience and trying to figure out exactly how the brain works. And, I just did a video on near-death experiences, and, all of the different ways that we're able to recreate these experiences that people have, whether it's through, a centrifuge that causes, hypoxia, lowered oxygen levels in the brain, or whether it's drugs like ketamine, or, we can test every single one of these claims about, is the mind separate from the body, or is, the mind a concept of the brain? And, what we would expect to find under naturalism is that the mind is a construct of the brain. And we can test that. We can say which areas of the brain are responsible for particular functions. And if you damage those regions of the brain, or if you impair those regions of the brain, we'll see those functions diminished, or, completely handicapped. And so these types of tests, we can perform again and again and again, and we can replicate them, and we can alter them, and still get results that are consistent with a naturalistic worldview. You don't get that with religion. You don't get that with spiritual perspective. Instead, you have these blind claims. Like I'm not sure if you're familiar with blind sight, but essentially, if there's a specific region of your brain that when you look at an object, it consciously takes it in and processes it, and and creates an image. And then there's another part that I was just reading a book by V.S. Ramachandran on this, where he had a patient where they had a stroke, and they were blind in their right eye. The right side of their vision wasn't working, but they were still able to, by covering their left eye, they would shine a light in a particular area, and the person was able to point to it and touch this light every single time. And instantly you have parapsychologists and religious people and all these others who are like, oh man, we're able to see outside of our we have consciousness outside of the brain, and ESP is a thing, and all this stuff. But it turns out that you have an alternate area of your brain that is able to, that's still taking in some of this information and processing it without creating a visual image that you're consciously aware of. You're not seeing consciously, but the structures are still in place. And so it's called blind sight, and I'm probably butchering it. So normally when I make videos, I'm a little bit more
No, you're doing pretty
articulate than this. But that just kind of gives you an example of how science is not speculation. It's we make the hypothesis, yes, but then we test it, and if the testing fails, then we ditch the hypothesis. And religion does the opposite. It starts with the assumption, and any testing that goes against the assumption, you throw out the test. And that's why I don't think that there is any religion that is compatible with science. Yeah, there are people who they feel connected or spiritual or something, but when they do science, are they putting their science above their religion? Or are they, the people who put their religion above their science, then it's like, okay, it's not compatible. It's just a matter of which one wins out.
So, with just towards that, I just want to just clarify what I was saying, in the sense that I agree with what you're saying, absolutely. That the point where I'd say where science does make assumptions is things like, for example, that there's natural causes for things that we observe in the world. That there's these natural forces that are acting in such a way that are purely characteristics of maybe the reality that we live in. That there's no supernatural causation at all. That we just wrap this all up to natural causation. That's it. And so there's no need to make any type of pleas towards supernatural causation for anything. And within the realm, yeah, I mean, those are just like there's basic axioms of science.
I don't agree with that. and the reason I don't is because, you know, the largest study of near-death experiments or experiences that has ever been conducted was
no,
2000.
I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm just talking about the idea that science itself resides on certain axiomatic beliefs of that system is really an uncontroversial point. Now, there are certain things that we do assume within when we do these fields of study within science. And one of those things that we have to start off with is a view of naturalism that doesn't make any type of plea to the
It didn't
supernatural at
start
all.
out there. It didn't start there. That's where we've ended up after thousands of years of scientific progress. That's not where it started. You know, it started, like we were saying earlier, where everyone thought that epilepsy was demons, and that, you know, that our health was based off of, you know, you know, we have, you know, these four different basic fluids inside of us, you know, your bile and your blood, and if you're out of sync, then that's what causes you to get sick. And
Or witches.
you know, and
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah,
and ideas like that have gone to the wayside, you know, over years and years of testing. You know, we used to think that gods pushed the planets around, but it's because every single time that we've tested it, it's failed. You know, and the study I was mentioning with near-death experiences, they literally were testing for the supernatural. There was this assumption that, you know, well, if out-of-body experiences are real, we should be able to test it. And, you know, and they didn't approach it from a, you know, oh, there's no such thing as the supernatural. It was, hey, maybe there is. And so we can place cards and images, you know, above the, you know, just out of sight of the doctors and the patients on ledges where if they float above their body, they can see them. And we've had at least five different studies that have done this same test, and they've never seen the cards. So I don't think that science, I don't think that science is always, you know, dogmatically naturalistic, because you always have people who are, you know, you're going to have people who, you know, believe in the supernatural who are also scientists. A good example of this is Dr. Eben Alexander, who, you know, he's a medical doctor, and, you know, he believes in life after death, and has written on near-death experiences. I think his conclusions are very biased based off of his own near-death experience, and I think his conclusions are fallacious and not based in evidence. But it's because you have people like this that they push for these types of studies to try to prove the supernatural, and they always fall short. And that's why science.
yeah. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that they could. But I mean, to the question of like why you can still have scientists out there that are still religious would be that there's certain questions out there that are just that are unscientific in nature. Like you can't use science to, you know, validate supernatural claims.
I've read a number of times that the more intelligent someone is, the more effective they are at talking themselves into things that don't seem to be very intelligent. Like, I was a ghost hunter for 4 years as an atheist, and I, you know, part of that was a bias of, you know, I wanted to hope that maybe I could see people I'd lost somehow. And I used to think, well, we don't know anything much about the brain, and maybe there's something to do with, you know, electrical activity that looks like a quote spirit and things like that. And then, you know, we tested it. I went with a group for 4 years and never found a damn thing. And we had some pretty decent equipment and things that you would expect to find something. And there was always an alternative explanation that made more sense. And after a while, I just kind of had to go, yeah, you know what? I think I'm talking myself into this because it's something that I want to be true, and I need to give up the bullshit.
Well, and the James Randi Foundation, you know, for over 50 years, and it's not the only one. There's at least 5 other prizes that I'm aware of that if you can prove that you have some type of supernatural power, and this is stuff you can test. You know, you can have someone who says, oh yeah, I'm a psychic, and you cover up, you know, cards, you know, 20 different cards, and they should be able to guess which one is which. Or, you know, if it's not just a parlor trick. Prayer studies are another great example of testing the supernatural. If people are prayed for and it's a double-blind study, you should be able to determine, you know, does prayer work or not? You know, and you could test this with different gods that you pray to determine which god is the right one, even.
Yep.
That's what Dr. Coyne said at the convention. He said that this list of 20 things what, 18 of them were testable claims.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, they have tried to test
Yeah,
these
oh, yeah,
things.
no,
I mean, you guys remember
yeah, and
the
I-
Stanford experiments, right? And obviously, they
Not the prison one.
no,
Yeah.
obviously, the ones that they succeeded was the ones that James Randi had sent was it Banachek and Steve Banachek and the other guy on Project Alpha, I believe it was called, and they were just two magicians that went to Stanford that deceived these guys. These deceived the scientists, and they were
Oh,
only
yeah,
given,
yeah,
they
yeah.
were given like one mandate. If they ever ask if you're cheating, you tell them yes. They were never asked. And for 3 years, Time Magazine said, psychic ability being confirmed. Stanford scientists find evidence of psychic ability. Psychics are real. And then 2 or 3 years later, they came out and like, no, this was all tricks. This is how we did this. This is how we did this. No one ever asked us if we were faking.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, the travesty of that study is a lot of people didn't believe them even after they said that it was all a hoax.
Right. That's true. You're right. Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had documentation of the entire project, from start to finish, how they organized it. So yeah, there's a lot of people that really want to believe. I was in the same boat as Heretic years and years ago. I mean, not full occultism by any means, but I mean, I definitely thought a lot more of a possibility of ghosts and things like that. Which shit happens, right? But it doesn't. Like even last night, I had a lucid dream last night, and it's like one thing I do find it weird, right? That I love for somebody to explain. Why is it light switches?
Was it about me?
This one was not about you, Socket. No. It wasn't about Mr. Intelligence
Sorry.
either. But why is it light sockets never freaking work in lucid dreams? What is up with that? There's got to be an objective fact for that. There's got to be some god that made that happen to say.
I don't think I've ever had.
I don't know
I
why.
don't
No,
think
it's
I've
true.
ever had a lucid dream.
They don't work. It's for most people. Light switches don't work in lucid dreams. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Explain
I don't
this to
think
me.
I've
So
ever
is
had
that
one.
is that like the totem in Inception, where he has the top that never falls over, where you can tell
It's
you're in
light
a dream
switches.
because
Yeah,
the
it's
light
called, it's
switch
called a reality
doesn't
check.
turn on?
Yeah, no, seriously. It is a reality check. One of the things you can do is go flip on a light switch. If it doesn't work, you may be lucid dreaming. Now, it's not a surefire method, obviously, but because you may not be lucid dreaming, it could be reality, or your light switch actually broken. But yeah, I don't think I've ever had a light switch work, and it bugs me because I'm like, I want to get out of this lucid dream. I'm kind of like being bothered by it, and I'm turning on light switches, going fuck.
Wait, so you don't. You see, whenever I have a lucid dream, I want to stay in it as long as I can.
I usually do, but there's sometimes it gets a little overbearing. A little bit
Yeah,
much.
when like Freddy Krueger starts running towards you with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do you
See,
I
fly?
start seeing my
like,
ex-girlfriends,
I don't- I don't think I've ever had a lucid dream.
Really? Oh, I have them all
Yeah.
the freaking time.
No, I can't. And 99% of the time, I don't remember my dreams at all.
Oh, I have very,
And if
very
I-
lucid dreams.
Yeah,
I
like
had
my
a-
dreams are very, very realistic, but like 5 minutes, I'll wake up and I'll be like, wow, that was weird. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, what the hell was that again? I won't remember
I actually
any of
asked
it.
PZ Myers about lucid dreams a while back, and
Yeah.
I wanted to get his more biological explanation for him. And he's had them. He finds them to be not very interesting. I think they're fascinating, but I mean, what is the biology?
actually-
what's the biological reason why we have lucid dreams? I mean, what was there selection for it? Why does evolution have that in it? What benefit does it give us to have lucid dreams?
Well, it's very likely a secondary effect. It's probably
yeah.
not
Right,
a
I agree with
primary
you.
effect.
Right, I agree with you too. But it's a what do they call it? Emergence of something else, right?
An emergent property?
Yeah, an emergence property.
There's actually things that you can do in order to have lucid dreams more frequently. Like I think like keeping a dream diary, having a very like strict regulated sleep cycle. There's some other stuff you can do to increase your chance of having one.
Oh, I use binaural beats. Ever do the binaural beat thing?
What is it?
Binaural.
I don't even know what that is.
Binaural beats is basically where you have one frequency in one ear, and then you have a slightly off frequency in the other ear. So let's say I'm at a couple hundred hertz on one ear. I'll be 5 hertz higher in the next ear, and it'll produce a beat sound between them. It's called a frequency beat, and you'll hear a third tone. And at very low frequencies for me, there's delta, there's alpha, but the delta, which could get down to as low as like half a hertz or so, I find that the 1 or 2 hertz level, very low volume, I'll put earplugs in. I won't always have a lucid dream, but I'll almost always have a vivid dream at least. This is not as good as a lucid, but last night I slept with the earplugs in at a 2 hertz level. I had a lucid dream. But most other nights I'll just have like a vivid dream. But yeah, it definitely puts you in a deeper sleep if you try it. Go type in binaural beat on YouTube. Again, I like the very, very low frequency ones, a couple hertz, but they can go as high as 400 some odd hertz. And then just put them on low level, put some earplugs in, put yourself in a dark room, and yeah, see what happens.
Huh. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenon that takes place in the brain, that your brain produces a third sound between two dissimilar frequencies.
See, I've always wanted to play around with lucid dreams, but I never have them frequently enough. And I used to program, and whenever I was trying to solve a programming problem, if I slept on it, sometimes I'd wake up with the solution. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to mess around with ideas, in a lucid dream.
It's cool. Yeah, no, I've probably half a dozen times sat in a chair and induced a lucid state. Right? They used to call it transcendental meditation.
Right.
You could feel yourself slipping into it. You actually feel yourself falling into this mental state. And once you're in it, it's like, boom, new reality. And you have to be very, very careful because, it's not dangerous or anything, but if you want to stay in it, you can't get too excited. Like somebody said in the live chat, whenever I have a lucid dream, it's always about sex. See, most people, when you have a lucid dream and you start doing something sexual, you'll wake up because your body's producing adrenaline and other hormones, and so you're not in that meditative state anymore, right? Which sucks because it's a catch-22. We all like to have sex and lucid dreams, right? But so you got to like maintain this calm level. And you do reality checks to make sure you're in it. Like if you jump up and you stay floating in the air, you're in a lucid dream, right? But then you go to different landscapes. You can go to different planets. It's amazing. But I recognize that it's all in my head, right? I don't think there's any external existential value to it. I don't think there's any mind-brain duality. I don't believe in dualism. It's possible, but I don't particularly believe in it. But give it a shot. You can deduce these states, Heretic. Yeah.
Gotta look into that. Yeah, because
have you ever?
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Olaf Blanc?
Did he do near-death experiments?
Well, he did, but he also did additional research in out-of-body experiences, where he would take. He'd take someone and he'd make them wear these goggles, reality headsets that had there was a camera that was looking at their back, and so the camera is like looking at their back, and then someone is touching them in specific areas, and it would make them feel like they're outside of it, looking at themselves getting touched by this hand. It was like the weirdest thing ever.
There's another one too. I think it's called sensory transference or some weird thing. And what they'll do is you'll take your hand and you'll put your hand on a table, and they put a petition, and they put a fake hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll smash
the rubber hand.
Yeah, the rubber hand. They'll smash the fake hand, and you withdraw your hand, right?
And you feel it.
You feel it. Yeah. So I mean, I think these things can be induced, no question. Yeah, I think that we do have sensory input, and that our brains process things very, very, in ways I don't think we even begin to imagine how the brain works. It is the most complicated thing on the planet.
A lot of the things that you feel and experience in your extremities, like in your fingertips or your toes or any part of your body, you're taking in input that is not just a lot of people think that we just have 5 senses. But we also, you have, taste and touch and whatnot, but you also have, a sense of proprioception. Like where are you located right now? You can close your eyes and you can touch your 2 fingers together. That's a sense of spatial awareness. And if you lose that sense, you're not even able to sit up properly. And, and there have been, stroke victims or patients who have lost their sense of proprioception. You have a sense of pressure. You have a sense of heat. You have a sense of time passing. So we have a lot of senses that we don't fully appreciate, that we're don't think about until they're gone. But one of the things we take in is this sense of self, of location. So you look at your hand, and your body is getting just by having visual input, it's seeing oh, I have this external limb, but you're also getting a sensation from when you touch something. Your pressure, the pressure sensors in your fingertips are telling your brain that you're touching something. But you can have a mismatch where you have a phantom limb, so your arm is cut off, and your brain is still getting sensations because the neural network is still there, and so you're getting an itch in your phantom limb.
Right, exactly.
And sometimes it'll cause people to go crazy. And if let's say that your limb is paralyzed right before it's amputated, then you can have a paralyzed phantom, and you have pain in it, but you can't move it around and you can't scratch it.
Yeah, I've had
And
tactile sensation in a lucid dream. I've actually had it where I can look at I could raise my hands up, even though they're not literally raised, they're laying flat. But I imagine them up. They're translucent. I can move them around in 3D space. I can touch them together, and they feel like they're touching each other. It's completely fully immersive. It's completely tactile.
Yeah. Well, I had a while back. I fell asleep on one of my arms. And
God,
I fell asleep on both arms. It was the weirdest sleeping position I've ever. I don't know. I was a kid, and all of the blood, like both of my arms, fell completely asleep to the point where I couldn't move them.
Was it rubber? Because I've had that happen where my arm was I slept on it so wrong that it was completely like rubber. It was not movable. It was just dead. I thought it was gone.
Mine was worse than that because I was on top of it, and so it wasn't just kind of like I move it around, it's kind of flopping to the sides. Sometimes it gets kind of, you can't move it, but it kind of flops a little bit, and you'll bang into furniture and stuff. This was like, I couldn't even get my arms out from under me. I had to roll over just to get one arm to flop to the side like a dead fish.
Yeah. It's scary, isn't it, though?
But it was painful because, you have this tingling sensation of, the blood has left your arm, and, your arm is asleep. But then at the same time, my sense of proprioception was completely off because I wasn't getting any tactile feedback from my limb. And so I felt like my arm was to the left and it was to the right. And it took probably about 10 or 15 seconds of me kind of wiggling this arm around and getting a little bit of blood flow back before the two lined up, before it matched. And I would flop the arm from right to left as I'm moving it with my brain from left to right, and they're overlapping. They're not lining up. Weirdest experience I've ever had.
It is a strange sensation. But I'm sure.
It shows you just how much of our senses are, it's entirely, our reality is 100% a construct of the mind. I'm not saying that there's not a physical reality. The brain itself is physical, but everything that we're taking in, is all of these senses coming together.
I've always said that most, things like colors don't exist. They only exist in the mind.
Yeah. Well, to some extent, there's been some research on, the whole question of, do I see the same blue that you see?
No.
Yeah.
And, some people obviously are colorblind, and you can test, what colors they can and can't see with colorblind tests.
Blue is a qualia.
Most evolutionary biologists, just because, humanity is fairly similar in that regard, genetically similar when it comes to things like our visual capacity. The consensus right now is that you're probably seeing something very similar to what I see.
Yeah, but we all have different dynamic range. We all have different amount of cones. We all have different processing. We cannot say that we see things exactly the same hues. Matter of fact, there might be some differentiation between women and men even.
That's where it gets fun.
Yeah.
There was a particular kind of isolated tribe. I forget where they were, but they were able to see far more greens than we are. So they could pick out, on a spectrum of greens that two people in the States might look at and say, "Hey, these look completely identical." But then this particular group of people, this indigenous tribe, was able to tell far more shades of green than us, but only for green. And so that's kind of one of the experiments that makes us think that, at least within our, Western societies, we probably, see the same shades of green. when you suddenly have an outsider group that's
True. Yeah.
able to see more
a
shades, but some
qualia.
people are able to see a little bit further on one end of the spectrum of the other.
Yeah, but it's still a quality, and it still exists only in the mind. I mean, if nobody was around in the universe, there would be no color to anything. Color is something that our brain produces as a response to interacting with a photon. It's completely in our head.
Yeah.
Well, you're describing two different concepts of existence. Something can exist as a physical thing or as a concept. And sometimes they can exist at the same time. So you really need to be very specific as to what you're talking about when you see something exists.
Yeah, well, color exists. Yeah, well, color exists as a concept. It doesn't exist
Clearly.
as an object. Yeah, of course.
And
Well,
we,
and
of
there's a
course,
wavelength.
yeah, and we know that there are wavelengths that are specifically correlated to these different colors.
But that's a different thing. The color itself, the qualia we are experiencing, that's what's in our head. Sure, we can differentiate between two different frequencies and say, okay, well, this is blue, this is red, basically on it's the angstroms, but that's not what we're seeing. The qualia that we're seeing, that's processing it in the brain.
Well, but a lot of the engineering framework is identical from person to person. Rods and cones. But then as far as
similar, sure.
How the neural network, how the pathways are mapped out, may be different from me to you. Even memory. Every single time that we remember something, we're reshaping our brains. And that's something that a lot of times for decades, scientists thought that the brain was plastic, and that it was static, that it never changed, and that everything if we lose neurons, you don't get them back. But really in the last few decades, we've discovered that neurogenesis is ongoing, and we're gaining and losing neurons all the time, and your brain is
remolding itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But some regions though are very tailor-made for a specific function, and it's very, very hard to remap that onto other regions, and so that's why sometimes you might have permanent brain damage.
Off topic real quick, but I just got a notification. People might want to know this. Dr. Rana, Fazil Rana, this Monday had just posted. Well, he's posted something that this Monday he's going to have question of the week at a special time, 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern. This week's topic: what impact does the discovery of the 300,000-year-old Homo sapiens remains have on the RTP reasons to believe human origins model? That should be interesting. I might join that. So if you got Fuzz Ron on your Facebook, go to his page and check that out. If you guys are interested, I think that's going to be a kind of cool that we might ask Rana some stuff. He's a really nice guy. So
I had horrible lag during that, but I'm assuming that there's something we're supposed to go check out.
Yeah, just Dr. Rana's page. He has questions of the week, and this week is going to be what was the impact of the discovery of the 300,000-year-old Homo sapiens remain, and how does it affect the reasons to believe human origins model, which I find questionable, their model, a lot. They get like 99% of the way there. They'll accept a lot of things, but then all of a sudden that 1%, they have to instill the ensoulment feature, so humans to them did have a beginning, rather in evolution where, of course, humans have no beginning. It was a gradient process, right? So...
Yeah.
But anyways,
and that
so who had the first soul and who doesn't get to see Grandpa in the afterlife?
Yeah, I don't know how that's supposed to work either. That's one of my unanswerable questions. How does everybody see each other in the afterlife? Would people die at different ages? We're all big one big family. I mean,
and the Mormon one is what gets me, because everybody is sealed to everybody else, and it's like, well, you're going to be with your eternal family. Well, what does that mean? Am I with everyone that I have any relation
I was Mormon,
to,
I'd ask the same question. I couldn't really. Like my high school sweetheart that ruined my life after she left me and just crushed my soul forever. She got divorced from the guy that she left me for. They've been married, I don't know, 30 years, whatever the hell it was, and he turned out to be a narcissistic dick, like I knew he was, and whatever. She didn't listen to me. But long story short, she was sealed to him.
Karma's a bitch.
Yeah,
Karma's a bitch. Yeah, her life was miserable the last 30 years. But anyways, but she was sealed to him, and now he's remarried.
Yes.
Well, so all of a sudden,
so they both get to be with him in the afterlife.
No, I think once you get the sealment gets
No, they have to actually. There has to be Well, that doesn't happen very often.
Why would she want to be with him in the afterlife if she was like he was
she doesn't, but see, the woman, I've read a lot about this, and the women, they can petition to be unsealed, but that rarely ever happens. They don't like to do that. A man has more of a chance to get unsealed from a previous spouse, but that doesn't happen very often either.
I guess he did that because he got remarried pretty quickly.
Doesn't matter. You can get remarried and still be sealed because they practice spiritual polygamy, even though they disavow.
Well, no, I think that he did petition to get him sealed, but I don't remember. But anyways, I'll ask her. I talk to her still.
Yeah.
I still talk to her.
If he did, then yes. But if he didn't, like, so in the instance of a death, like, let's say, a wife passes away and a guy remarries, he gets all of them. Like, if he has a bad run of luck and he loses 2 or 3 wives or gets divorced at one point or whatever, as long as there's no sealing cancellation, he gets all of them in the afterlife.
See, I'm under the impression that, if there is an afterlife, we're all going to get up there and God's going to be like, you know what, all you motherfuckers were wrong. So that's how I'm looking at it. If there's a God, I guarantee it, all you motherfuckers are wrong. It doesn't matter what you believe, you're automatically wrong. So he's just laughing and going,
I always like, there's a meme, and there's various versions of it, but the one I like the best is it's, the pearly gates, and there's a Catholic and a Jew and a Muslim, and at the podium that's supposed to be God is the flying spaghetti monster, and they're all like, oh, fuck.
Oh, wouldn't that be the shit, right? A couple people have saying that, by the way, this is like the 6th person who said this, that true empiricism's videos are gone.
They are gone, baby. I made a video about it the other day and did not upload it.
I just went to his channel. This channel has no videos.
Yeah.
What the fuck's going on with that? I hate to change topics, but we
do that
a lot.
Sam
So hang
the
on.
day after. Hold on. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, I was talking to Sam the day after, like the morning after he went on his little rant about us in general. And I was looking at because I was going to do a review of what he was actually saying, and they're like everything, dude.
Yeah, they're gone.
Even the videos of me, all of them are gone, and so he just wiped the slate clean.
Well, actually,
so he must have been pretty pissed.
Hey, Lamed student has it right. He says, "True empiricism only removed the videos where he had said something wrong. All the other ones are still up." This channel has no videos.
Awesome.
That's fucking
good.
funny. That is good. I love that. I'm gonna use that. I'm stealing that for a video.
I will say sometimes that's just the first step, and there's a certain amount of shame that they want to avoid, but maybe he'll come around.
I want to have. I'm trying to make. I got a great idea for a video that I'm sussing out. I've got Tal Steady Alpha on board. I got Apologia on board, and I got Pew Review. Maybe Thomas can help too. It's not so much like even the technical stuff. It's just the research. I'll go with you later on it, Thomas. But I mean, I need to make a video for my channel because I haven't put a video out in a while on my own, and I really had a really good idea. And I'll kind of run it by you afterwards. But by the way,
yeah, shoot me some info. But depending on when you're wanting to do this, I'm dead in the middle of 2 other collabs at the moment.
Yeah. By the way, congrats on your channel. You've gotten like 2,000 subs since like the last couple months. Like a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you were like 22, and then you were on. I brought you in a few times. I know I got you like 500 subs. I know I did. But yeah, you're pushing like 25,000 and shit. Holy cow!
I'm hoping it'll go up because I was just on Cognitive Dissonance this week, the podcast.
Yeah.
And I'm doing an interview with a guy named Tom the Atheist probably today, and then I'm hoping to get
Tom
on.
Leeds.
Tom Leeds. I'm hoping to get on a couple of other large podcasts here pretty soon, but I don't want to announce anything prematurely.
Well, King Crocoduck's having a video that comes out soon. He's actually putting a shout out to my channel in the Great Debate. I should have mentioned your channel to him. Maybe I'll pop over to his Twitter thing in a little while and ask him if he knows about your channel. He has about 60,000 he's pushing now. But
wow.
Yeah. But I believe that everybody kind of like. If everybody kind of mentions every other channel, so if I know you used to do shout outs, so if you ever do a shout out to my channel, I'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't, anybody who has not gone over to Holy Koolaid's channel, check it out, man. I mean, good stuff. high production value.
Yes.
He has good argumentation skills. He's not afraid to get down in the muck and actually carry on a conversation. Because the one thing we hate is chicken shits, right? People that just assert shit that won't actually try to even back anything up. I cannot stand that, right? From any side.
I don't normally, God, I hate just drama channels. You always have those YouTube channels that is just, he said this, and then this person got all pissed off, and it's just one person relating.
Well, that's like
airing laundry.
That's Jacqueline Glenn like, nowadays. That's kind of stuff.
The internet isn't where you go to air laundry.
Exactly.
And so I try to
unless you have a lover over in Britain that you can't get out of your mind.
Yeah, well, my channel's a little bit of both. I have an eclectic base that I gotta appeal to, so I gotta do a little bit of both. But stuff like this, these are pre-programmed on Sunday. We try to actually make it topical, and then But I mean, occasionally things that do come up, like this channel has no videos on true empiricism. I'm finding interesting. I don't know why, right? I'm curious.
Huh.
So we do we do have to talk about other people every so often. I mean, it's part of the community thing. But
well,
see, like True Empiricism would never come in here to stand his views. He will never come in.
If someone brings something up or is promoting bad ideas or something, I'm probably gonna mention it. But I like to tackle the bigger issues and try to move society as a whole forward rather than just get caught in the muck.
What drives me batty is, like, I love debating, and I debate, like, on Facebook all the time, but I would love to do it, on my show. And I've tried several times to get theists of various stripes to come on, and half the time they'll agree, and then after a while they'll be like, oh, no. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Eric Jewell.
Yes.
Will
Blitzen? Oh, God. Don't bother. Don't bother.
I know. Well, I didn't know.
Eric Blitzen's Jewell. He was one of my distractors years ago that was one of the biggest dumbasses I've ever ran across.
He's nuts. Oh, yeah. Well, I found out what his game was, right? Because I'm in a Facebook group where I don't think he's in it anymore, but he was going around saying, atheists are too chicken to take my challenge, blah, blah, blah. And I just like, hey, I have a show. I'll debate you. And he's like, okay, right now, here's the link. I'm like, no. That's not how this shit works, buddy. I'm like, A, I'm going to bed in 5 minutes. And B, we'll pick a topic and sit down and decide what we're going to discuss. And he's like, no, right now, or you're chicken. You're just chicken like all of them because you won't go right now. And I'm like, fuck this. So I did. Like,
would he come into like a Google Hangout?
He's been in my Hangouts before.
Yes. But I publicly challenged him in that group, saying, because he was like, oh, well, if you won't do it right now, you're chicken. I'm like, fuck you. So I put this challenge up, and I'm like, I challenge Eric Jewell to a debate at a date and time of my choosing. And he accepted. He's like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. And then, so I went on his channel and saw what his shtick was, which was basically bum rushing people that have no idea what he's talking about and trying to sound all scientific with a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, well, okay, I'm not going to debate evolution with you because you don't debate it. You just steamroll people, so fuck that.
I normally have no idea what creationists are talking about because they don't know what they're talking about.
No, exactly.
All he is he's a Gish galloper and shotgunner. That's all he does.
Yeah, exactly. So I said, we picked a day. It was supposed to be like the week after Christmas, and I had a friend of mine who agreed to be a moderator, and because the other thing was he just steamrolls over people. So I'm like, there's no way I'm debating this guy without a moderator. So we set everything up, and he said, pick a topic, and I'll let we'll figure out the time. I was like, okay, so I picked the topic of the concept of evidence because I don't think he knows what it is. And so, we tried to negotiate in private messages, and as soon as he saw what I picked for a topic, he flipped. He's like, why can't we debate evolution? I'm like, because that's so passe. Everybody
doesn't know
that.
anything about evolution, I assure you.
Well, he doesn't, but I was like, hey, let's do something different, and so he
sounds like a
basically
Ronnie.
He's a Piltdown,
after
Nebraska man. Oh, look at Lucy,
yeah,
not real.
yeah. So
Typical
after
frat
about
creationist bullshit. He's just
after
absurd.
about 3 days of arguing, because my friend who was going to moderate was in the private chat and everything, and he's like, oh, you're colluding and you're just against me and blah blah blah, and he just rage quit and he refused to do it. And then he's like, well, I never said you could pick the topic. And I'm like, screenshot. And he's like, that's not what I meant. And, but then
I have some old videos. Real quick. I have some old videos. I have to go way back when hundreds and hundreds of videos I got. But he had like a 1 minute thing. He said he could debunk evolution in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the dumbest fucking thing. You're stunned at the level of stupidity.
I bet.
You know what Piltdown man reminds me of?
Who?
So you know how the whole Piltdown man hoax? They're like, oh, because there was one fake fossil, then the entire field of evolution must be a hoax.
Yeah,
that's like saying that because they there's some company in China that makes fake Samsung Galaxy phones, then the entire company Galaxy must be a hoax. The entire Samsung company must not be real.
Well, one of the things that.
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say for my 100th show, I had been this is the Facebook group I'm in. I call it the crazy group. There's all kinds of weird ass people in there. But this guy, he was a Nigerian preacher, like a lay preacher, and he was going on about, I can prove that God is real, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, come on my show and we'll prove that God is real. Oh well, I don't know if I'm gonna have a good enough connection, and which probably is true in Nigeria, right? But I'm like, but look. John 14:14 says, ask anything in my name and I will make it happen, says Jesus, right? So pray to Jesus and you can commit to the show, because obviously Jesus is going to make it happen and you can prove that God is real. And so he said, oh, well, I don't know. And he goes on his own webpage. It's like asking all his friends to pray for him that he can do the show. And I'm like, come on, like, don't you just pray to God yourself?
I'm in the same Facebook groups as she is, and some of these Nigerian people are the scariest people.
Oh my God. They are. But so this guy, I had him like for 2 days and he's like, okay, yeah, I'll do your show. Well, and as Steve remembers, because I ran around the day before going, yeah, this fucker's not going to show up, and getting a bunch of other podcasters to come on and do like a proper 100th show. But yeah, he totally bailed. And then the next day he was like, oh, he didn't say anything until the next day. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, but bad connection. Like, so you prove God isn't real then, right? And he's like, no, I didn't. I was like, well, did you not prove to Jesus to ask you to help you do the show? Well,
so he didn't have a good enough connection, but isn't it like some Nigerian pastor that has God's phone number?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I keep trying to get theists to come on and debate them, but they're all fucking chicken.
Well, you know what? Take on, Wayne will come on. Wayne Fillmore, he'll discuss things with you. I mean, he's good at it.
He's more reasonable though. Wayne's a bit more reasonable than some of the
Sure.
Yeah.
Say, I gotta run, guys.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Thomas, for dropping by. I'm not gonna keep this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
I appreciate you dropping by. I'd like to hear your experiences on that stuff. So.
Yeah.
Awesome,
well,
dude.
Thanks for having me on. Take care, guys.
Hi, buddy.
I expect to see you in my refrigerator later.
But yeah, like my bucket list is I really want to debate a Muslim, but they're even worse than Christians.
The only one that I know that's even was around was Farhan. Remember Farhan?
He's more, he's really reasonable. I mean, he has some views that are out there, but I mean, a lot of religious people do. But he is, he's not like the crazy ones that's leaving, fucking really, really odd comments underneath your videos. If you so much as question, what was written or how it's interpreted.
Yeah,
I've seen some of those comments like, "Ooh, shit."
Yeah. How would you handle the forms of deception in that conversation, though?
Rez Rhetoric is asking, what did I miss? Oh, well, we're just going to recap the entire fucking hangout for you, Reds.
I was actually listening to Red's video with Betty, with a coworker of mine. We were just finishing the job, and I was like, "Hey, you mind if we listen to a flat Earth debate?" He's, "Oh no, sure." And then he's just he's like, "Is she serious?" I'm like, "This bitch is serious. She's dumb. I'm sorry.
That was one of the top
Yeah.
5 dumbest debates of all time. Nothing. I mean, obviously, Reds didn't do anything wrong, but I mean,
It's
just listening to Betty,
perspective.
holy shit,
It's
that was just
perspective. It's
fucking
refraction.
stupid.
It was like spell refraction. Just it's you throwing that out there. It's not a fucking answer. Like she just threw it out there.
I like Schrodinger's lemur says, and Jesus said unto the masses, go forth and share my word, provided you can be certain of a good internet connection.
Yeah, you know, God has Verizon. I guess he needs to get Verizon.
Yeah.
So, Reds, in a nutshell, we were just talking about imaginal religion, heretics' experiences with it, holy Koolaids, and then we just recently found out that True Empiricism had deleted all his videos from his channel, and kind of wondering why. You know.
Actually, I'm going to screen share, show folks.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, he raged. Like, he legit raged and stopped one hangout. And Hannah said that she had triggered him by saying it was something that she said was mundane, because I was looking at the comments. And by the way, okay, so let me zoom in if you want. Let me present to everyone.
Yeah, I'll screen
So
share.
here's his video, or his channel rather. All right, it says 5 videos. I'm clicking on it. Boom, nothing.
Well, hey, no, wrong channel. First of all, that's his
Click
wrong
on,
channel.
click on.
Yep.
This is True Talk. This is.
We don't care about that one. He
But-
only had like 2 to begin with. Go to his actual main channel.
I'm going to go to True Empiricism. Nothing.
That's the one.
Videos.
All his channels.
Nothing. Both
this
channels are scrubbed.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah, which means he would have to upload
Well,
all his shit.
If the other one says it has 5 videos, then he's probably made them all private.
Let me go back.
Aren't you banned from his thing?
I might be. Oh yeah, I think I am on that account. I got like 5 accounts, so whatever.
Well, I mean, what'd you do? Send him an instant message?
Yeah, send him a message.
Well, I mean, he tends to leave the
check
internet
it.
every 5 months or so, but.
Oh, it might be hibernation time. That's right. It might be.
The link to join Reds is in the Great Debate community.
Oh yeah, no, he scrubbed this. Yeah, because you're right. Because it doesn't show it doesn't show videos here at all. So
Yeah,
the
he
other
scrubbed
ones,
it.
Oh man.
Yeah, he scrubbed it. I will.
So-
Let me see if I can. There we go. I got Red's direct link here in a second. There you go, my friend, my buddy. Is this right? Well, you know what? Try
That's
that link
crazy.
there.
I keep all my videos up, and I do that because if I criticize him for deleting and hiding shit that makes him look stupid, I can't then go back and go, oh, well, I said this like back in 2011. It was about the Bible, and I was absolutely and utterly fucking wrong.
We have copies of his videos.
Yeah, oh yeah, because we've made mention of the archive. I'm pretty sure he knows by now that we keep an archive of his shit.
Oh, yeah,
I'm pretty
sure.
sure he knows.
Yeah, True
But if he
Empiricism
doesn't, we have that, and we have the dossier. I forgot about that.
Yep. But
Because,
I mean, what would be the
chronicling
purpose to
shit.
scrub your channel? I mean, it's just. I know Hannah triggered him, and I know he got triggered hard, and he was proven to be an idiot because J.D. Kane was right, and I don't know how in the world he fucking thought J.D. Kane was wrong on this, because this is a very prevalent thing in the Bible that if you rape a woman in the Bible, it was a crime against the father or the husband, right?
Not the woman.
Not the woman. The woman's property. It's chattel.
Yep.
I didn't know that was any contentious thing. I've never heard of an argument that wasn't the case, even among theists. So for him to say that JD was wrong on that kind of surprised me.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who True Empiricism was. I'm kind of out of a loop on that, but.
So, do you remember back in the days of the League of Reason? Were you ever part of that?
No. I'm kind of late to the YouTube party, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, okay. So just to give you an idea, you know the basics about computers, computer languages, by any chance?
Somewhat.
If I told you something's a binary, what would you think
Yes.
that meant?
Okay. Yeah, I get that's the 1 to 0. Yeah.
Okay, then that's it, right?
Yeah, you know more than
Yeah.
Trump already.
Okay, so this guy got in a debate on the League of Reason with Arn Raw and said that
Oh, no.
DNA is a 4-digit binary code.
What? Oh.
It gets worse. It gets worse. Someone pointed out to him that he's fucking stupid, and that makes no goddamn sense. So then he went back and tried to change it, and then pretended like everyone was addressing something he had never said. The moderators then went back and reverted it back to its original form because he was being dishonest.
They undid the edit and then locked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So yeah,
Wow.
he's a duplicitous piece of shit. He got creamed in my debate with him. He got creamed in everything, and then he takes things and he just twists them so his 12 little sycophants that follow him go, oh, look at this, Ronnie. His name's Ronnie.
Steve, why are we giving him 12? Why are we giving him 12? Why are we
I
giving
think
him
he has 12 sycophants.
Okay.
Is it 12? I've counted.
Heretic, I have a question for you now.
Certainly.
I'm going to ask you this question. Promise me you won't laugh. I'm
Okay.
trying to phrase this in a certain
It's
way.
about women.
No, it's not. It's
about
something.
Canadians.
Okay, so I'm actually I did a little bit of reading into this, and I just am stumped on this question. So, Heretic, what is the circumference of the ratio of pi?
Oh shit, I don't know. I failed math and geometry, and I never took any of that stuff, so I have no fucking clue. I'm a history nerd. Nerd.
I'll give you the answer. There is no answer because the question doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, see, this is how
this is true.
Yeah.
Basically, this is true, pretending to be a mathematician, and he says things like the value of pi changes depending on what unit of measurement that you use.
Okay, that much I know is wrong.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
There's basically two ways to answer any math question.
pi.
Just say 42 or all the above, and you're safe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah,
you know, any are you feel fairly philosophically literate? I'm going to assume, right?
Are we talking about the inner solipsism of solipsism?
Yes. Oh, yes. We go on there. So, pretty sure you understand what solipsism
I think you guys are
is,
too
right?
hard on him for that. I think that's deep, actually.
I
deep.
think you have to listen to a debate between. It's not even a debate. It's a frantic screaming session between a mentally ill man in Chicago and a portly fellow with a silly mustache over across the fucking pond, and he is yelling. True, about solipsism, specifically the inner solipsism of solipsism, because he has somehow found a flaw in the man with the silly mustache's argument. But
But
the man with the silly mustache actually understands the topic.
He's telling Alan, well, you're a solipsist. And he's like, no, I'm not a solipsist. He's like, yes, you are. He's like, well, no, I'm not. It's like, he thinks that if you're an atheist, you have to be a solipsist. And it's like, really? Where's the connection here? I don't see the connection.
He's kind of known for this.
That's as bad as Gman's God argument, natural God argument. It's just as bad.
Oh, shit. I need to upload my video response to him on Abel Genesis, actually. Thank you for reminding me.
Whatever happened to G-Man's video that he was supposed to do several weeks ago, explaining to us exactly what happens when DNA gets put in water? Wasn't he supposed to do some video on this?
Oh no, not that.
He didn't have
I
want to see this video.
It would have been as bad as one of his raps, trust me.
We could actually have PZ Myers, who was in here just a little while ago for about an hour. He could review this video for G-Man. I'm sure he'd be happy to.
I've only seen a few minutes of G-Man here and there, and that's all I can stand. I'm just like,
G-Man can't even stand more than a few minutes of G-Man.
When you don't even watch your own videos without vomiting a little, it says something.
Yeah. Like, damn.
Well, he does a good job on his Black Hebrew Israelite stuff, but I mean, even then, I give him a compliment on that. He blocks me, so I'm like, "Fuck you, G-Man."
What?
Yeah, seriously, I give him a compliment saying, "You know what? You should do more of these videos. These are good. I enjoy watching these kind of videos." And he blocked me in the live feed.
I tried to give him. I tried to give him a little bit of advice. At first, started out with thanking him. I go, "Hey, listen, I'm thanking you, G-Man, that you're on the side of facts here with the shape of the earth being round, but do me a favor, stop debating it. Just stop. Just fucking stop. You're not doing
that. Oh my god.
Favors. You're making my job harder."
Reds, what
okay?
did you think?
Just stop.
What did you think when he used his little spinning 5-gallon jug of water thing as an experiment or example? Did you cringe or die a little bit inside?
Die a little bit inside would have been putting it lightly.
He thought that was a good experiment, though. He's like, look, I can demonstrate it. Oh, fuck.
What I did was I went to the tallest cliff, which in Florida is actually an overpass, and I was on the edge, and I was about to jump, and I was like, this world is just too messed up for me to fix. But a passerby said, hey, just think of the puppies.
Think of the
and
puppies.
Then I pulled myself back reluctantly. and I was like, okay, I'm not watching this
Hey,
shit anymore.
are you going to film the rocket launch tonight? They're going to have artificial clouds over the East Coast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, did you see the news on that? So the conditions are finally right. They're going to do an experiment, and tonight they're producing artificial clouds over most of the East Coast, and the rocket's going up. I don't know, whatever time tonight. So
Chemtrail. Sorry.
chemtrails. Yeah, there's actually strontium and boron or some other shit in there, but it's so high in the altitude it's not going to, But yeah.
Oh, did you know if you spray vinegar at that shit, it dissipates it?
Chemtrails?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
And
you
sage.
have to.
You have to like burn sage.
You have to have a one of those little spray mister bottles that you get at the dollar store, and then you just need to point it at the clouds and start spraying
vinegar.
Exactly.
Random patient asked, did anybody see that Red's video was used on InfoWars? I did. Yes. Yes.
And this just in, it turns out that if you eat food backwards, it cures cancer, and I base that on absolutely nothing.
You eat food backwards.
So what's the technique involved in is that like eating the crust of the pizza before the end? Is that it?
No. You just simply shove it up your ass.
Oh, like South Park. Okay.
Yeah, like
That's exactly.
Oh.
Well, that wouldn't work for the Clowncar posse because their heads are already up there. They're gonna, So
yeah, it's kind of a blocked passageway. So I guess they'll just have to starve. Exactly.
Oh shit.
We have more viewers now than we did earlier. What the hell?
Oh, no.
Well, you're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's you. Yeah, no, we started late. Usually my Sundays things are a little bit earlier, but this one was a little bit later in the day.
Yes, and also, if I can just add something to, or reply something in chat. Yes, I did see that my video was used on InfoWars. I'm not very happy about it. Please don't bring it up again, please. Dear God,
what?
Please.
Oh, no.
Well, it's not like they were
One
like...
of your videos was used on InfoWars?
For like, it's like a 5-second
I never wanted to be... I never wanted to be associated with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't like they were saying, "Oh, look, the Earth is flat," and let me show you why Red Rhetoric is wrong.
I understand that they were going for me. This is like having G-Man as a tag team partner. No, just no. Get him away from me. Okay, he was trying. It's kind of like him trying to fight for the round Earth. Okay, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but just stop. You're not helping me. If anything, it's when you try to help and you make things worse.
When you get your ass handed to you by flat earthers, you know that's not an area you really want to get into, right?
Yeah, I tell him to light a candle because he farted and he burns my goddamn house down.
Yeah, he did not do well against them, and they're right though, because it's so funny. Because G-Man's sitting there going, "Science, but science, you got to trust the science," and it's like, motherfucker, are you listening to yourself? Like seriously?
Yeah.
The atheist, you know what it was? The atheist experience was broadcasted at the same time.
And G-Man are just comedic fodder at this point.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I forgot atheist experience was on at the same time I was today. That's why I didn't have the bigger crowd like I usually get.
Okay.
So they're starting to come over now. Yeah. Fuck you people. You watch the atheist experience over this. Oh wow. Okay, whatever. Whatever. No, I see. Loyalty doesn't mean shit.
I'm far much more entertaining than that, am I not? No.
Yeah, we had you, we had Thomas, we had PZ. No. I mean, it was a pretty good little episode.
Yep.
I invited
Jen
don't
even know who the fuck I am.
Make it, or she didn't respond.
I've actually seen you a few times because I'm one of the viewers that watches Packard Sonic.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep. So I'm fairly familiar, even though you don't know me. So hi, I'm Red. I'm that ugly fuck from Florida.
Okay. I know another ugly fuck from Florida, so that's cool.
Oh, hey,
there we go.
Packard Sonic, if you're listening, when you put a post in the Great Debate community, you got to put a comment with it. You got to put some header in it, right? He's just throwing shit up there. You can't do that. Just FYI.
I think he's coming on Ranger's show tonight. I think so. I'll probably see him later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can join because for the first time in forever, I'm actually free today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm keeping this open. I was actually going to end it till I got your message.
Well, it's good because I actually need a distraction. I had to say goodbye to my sweetheart by dropping her off at the airport. So how do I get over it? I get over it by talking about stupid people.
G-Man.
Yeah, there you go.
G-Man came to visit you and left.
What's that? What's that? You want to repeat that to me? You want to repeat that to me?
Red, did you let the drugs wear off?
Unfortunately, I'm actually going to need to go back on that now that I think about it. In fact, be right back. 5 seconds. Hang on one second. Oh, that's some good stuff.
For those of you watching,
drugs make everything better. What? Drug?
I actually got done uploading my video response to Gman's abiogenesis videos. But I made a response to both of them, and I have both of them playing in my response. And,
I saw that you uploaded that. I didn't know what it was entailing. Yeah, what was it entailing though? You're giving a response to his abiogenesis video.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I use Screen Presso so you can see me listening, or you can hear me and see me listening to it. Yeah, because that's
Okay, this is G-Man's argument against abiogenesis because Christianity actually advocates abiogenesis because man from dust, rib, the whole 9 yards. That's abiogenesis, people.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask. What was his argument?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Do you really want to know?
I think I do.
Am I too sober for this?
I don't know. I feel like hating myself today.
It didn't happen. It's not science. That's his consent right there.
Okay,
there you
well,
go.
you know what works for me. That's brilliant. Awesome refutation.
He put rocks. He has a fancy mug, by the way, and he put water in it, tap water, and he put some rocks in it from outside. And
so he
knows that it took millions. Well, no, he knows he fully admits that it took millions of years, but then he kind of like just glosses over the fact that people told him, hey, there's already life in there. So he states in the second video that he I can't even say that let me say how to phrase it.
Don't say G-Man understands because that's
I can't. that would be very misleading because it doesn't.
Very misleading.
He has heard of chemical evolution, and he doesn't. I want to say doesn't believe in it, but I don't think that he understands what it really is. So since abiogenesis entails chemical evolution, and he doesn't agree with chemical evolution, therefore it never happened.
So and stellar nuclear synthesis doesn't happen either. So he's like doing the C. Brown thing. What do you think? Heavier elements came about by Z pinch of lightning.
And I'm sure that he got it peer reviewed. He got it peer reviewed by Antonio, right?
He can't spell peer review. Like it was funny when you got Dr. Brett, a fucking plasma physicist, on and told him about this shit, and he goes, "What?" Like,
he was wrong. And Dr. Brett's like, so wait a minute, you find this odd journal that's some third world country bullshit, whatever, that's not even saying what you think it's saying, and you're thinking that you're right, and he's just like, this guy's a fucking idiot. I'm like, yes, he is, man, he is a fucking idiot.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And it took how many seconds for the new guy to make that realization?
I sent Dr. Brett what C. Brown had said pretty quickly, and as soon as he read it, he's like, "Who the fuck is this dude?" He's like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "You want to come on and kind of explain this?" He's like, "Fuck yeah." He's like, "I'd love to." I mean, he's a legit plasma physicist.
I will give C. Brown some credit here. He is one of the first people to have bombarded the ever-living crap out of my comment section on G+ for one of my posts. That wasn't even about him, by the way, or about evolution, but he turned it that way. He's one of the first people to actually make me stop comments, like just disable comments, because I was tired of talking to the guy. After dealing with Betty the same weekend, C. Brown just pushed me over the edge. It's like, okay, I've had my fill of stupid. Okay, enough.
That's just why you can't respond very long to him. When I'm engaging with C. Brown, I write like 3 sentences and I'm done. You don't see me write these long shit. He doesn't read it. He doesn't understand it. Why bother?
Yeah, which is why I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother letting him comment back. I'm like, look, dude, you're obviously not getting what I'm saying here, so we're done here.
I mean, like I said, he's my nomination for Dumbfuck of the Year for reasons. Although there are a couple people that are coming close. I mean, there's a few other nominations. Betty's up there.
I can't nominate C. Brown. And here's why. And it was, I don't know if CRISPR's watching.
He's already been nominated.
CRISPR and I had.
But you have to support. I mean, you're supporting him. But why?
I'm not. Yeah. So here's the thing. We had a conversation. I said CRISPR Case 9, and it was it was after midnight.
and it lasted maybe 2.5 hours. So I remember I was up until like 2:15 in the morning with Christopher talking to C. Brown about some of the stuff that he references, and he was genuinely receptive to the feedback that Christopher and I were giving him, because he would mention, I forgot what it was, like he'd mention so an enzyme breaking something down. So we talk a little bit about catabolism, and we talk about how it's kind of misunderstood, or we may talk about how certain organisms may need oxygen, some of them may be poisoned by oxygen, and like it was a genuine exchange of information, and we kind of shifted topics in the segue based on what we were talking about. And so he was really cordial about it and really, really cool about it. So I can't overlook that. But for me, my vote's going to be for Antonio.
You know what? I knew you were going to say that too, and I was just going to say, Drag, I reserve the right to switch my vote to Antonio. Because
my vote's for Antonio.
Antonio has gone. He is fucking
has gone in
latched on the dumb.
Yeah, he is.
Well,
I'm having to give consideration to that, because Antonio definitely deserves Dumbfuck of the Year as well. So.
Well, being that we're halfway through the year, I'm essentially going to go like halfway in between like this month. So June 17th, which is the Saturday, I will actually be hosting a hangout. And basically, it's the middle of the year point for Dumbfuck of the Year. So I'm actually going to have a panel of people so we can talk about where we stand. That is actually the hangout where I will be naming the panel that will be deciding the nominees, the 10 nominees running for Dumbfuck of the Year. And then we'll also discuss who's going to deserve it when that time in November comes. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like I said, I just preserving my right to change my vote and nomination, because Antonio, good God, the boy's dumb. Just I don't know how to say it. He's just dumb. He's just fucking stupid.
Right now, the lead person, at least for me, is a toss up between two, either Betty or Spurkismo.
Spurkismo's a troll.
Spurkismo.
Spurkismo's a troll. I can't consciously vote for him. Again, he's just a typical flat earther troll. Nothing special on him. Betty, dumbfuck. Yeah, no question about that. But again,
no dumb. Okay.
It doesn't reach the quality level of a fuck up Antonio's dumbfuckery or C. Brown's. Doesn't reach the quality level. Sorry.
Really? I'm gonna use a word as a defense, but not know the definition of that word. That's not like one of the words.
It's perspective, man.
I don't have to know the definition of a word to use it. Like, I don't have to know how my car works, but I can still drive. I think that's kind of awesome, actually. It's stupid. It's so stupid. Wow. But only a flat earther can come up with that level of dumbfuckery, right? I mean,
this is what nightmares are made out of.
They are creative.
Have any of these flat earthers decided to sail to the edge and take some pictures and shit to prove it?
Most of them don't think it's possible. Not impossible to go there, but it's being patrolled by penguins or something.
What?
Killer penguins.
No. Killer penguins with laser beams attached to their heads.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay, flat earthers just literally make shit up as they go along.
Yes.
Yeah, I found that out when we did our show on it. Because we my co-host is a blogger, and she does a lot of research into woo and stupid crap, but so she knew a little bit more of it than I knew it existed, and I'd seen a couple of other people's videos debunking it, but I'd not been exposed directly to them themselves. And then they took over our chat, and I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, and they'll never answer questions, right? I've been banned so many times.
Yeah.
All you got to do is you want to have fun. And you can call it trolling, I don't care. But, you go to any flat earther, go to Pissy Pete, or what's his name of his channel? Mr. Pete something or other. But go over to any one of these guys' channel, ODD or whatever, and just say, can I look for can you show me a model of flat earth that explains observations? Not one of them will be able to give it. Ever. They'll send you the videos, they'll say this, but they'll never give you any model that works. Ever.
Models don't have reality.
And they're really trigger happy in a sense. A friend of mine, he decided to troll some flat earth dating sites.
What? Such a thing?
Yes.
What is a flat earth dating site?
Yes.
These people can reproduce.
Yes.
They're reproducing. Holy shit! They're multiplying.
And he went and he was trying his hardest. And I mean, the guy, I forget what science he's in, but he's a PhD student. And he went and was trying to be sounding as flat earth supportive as he could possibly be. And there was some video debunking flat earth, and he's like, have you seen this horrible I forget what he called it, globe supporting idiot or so, like trying to sound very supportive of flat earth, but getting them to go watch this video. And he was blocked within like 2 minutes out of the group. And he's like, but I was trying to sound supportive. So I don't know what it was about what he said that there you go. That's
Flat
probably
Earth
one of
match.
them. Yep. That'll be one of them.
It's a Facebook thing. Wow.
Yeah.
Dumb people breeding right here.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yes,
God,
yes,
no.
this is legit. Holy shit.
Okay. Where are my Clorox eye drops? Where the fuck are those things?
Oh my god.
Burn the image out of my eyes.
This is what happens when you reach the shallow end of the gene pool, people.
Wow.
Judging by some of these pictures.
And they're putting them out as the cutest couple. This is their hottest
like Dumb and Dumber.
admins.
2 of FFED's hottest admins make FE first date headlines. Let's hope the pillars are not still standing.
I
Okay.
don't even know where to go with this.
That's wow.
I don't care how hot a chick is. If she's a flat earther, I have to. Well, you know what? Fuck it. No, I'd still be fuck her. But it's still like I have to give. I have to at least I get pause because there'd be no cuddling or after talk, right? There'd be like
yeah. Because if she's gonna say something about flat Earth, you'd be like, okay, out of my house.
Yeah, I'd be like I'm done. Go ahead, go home, whatever.
Yeah, it's like you're going out, then all of a sudden she says something stupid about flat. Okay, I am totally flaccid now. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to leave.
Yep.
All right, as in right now, get the fuck out of my house.
Date rules. If we're gonna get busy, no talking about anything until after the fact.
I'm so lucky that I have never had a girlfriend that was a flat earther or a young earther. I'm so grateful because holy shit. I got one that's into mystic shit now, but what?
Yeah.
I dated a girl from Church Point, Louisiana, and she would just kind of like talk to herself and respond. It wasn't the talking to herself that really got me, because people do it all the time when they were reciting, lines. But she would respond to herself.
Wow.
And that scared me. So, well, that and she was a hoe. But other than that,
that one fact.
Isn't that supposed to be a positive attribute?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's kind of fucking up married men, so it's like, just because your weed man's married doesn't mean you should fuck him because you ran out of cash.
Well, speaking of hoes, what was the hell was that picture of Ronnie's face with like
oh what? Yes,
that was
Selena Gomez.
What was that?
That was good.
That was wrong on so many levels.
I saw that.
I was
like,
mildly attracted, yet strangely wanted to vomit. I don't know what the hell was going on.
That was
Okay.
Wait
a minute. Let me just confirm something to kill one of your people in the chat. NYM, did I have a stroke, or is there a flat Earth dating site now? Yes, there is a flat Earth dating site. All right. So, if you are going to kill yourself, be sure to write a will, leaving me all your worthy possessions.
Well, it's a Facebook community. I don't know. That's not like a
Facebook community. Either way, just as bad. These people are reproducing. Okay, leave me your shit.
Oh my god. Just
yeah.
I know it takes all kinds, but I'm telling you, society would be so much better off without these people. I'm not advocating violence or anything like that. Stupid.
No,
but I'm just saying that Jesus, they're so not productive.
Well, what is that? They say I'm not advocating killing stupid people. Let's just get rid of all the warnings and let fate settle it.
Yeah, the Darwin Awards, should be given out more often. I'm just saying,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Warning, this chemical is poisonous. Do not drink. Just remove that label. Oh.
Yeah.
Do not drive for the sun shields on the cars. Do not drive with this, in the windshield. Oh no shit!
Somebody told me that they changed the they had some additive and antifreeze so people wouldn't drink it or some shit like that.
They did. Well, but they did, but that's more so because people were using it to murder people.
Yeah, and actually pets too.
Exactly.
Too, but
because it had a sweet taste, so you could put it in a sweet drink and somebody wouldn't notice. So that was why the additive was put in more so. And animals getting into it, or well, that dog craps on my lawn, so I'm gonna poison it, and that would happen as well. So they tried to make it unpalatable. So that's less about stupid people and more about
there's
murders.
Practical reasons for that.
I should have known that based on the amount of the ID channel my wife watches.
Exactly. What's the name? Propylene glycol. I think is the
propylene glycol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I watch a lot of true crime too. So.
My TV doesn't change the channel. It just stays there, or it's on fucking Netflix. That's it.
Yeah.
I have a computer hooked up to my television, so I don't. What is this channel thing you speak of?
It's like, please make it stop. I don't even have a TV anymore. A lot of entertaining shit on the internet now. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, by the way, it's ethylene glycol. Oh God, yes, ethylene glycol. Propylene glycol is what you take to give you the shits.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. And it works. Oh my God.
It
can clean your system out. Yeah, you have to drink a liter of this shit. Oh, that is just fucking. Oh,
okay.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
They give you the juice, and then they give you the packets of it. And you got just water.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was fun.
Drag. That's just not.
I didn't know I could. Oh, you see? Oh man, look at that though. Look at the blending. Except for obviously like the darkening around the eyes.
I'm so confused at this point.
It's like, geez.
Think about it. Blend. You could go if it was like 2:00 in the morning after like 8 beers. Okay, maybe 12.
I wouldn't. Whatever. Tuck it, big boy. We're doing it.
A whole couple of bottles of scotch.
Is this somebody from the Flat Earth dating?
No, that's Ronnie.
No, this is Ronnie. This is true empiricism. Well, this is his face.
Oh. Okay.
He actually does have hair like that, though. That's the scary part.
He's got gray hair.
Yeah,
that is good.
We try to, we try to give him compliments where we can, but it's the only thing that he seems good at is hair.
See, I just had an evil thought. Create a flat Earth dating profile with that picture.
You know what?
There you go.
Don't give me any ideas.
Yeah, he'll do it. Don't do it. He'll do it.
I mean, the IQ is there, so I mean.
I'm surprised Ronnie's not a flat earther. I mean, what the hell? I mean, he's not like that high above these flat earthers as far as their intelligence level.
No, I guess he has his limits of stupidity, and he can somehow like skate around it, but he'll never go there.
So him and Gman, they have their limit of stupidity. So every flat earther is dumber than them two. That tells you something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gman was receptive though. When we went to the museum, he was fairly receptive. I'm not really surprised about the abiogenesis thing because that was kind of referenced somewhere, or I think someone might have mentioned it. He was kind of like, I don't know about that. Just because I might accept a little bit of evolution doesn't mean I'm going to accept abiogenesis. That's still pseudoscience as far as I'm concerned. So I said, okay, well, you do need to understand like a bit of chemistry to even begin to grasp what it's talking about. But
I mean, biochemistry comes easy to him.
Oh yeah, he's just fucking. He has Ronnie. If you have Ronnie, you have an ultimate fucking resource there.
Well, I've got.
Wait, so did you get G-Man to move towards evolution? I mean, is he accepting it now, or what?
I wouldn't say that. He understands more of human evolution.
You're just saying he's less wrong because I don't believe you.
He's moving towards being less wrong about it. I think that would be more because we told him too. You don't have to accept anything here. We're just explaining what's happening. We're explaining what you're seeing, and that's it. But so he learned a little bit. He learned a little bit of genetics actually, because there's a video I have where Fiona is teaching him about chiasmata, where two chromosomes will overlap with one another and exchange genetic information. And he was learning about that, and he was really interested in that. But biology really isn't his thing. He doesn't. One of the issues is that he really doesn't like biology like that. What he likes, interestingly enough, is physics. Like he's really into astrophysics, like really
he
into
doesn't
it.
understand the Big Bang.
And you'd have never known. He doesn't accept it because he can't, of course, reconcile it with his beliefs. But he somewhat understands. He gets the idea. Instead of, I mean,
I've never heard him talk about.
We can mince words, and you say, expansion instead of explosion, but he still won't accept it because it won't mesh with his, religion.
Right.
Hey, well, I've got Reds here. Calzer had put in the Great Debate community a little bit of organization to the flat earthers out there, labeling them between Poe, stupid, insane, and fucking lunatic.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I was wondering if I can get your input on it to see how would you think if he's correct on these? Because I think he did a pretty good job. I think he's right on these.
Sure. Let me just hop onto the G+ page. Let me just close out all the tabs that have donkey porn on them. Hang on a second. Sorry, there's quite a lot of them. It was a long day today.
We don't judge.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Don't judge, fucking asshole. Okay, so let's see. Great Debate community. Oh wow, he actually listed quite a lot of these, didn't he?
Yeah, quite a lot. We added. Well, we kind of helped him. We added more. We gave him some ideas. But okay, starting off with the pose, right? Orphan Red. These are the poses, and you can tell me what you think. Orphan Red, Eric Debay, by the way, who I've listened to a few times. He's a fucking moron. Flat Earth Asshole, Spirkismo, Patricia Steer, MG42 Pillbox, Math Powerland, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and Rand Campbell. Which ones do you think would be in that list? Because I think they all. I don't know one of them. I've never heard of Math Powerland, but.
All right. Well, same here. I've never actually heard of Powerland. Maybe I'll have to go over there and troll him a bit. Eric Dubay, I would say he is a Poe. However, he is also stupid. So if there's a dual category, he can fit under both. So that's fine. Orphan Red. Her videos are just so cringy and stupid.
They are cringy, aren't they?
Oh, they are so fucking cringy. They are cringy.
She goes out of her way to be so fake.
Yes, exactly. So definitely Poe. Flat Earth Asshole, I'm not going to say is a Poe. However, I am going to say he's stupid. He puts way too much effort into this to be a Poe. So I'm going to say stupid. Definitely stupid.
Let's move on.
Okay, and after that, Jeranism. I'm going to say, on the fence of being a Poe, I'm going to say he actually is a Poe, but actually is stupid. So he fits under both. Odd Reality, stupid, yes.
Quick,
Mark Sargent, stupid,
do you know what
yes.
Jeranism at his highest day, do you know what his Patreon was?
I don't know what it is now, but I know the last time I looked at it, it was like $350.
I think it's up to like 700 now, but I thought it was like 3,000 one time when I looked. Maybe it was somebody else.
I have no evidence of this. I've seen it off of a screen share that Sean sent me. But apparently, off of YouTube alone, he made $16,000 last year.
Wow.
We're in the wrong business,
no
my
shit,
friends.
people.
Yeah.
I am converted to flat Earth. Here you go. I'm a flat Earther, motherfuckers. Yeah.
All right. Antonio's super ass. I'm gonna have to move from stupid to just insane because holy fuck. Sexy. Yeah, anyone who can actually think that is a good idea is obviously insane. Fuck that guy. Let's see. Betty, yes, Betty is not insane nor a Poe. She's just stupid as fuck.
Flat out stupid.
Flat out stupid, exactly. Allie B, stupid. Jamie Brown, stupid, definitely. Deep inside the rabbit hole, I'm going to have to move from stupid to insane because that guy, he's got a few screws loose. And Jeranism is both stupid and a Poe. He is clearly doing this for the money. Because if he actually had any intelligence whatsoever, he would realize why these videos are not necessarily the best videos to post if you're trying to convince people that you actually think the Earth is flat. However, it actually doesn't matter because these people are so fucking stupid that they don't recognize a Poe in their own ranks when there is one. And then we have fucking lunatic Lord Stephen. Wait a minute, Lord Stephen Christ is not a flat earther. Oh wait, it says that. Not really a flat earther, but he's fucking.
He's a concaver, so we're gonna throw him in there though.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him.
Okay, the Earth being hollow inside out and us living on the inside shell. Yeah, that's just as fucking wrong as flat Earth. So yeah, we can put him in there. Flat Earth scientist. He thinks the sun is alive.
No, really.
Yes. I've actually heard him say that. Pissy Pete is he actually has jars upon jars of his own piss that he actually leaves out over a period of days and then drinks it.
Yeah.
Why?
There was a woman on I think it was called My Strange Addiction who did that. And she, beyond that, because she had cancer and she was like, oh, this is gonna cure me, but she was also bathing in it. Because she thought that was beneficial.
That's somebody you want to go out and date. Maybe she should be on Flatter.
This is exactly the case with this guy. He honestly thinks that Pissy Pete I don't think he goes as far as to say it will cure cancer. He says it will prevent cancer, which is bullshit.
He says it stops cancer. And I would hate anybody to get cancer, but if you ever did, I wonder if you'd like, oh shit, maybe I was wrong. I've been drinking piss all these years and it doesn't do shit. Actually, it has detrimental effects because you're drinking
Betty's
shit that's
been
supposed to be excreted for a reason, right? You're drinking shit that your body cannot, utilize. It's waste product.
Yeah, and on top of that, when I look at the comment section, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comments in a row, all from Betty.
Oh God.
Oh, of course.
Damn.
Did Betty not get enough? I mean, Betty. God bless her for going on there. God bless her little heart for trying. But Jesus, did she come across as dumb?
Wow.
I hope nobody reads with her.
Well, she might be on Flat Out Dating, so I don't know.
Oh
no!
Dating, so yeah, you never know.
Her and Quantum Eraser might shack up one of these days.
Yeah,
I see. But as much as they fucking agree with each other,
I
I'm
hope
surprised
Betty's
they haven't.
hot. That's all I gotta say. Maybe God gifted her with looks.
I hope. No, I think she sounds stupid and she sounds homely. So I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna say if she has a profile picture that's not her, that's probably not a good sign.
Maybe to prevent them from even talking to me, I can get a tattoo like right on my forehead saying "Gravity, you fucking retard."
Gravity, gravity. You heard of fucking gravity?
I gotta get that on a shirt somewhere.
Apparently haven't. I guess.
Yeah. It gets bad. So
shit.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I'm
this.
gonna have to go soon, dude, because I gotta get dinner before.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some dinner too, but I don't know. I might keep it open just for everybody else, just so they can shoot the shit. But I want to thank you for coming in, Heretic. It's been a while since you joined us. Even though you joined us the other day, but I mean, we appreciate it. We like having you on.
Well, thank you. I enjoy it. I am a debateaholic, so there you go.
Well, spread the word about the Great Debate community. I know you do your little podcast, Trailer Park. So put a shout out to us on my channel. I'll put a shout out to yours. If you haven't subscribed to Heretic Woman, go to her channel. I have a link in the description already.
She's cool people.
She's cool people. She's okay people, man. Yeah, she's okay.
Yeah, I try.
This should help. I'll say if you don't go and subscribe to Heretic, I won't like you anymore.
Nobody will like you anymore.
Yeah.
You have no friends in the community. Your dog will piss on your leg, and then Pissy Pete will drink it.
It's just like,
lick it up, baby.
Gross. That was your question, though. It's like, how is it? So, is this only your own, and how is it any beneficial?
I don't know.
Than,
it's like you want to share. You just have a nice glass of pee together. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm used to Chardonnay,
and
but
does that include? And does that include golden showers?
Before you go, by the way,
yes.
Just to let you guys know that down the street, literally around the corner from me, I think I already told you heard it, but the rest of you guys here, before I forget, the place that I go to buy my alcohol is literally down the street. I mean, boom, I can walk there. That's where the $450 million Powerball ticket was sold.
Yeah, I told my wife that.
And my roommate bought some tickets, but he didn't win, I don't think. But yeah, so there might be somebody in my area that's won $45 million or $450 million. And from the place that I go, like I'm literally across from that building like every day, for like well not every day, but I mean when I go out with my daughter and I go out shopping, that's where there's a little marketplace over there with Stater Brothers and Vons and Caro's. That's where we go. So I mean, yeah, can you imagine?
I'm gonna guess if your roommate is still there, I'm pretty sure he didn't win.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Oh, and Doctor, I was gonna say hi before you just got here, and now I'm leaving. But
I know. I always
hope you enjoy Toronto. I can't stand that place.
So
I love Toronto, but I hate cold places, and I like big cities, so I'm weird that way. I love Toronto.
Hi, thanks, Heretic.
I would live there if I could.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I'm going to be over on Rangers Hangout in a couple hours, so. If anybody gets bored, we'll be over there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll be ending way before then. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Sounds good, but I'm hungry and thirsty and all that stuff, and yeah.
Go have something to eat and piss. Yeah.
I will. Oh, thanks.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Is Mr. Pete or whatever? I don't remember his channel name. Is that Pissy Pete, the same guy? Mr.
P bots. P both Hulu.
No. What's his name on YouTube?
P bots Hulu. You talking about this guy in the chat?
No. On the YouTube channel, this guy is Mr. Pete something or other. He has a flat Earth channel, and he knows me, so I'm assuming it's Mr. Pete. Is Pissy Pete?
That's such a shitty name. I didn't mean to do that. I just thought about it. I was like, oh no.
Is that the same guy? Because he knows who I am.
That's weird. Have you ever talked to him?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, but I didn't know the other name he went under was Mr. Pete something or other.
Yeah, Pissy Pete. He has a few channels. You'll recognize one of his channel because it's a picture of a flat Earth, and then it shows like the Twin Towers being hit by a building, chemtrails, and I think there's even a potato in there somewhere. I'm not exactly sure.
He's a full-on nutter.
Yes, he basically there isn't a conspiracy he doesn't like.
Oh, well, could you just like make up shit and like circulate it and just to see if it'll get back?
I'm sure.
I beg to differ because there's always one conspiracy that conspiracy theorists hates, and that's the conspiracy. That all other conspiracy theories are just made up by the government to dumb down society.
Which actually could be true, but look at these videos. Like I just put it on my laptop here. Flat Earth evidence and proof, June 2017, 61,000 views. Flat Earth is the truth, 324,000 views. The best Flat Earth video, 537,000 views. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yep. And if you really want to cry, go ahead and click on them and look at their like to dislike ratio.
Are they? Oh God! Is it that many people like this shit? You've been exposed. Just look at theirs. What they're like to dislike. It's about 60-40. 5,000 likes, 3,000 dislikes.
Yeah, but just the fact that there's more than 2 is depressing.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Welcome to the satellite age, and here people still think this shit.
Oh my God! So 5,000 people liked that. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Not only that, but I just recently got I believe a private message. It's a challenge. They want me to demonstrate that my rocket launch videos are real, and I'm like, I'll start hanging out right now.
Haven't you already done that numerous times? You have the raw fucking footage.
No. Well, this one is about one video in particular, but I branched it out to say, well, all of them actually. It's about the landing footage. They think the launch is real, but they think my video of the landing of the Falcon 9 is fake. And I'm like, how the fuck did I fake this?
Hey, Red, is there the InfoWars video that they feature yours? Is that on YouTube that I can find somewhere?
Yeah, I have it. Do you want it?
Okay, yeah, send me a link because I put it on Facebook.
I'll put it in the side chat.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, folks are asking me for it.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, see, but again, I think you're playing into their hands, Reds. I mean, everybody who has a brain knows that your video is legit. I mean, it goes without saying. I don't think you have anything to demonstrate to them. They're not going to understand it anyways. They don't get how this shit works. They don't understand how rockets work. They think rockets don't even work in space. You think they're going to be able to like look at your video no matter what you do? You can't change their mindset because they're just stupid.
Yeah, this is true. However, I'm not doing it to change their mindset. I'm doing it to demonstrate that they won't have an actual answer to the questions that I ask them.
I guess
so. For example, one question I would ask them is what method did you use? Or how did you go about finding out that my video was fake? Tell me the process you utilized to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, how do you determine a fake one from a real one? What criteria? Oh, it looks fake.
Exactly. So if the only thing they can give me is their personal opinion, then essentially they're not giving anything. And I can show that by using their own words against them. However, if they gave me an actual process, that process would be shown to be complete bullshit because there's actually footage that I have of that liftoff and landing that's not actually shown on YouTube. That's because there were more than 2 cameras on location. I just thought the third camera was really unnecessary. However, the third camera is there, and what it shows is me doing the filming. All I have to do is censor out my face, and there you go. Point made.
Mm-hmm.
So I can actually show that video right now.
Well, someone making the claim that you weren't actually recording it, that you just made it in CGI.
Yeah, they said that one of them said that the liftoff was real, but the landing was fake because of reasons. And they said the landing portion of that video was CGI. And then I go, okay, do you not see how this looks to me? A person that actually filmed the damn thing, and you're saying this thing that I saw for myself is CGI. That means that whatever method that you're doing, or whatever method that you're using to figure out what videos are CGI and what videos aren't, is complete shit. It's a shit method. It's wrong, because if you're this wrong about this thing that I filmed myself, why should I believe you at all for the other shit that you say is a conspiracy CGI fabrication?
Some people just got to be right. I mean, that's pretty much what dealing with a lot of these people I've come down to is they are not allowing themselves even the potential of being wrong. So if you have anything counter to what their predisposition is and whatever conclusion they've already come to on their own evidence or facts, or what you actually need to support a position, mm-hmm. There's no changing them. I've actually gotten annoyed and bored with a lot of the people of that ilk because there is no point in engaging them anymore. Engaging them just seems to give them validation for their stupidity.
And I think they enjoy making you waste your
time. And with
time.
all the infighting they're doing already, I think it's to sit back and watch them implode. From what I've heard, there's been a lot of bickering amongst the main talking heads that make those claims, and it's just getting hilarious.
Yeah, they're fracturing all over the place. They're all vying for people.
It is getting hilarious. Again, keep in mind that I don't know why, but I kind of enjoy talking to these idiots for the sake of ramming their shit right back up their ass. Yes, I do get annoyed. I guess it could be. I guess you could look at it as what's a good way of putting it? You like the pain. You like the pain.
I was going to say, you get a perverse enjoyment out of it. It's okay to admit it, Red.
Yeah,
we won't hold it
against
you.
I can only take so much dumbfuckery with young Earth creationism and intelligent design. When it gets into the flat Earth, it's a whole different level of stupidity. Because I think these people just literally make shit up as they go along. I don't think they care. I think they're just fucking with people. You can say to them one thing, and they'll just pull something completely out of their ass and go in a different direction. Or all they ought to say is you're wrong. Oh, you're part of the conspiracy, and they just block you. They're not interested in dialogue. They don't give a shit. They just want to fuck with you, which is fine. I mean, some people are gonna enjoy that. I go in every so often just to fuck with them myself, but whatever.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, how many times did Betty use the word perspective with you, Red, just last week? Was it 100?
And what does that word mean? Oh, I don't know, but I don't have to know the meaning of the word to use it.
Yeah, you don't have to know them, which is why I told her, all right, listen, if you're going to keep using that word, I just want you to know that the end result is you telling me absolutely nothing, because I don't know how you're using the word. I don't know what the word is referring to. You need to define your terms. And she's like, no, I don't. Well, okay. Well, if you just said that, I guess the case is fucking closed then. Perspective guy, what does perspective mean? The fuck if I know?
I mean, the fact that you could literally you could take the whole video, replace her saying perspective with something like flibbity gibbet or something, and it would mean just as much.
Yes.
I think that's really telling.
No, we need to change it from perspective to God did it. Because that's essentially what it comes down to. It's their
Magic.
God of the gaps.
Yep, basically magic.
And she thinks she has it all in her head too. Like, oh, it's so easy for me. Why can't you all see this? It's like, because we're not mentally retarded.
We're not looking through flat Earth glasses, which somehow have lenses in them. Wait a minute, weren't lenses part of the conspiracy? Oh shit, they've infiltrated us.
My litmus test is if Gman thinks that you're an idiot on flat Earth, then it's probably something that's wrong.
Yeah,
that's my litmus test, because even he has limits.
Even he has limits.
It's saying something if G-Man is saying you're an idiot.
Exactly.
Yeah, go figure, right? And when I talk to these people on my rocket launch videos, because keep in mind, even though my rocket launch videos don't get the most amount of views, I mean, my most viewed video is like at 200,000 and is just a video of me holding a camera at my P900 screen taking a picture of Saturn. I take the most pride in my rocket launch videos. Those are the videos I really enjoy doing. And for someone to shit on them, oh, I am more than happy to talk to those idiots. More than happy.
I got a Delta 4 launched after me. I love that shit. Yeah.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And so basically for them to say that my rocket launch videos are fake, and being that I was there to actually film it, and I know they're not fake because I was there, motherfucker, I have got to hear this.
I can't figure out how to get a video or I got like 5,000, on one or two. One's over 5,000, one's getting close. But I can't ever get to those 50,000, 60,000, 100,000. It'll never happen. I don't know why. Just my channel is not. It came after the whole surge.
I just know a lot of stupid people.
It's because you're sane, Steve.
This is true. I guess. Like I said, I'm telling you what, right now, motherfuckers, if I converted to flat Earth, you have no idea how much my popularity would skyrocket.
Yes, Steve, guess what my most viewed video on YouTube is?
You masturbating?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, that was a private one. I'm sorry.
No,
I thought
he
that
said
made that
YouTube,
public.
not Tube8 or Pornhub.
No,
I can neither confirm nor deny a masturbatory video featuring myself is on the internet. But on that note, the most viewed video that I've ever had on YouTube was the cowardice of G-Man.
Well, mine's the G-Man's 2 video. Yeah, but yours, how many did yours get? You're like 20,000?
Oh, I'm at, I think it's at 9,000.
9,000? See, mine's not 10 yet. Who's Jordan? Should we let this guy in?
And I'm here looking at Saturn with a P900, filming a camera with another camera. It's shit video, but it has 200,000. What the fuck, people?
All right, let me move this. I don't know who this guy is, so I got to move this off screen just in case he comes out to be a troll.
Oh, yippee, another troll?
Yeah.
Hello, Jordan. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hello, Jordan.
I firstly wanted to say thank you for doing this live stream. I've never been here before. I just saw it on the YouTube listings, so I thought I've been watching for about 20 minutes or so just to listen to what you're talking about. But what I'd like to talk about has nothing to do with flat Earth, so it wouldn't really be relevant to discussion.
Well, we change topics all the time. The hangout was on Imagine No Religion, but our guest had taken off. PZ had to take off. Holy Koolaid had to take off. Heretic had to take off. So now we're just like doing Great Debate Community recap shit for the week and stuff.
Shooting the shit, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay,
what would you like to discuss?
So, are we still on the key topic of Imagine No Religion?
You can be, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to go back to that, by all means, go ahead. And so you go ahead and, get the ball rolling, and we'll go along with it.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Well, I have lived my life, and the whole time I've had the perspective of there is a God, right? I just want to make that clear. And I'm a born again Christian. So when I saw the title Imagine No Religion, I thought, okay, I wonder, what the discussion is related to Imagine No Religion. And then I heard you talking about flat earth, and I thought, okay, it's definitely gone sidetracked. But I just wanted to offer my thoughts on imagining no religion from a person who, well, since the age of 6, decided to follow Christ. Obviously, my view is going to be distorted by that, but my life hasn't been a straight road, and I faced a lot of doubt. So, yes, I could be severely deluded, but it's either that I'm severely deluded and really, really, really stupid, or I found the greatest hope that there ever is. And
I don't think that's a true dichotomy. I think there's a gradient of what people believe. We know a lot of theists, obviously, and there's different degrees of why they believe. And I think they imagine no religion, although they said that some of it was rather anti-theistic, but in general, it was more of a concept of just how religion is affecting secular society, especially when you have things like creationism being trying to be pushed into the community or into public schools, and people saying things like evolution isn't true. That's where the secularist and the moderate theists would draw the line and say, look, you can't do that. That's wrong. That's when we say religion has to stop, because they're outside of the bounds of what they their purview. Right.
Okay, I can understand that, but I would claim that by using titles like Imagine No Religion, you're going a step further. And so it's not just like Imagine No Creationism or Imagine No Young Earth or Imagine No Flat Earth. It's pushing the boundary to, okay, imagine that they're all deluded. Or, imagine that there's no such thing as religion at
Yeah, and
all.
I had brought that up initially.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I was a concern of mine too of how that came across, and of course Heretic said, it's a lyric to a song. I mean, it's the title of a song, but I think a few of them might.
Is it? I had no idea.
John Lennon. Yeah. Well, it's the first line what song is that? Imagine. Yeah, the name of the song is Imagine.
Imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine there's no heaven.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Yes, I remember.
But I understand the reasoning for these kinds of. Again, I didn't go to the Imagine No Religion. I'm not an anti-theist. I'm fine with religion to certain extents, but I understand that there has to be some kind of need to have a pushback when religion has gotten to the point where it affects secular society, and at that point, that's where I come in and say, look, yeah, you have to draw the line here. So there are people there's a spectrum across the board of people when it comes to religiosity or tolerance of religion. Like I think most people in here probably don't really care whether religion exists or not, but they are in the mindset that don't push it onto the secular society. Don't tell us that the earth is flat. Don't tell us the earth is 7,000 years old, because we know that's not true. We have science to show that is completely wrong. No faith can ever change that. Now, you sound like you're not a flat earther, right? Or a young earther, right? You're neither one, right?
I'm not a flat earther, but at there's things I am absolutely certain of, right?
Okay.
And I'm not a scientific person in terms of I've gone through college and got a degree, so I can't say that I can reason things with science properly because I don't have the background in that. And I do want to learn more about science, and I certainly want to expand my knowledge on physics. But I'm still quite young, and I've got a lot of time to learn, so I'll get around to that. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't believe the Earth is flat. However, I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% certain that it is exactly as we currently know in science.
Well, shape-wise or age-wise?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Age-wise or shape-wise?
Ape-wise.
Shape-wise.
What did you
say? So are you 100%? Okay. Are you saying you don't know fully the shape of the Earth or the age of the Earth, or both?
Both.
Both. Okay. Well, Reg is the flattest guy.
I just want to clarify myself because I know it sounds quite wild, right? Because, like for instance, we have gravity, and we feel gravity.
Unique. That's what you're asking.
Well,
Pardon?
It's not unique per se. What you're saying?
No, it's not unique. It's always kind of startling because there's so much evidence that anybody could do from home to determine the shape of the Earth.
Well, hold on. Well, let's let him kind of explain what he means, because there may be a bit of a backstory. It's usually, from what I've been able to ascertain, is that the way that folks who aren't scientifically literate, the way that they look at the world is a bit different than folks who are somewhat scientifically literate. So I think that may be part of the problem. But I would, I would ask our guests, how do you go about viewing the world and coming to a conclusion about the world itself?
I have a question after he's done too, so go ahead.
Yeah. It might be the same question, right? But go ahead, Jordan.
It might be.
Thank you for giving me time to talk. I didn't really expect that at first because well, whatever. So just getting my thoughts together here.
Take your time.
The evidence that I see around me shows that the Earth is not flat, that the Earth is a globe, and that's what I think, right? But I'm not sure of that.
Okay, so real quick,
I think there can be a different explanation to what we see because, well, for instance, the scientific evidence from a long time ago, they used to say that the Earth was flat, right? And that's what people believed until it was proven different.
Well, they didn't have the science for that, though, did they? I mean, they thought
I'm saying that there could be science in the
right. But they thought the Earth was flat because of theological reasons, not because of science ones. When science started coming about as a outcropping of philosophy from scientific, what's called natural science, then we started developing a methodology to test these things, and we found out, this is wrong. The theology in this aspect is wrong. We now have overwhelming conclusive evidence that the Earth is spherical in shape. It's an oblate irregular spheroid. We just say it's round because the difference is minuscule, but it's round. I mean, it's definitely not a flat plane, right? I mean, you believe that, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I disagree with you slightly on what you just said when you said that it was just theism that made them think that, because because they didn't consider the idea that the Earth was a globe in the first place. When looking around, they could say, well, you can't see in the distance because
that's fair enough. Okay, that's a fair point. There's probably some early observations.
And they're using their observational skills then to think, so that's what I'm trying. I agree though that theism probably did have a big effect on it, but I'm saying I don't know how much of an effect science and theism had on that.
Well, I think we need to.
Basically, I think we're getting. I don't really need to. All I was doing was being careful with my words, not to say I'm sure that it is, because, I live my thought life quite carefully in terms of what I say is absolutely true. Like there's things I consider worth,
You have a certitude in certain claims, but in other claims you don't have a certitude.
Yeah,
is that what you're trying to
and
say?
then you have a higher confidence level. You have knowledge, but there's certain things like we can say with certainty, like analytical propositions, are always true if they're a true analytical proposition. Like 1 + 1 = 2 is true, regardless of time, space, whatever. It's a true proposition. All married men, no married man can be a bachelor, whatever the hell. That's an analytical proposition. You cannot have married bachelors, right? It's a contradiction.
I just want to see how far down this goes.
All unmarried men are bachelors. It's truism, But
I want to cover something before we skip over it, because he said something. He said based on the evidence. When you say evidence, Jordan, what do you mean by evidence?
Wait, are you mentioning to when I was saying the people back then?
Yes, when you referring not back then. You made a reference to when you look at evidence. when I was asking you about how do you ascertain the shape of the world or or whatnot.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying how can't I be 100% certain now, given the evidence that we have, right?
Yeah, but when you say evidence in that statement, what are you referring
What
to
do I
when you
mean?
say that? Yes.
I'm referring to photos from NASA that have been taken. Gravity, what we know about gravity today, and what we think about gravity today. The way
Back then, you made a reference to when you look at evidence.
Bard, you got
Bard, you mute yourself. Okay, sorry about that, Jordan. Go ahead, keep talking.
I got really
mute the feed, please,
for a moment. So, given the evidence that we have,
Bard, your video.
No. Dude,
Bard, by the way, see, Bard. The problem
to...
is Bard doesn't speak English. He speaks Swedish, and I don't speak Swedish. Bard has left messages in the Great Debate community. I don't understand what he's saying. I don't think he speaks English.
Okay, I'm going to have to type mute the feed in Google Translate. Yippee.
Okay. We have a Swede. Okay. Well, while we figure this out, yeah, go ahead, Jordan. Sorry.
All right. So, also, there's like everything I see is always in a globe, right? When I see it of the Earth. So I've had that kind of. I've never considered that the Earth is a different shape than the globe. So I've also got that kind of feeling that it is a globe, if that makes sense. But we've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole. So I'm just saying I'm not sure of anything that is scientific unless it's something that I can how can I explain? Unless it's something that I can my evidence standard is very, very high, I guess. So like when I see all these confusing videos about the shape of the Earth, like there's so many different ones, and they always have their own set up arguments, and you go down a bit of a trail, and many of them start off with like false arguments, and like I've watched a few of them, and you find out, oh wait, that guy was just talking about things he didn't understand, and I'll find a debunking video from that made by someone who actually has a science background, and then I realize. But I've also seen like people talk about it who actually are educated. I don't have their names at hand right now, but from what I understand, it sounds like
we haven't yet to see a flat earther that's educated, and we've been doing this a very long time.
Oh boy, don't get me started.
Yeah, I don't think any one of them has even a barely high school education.
It could have been a troll. It could have been a troll, just like going along with it.
You mentioned evidence. Well, you mentioned photographs from NASA as one of your evidences. I'm curious if you've looked into any of the mathematics behind the physics that we purport to show how celestial bodies form and planets are generally in the shape of an oblate spheroid, or so on and so forth. You're familiar with the geometry basically behind it?
Wait, could you say that one more time? Sorry, I was reading a comment in this chat.
Oh, okay. So
I apologize.
We have the physics that describes how certain celestial bodies, generally form in a circle shape. The shape of the Earth specifically is what's known as an oblate spheroid, and that's due to the mass of what the Earth is. I guess it is being compressed, and that shape forms, that bulge will actually happen in the middle because of that compression from the gravity that's formed at the center. There's some physics out there that explains how that works with mathematics and whatnot, but as far as the Earth's shape being round, that can also be shown using some simple geometry. Have you seen that kind of evidence?
I have, but I haven't remembered it. If
All
you
right.
understand. It sounds familiar to me, but
If you wanna learn what Drag was actually referring to, hang on. Bard, if you do speak English, you need to mute the feed. Otherwise, we're going to get feedback from you, and it's just going to interrupt everything. But anyway, what Drag was describing is a thing, in physics known as a hydrostatic equilibrium. Essentially, it's because gravity pulls on all sides. Once you have enough material, it's going to have the effect of pulling everything into a rounded shape. That's called hydrostatic equilibrium. Have you ever looked into the physics behind that? And have you ever heard of a flat earther go into the physics behind that, or anyone go into the physics behind that at all? And if you're talking, you're muted, so we can't hear you.
Well, Jordan said he's not a flat earther. I don't know what his exactly position is. I don't think he wants to come out and say it's fully spherical.
Damn it!
All right, Bart, I got it.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, I got to remove you, man. It's just interrupting the thing. So I got to remove you. But go look. Can you listen from the outside? He doesn't speak English. So I don't know why he's in the stream.
Why does he come in then?
I don't know. He posts like 12 things in the Great Debate, all in some language. I think it's Swedish or Norwegian. I didn't translate it, but it's just like he didn't get the message. We
need to link Halsoy. I'm pretty sure Halsoy I think he speaks.
Halsoy speaks Norwegian. He's from Norway.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's either Norwegian or Swedish he speaks. I don't remember. I hate removing him. It's impossible.
Well, if you're from Sweden, there's a few languages that you ought to be able to speak.
Probably, I would think that you kind of, yeah.
And Alexander, a guy from Germany, speaks like 6 languages, and I'm on my 3rd attempt to resist on Spanish. Fucking assholes.
But Jordan, welcome back. Reg was asking you a question about hydrostatic.
Hydrostatic equilibrium. It was basically, asking Dragnut's question again. That's exactly what I was doing. I was using the terminology that they use in science, so that if he wants to look it up later, he can. I'm just wondering if he has actually looked into it, or has he heard about anyone talking about it, like the actual physics, the raw numbers involved. Stuff like that.
I haven't. No. So could you say it one more time so I can write it down?
Yeah, it's called hydrostatic equilibrium. And that has the effect of pulling a planet into a rounded shape, or a astronomical body into a rounded shape.
Right. Thank you.
No problem. But going back to what Dragnut said about evidence, when you say evidence, you mentioned pictures from NASA. I just want you to expand on that. What about the pictures? Do you see that as evidence? Do you not see that as evidence? You just kind of brought it up.
I see that as evidence.
Okay.
But I think I'm not making myself very clear, because I can see some people getting confused in chat.
That's why I want you to kind of expand upon that.
He says he's careful with words, but obviously he wasn't. I agree with you there. Well, I'm careful with my words, but I hope it doesn't imply that I'm claiming that what I'm saying makes sense, or
well, you don't put any credence in flat Earth videos, do you?
I'm not claiming that.
When you watch a flat Earth video, do you think that they could be right, or do you understand enough to say, okay, these flat Earth videos are full of shit?
All the flat Earth videos I've seen so far don't add up to me.
Okay,
that's fair.
Okay, and what about young Earth? You said you don't know the age of the Earth either, just out of curiosity.
That is correct.
Okay, what do you think the age of the Earth was? You had to take a guess. If it was $1 million question, they're like, "Hey Jordan, you get this right, you get $1 million. What would you answer?"
Young Earth.
Okay, so 7 to 10,000 years in that ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any specific reason why you think that?
Yes, because from when I started reading Genesis, it seemed like the initial interpretation of that was meant to be young Earth. But I'm not solid on the age, because I know that there's the argument that when God actually started mentioning the days, that wasn't in the beginning. Like, because obviously the sun is later down, and you don't have days without the sun, because there's no night. So there's that debate, well, the universe is actually billions of years old, and then, the sun actually is a lot younger,
Well,
and
there's
things
not
like
really a
that. So,
debate. There's no debate in science. The Earth is billions of years old. The universe is billions of years old. But I mean, let me ask you a question this way: What using science do you think makes the Earth young? I mean, sure, anybody can read a book and go, okay, well, I read the book, and I believe because of the book that the Earth is this. But do you have any evidence, scientifically speaking, of any kind, to say, hey, here's some demonstrable evidential things. This is empirical evidence that the Earth is somewhere in the realm of 7,000 years old.
no.
Then you might want to reevaluate your position. Now, I'm in a lot of ways I'm a
Right.
non-evidentialist, and I do believe you can have beliefs without evidence, but not of this nature. This type of belief,
Okay,
you
and
have to have evidence. You have to have some kind of scientific reasoning to accept going against overwhelming evidence that does demonstrate, right, the age of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, I don't tell anyone else that this is how it is, if you understand what I mean.
No, I get that.
This is
You don't
what I think
proselytize
because of
it,
my
but
faith.
don't you want your beliefs to be correct?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
I guess one of the things you probably dislike most about me is that I don't give science the same amount of authority that I give the Bible.
No, that's
And
typical of
I
some
think
theists. I don't agree with that,
you
but it's
you
not
probably call me
atypical.
delusional for that, right? Because
No, it's just
I'm going against
I think it's a
Well,
wrong
what
position to
limited
take.
evidence. So.
you shouldn't give it inherent authority. Science is a falsification system. So it's a system of taking an idea and proving it wrong. And the longer you can, and the more tests you can do to show that whatever theory you've got established is passing all tests, you just keep trying to come up with more tests to prove it wrong. And so
Right.
you're generating a probability assessment of the situation. You're not confirming anything. That if you're doing that, you're engaging in bias. So it's not like theology at all. The theology states what the answer is and then comes up with reasoning as to why it's that way. And science says, I'm going to make a guess. I'm going to put an experiment down. And if my experiment works, great. I know something more about the universe. But that's all I can claim, is that I now know from that experiment that I have evidence for this one part. But that one part can now become the first Lego block in an entirely new structure. So you come up with another idea and base it on the part you know. And you keep going and going and going.
And science is always growing on that, right? Science is provisional. Science is tentative. All knowledge and facts are up for review in science. And in religion, you don't have that. You cannot change what you being taught in a church. You can't just say, hey, you know what? I disagree with that. Let's change that. They'll be like, no, you can't do that. But in science, you say, I don't agree with that. Okay, well, show us you're wrong, and then science will change, right? So there's a huge different way of approaching knowledge and beliefs, both in science and out of science. And I think that the way that these younger creationists go is exactly what Carrie said. You start with the premise, and then you try to find evidence for that. That's not how science is done. Science does the exact opposite. Science starts with a hypothesis and tries to find evidence against that. You want to try to disprove your hypothesis. If you can't, then you go, oh, okay, maybe I've got something here.
Jordan, you're muted if you're talking.
He may have stepped away from his computer real quick.
Yeah. Well, if he did that, that means that some of what we may be saying is not actually reaching him.
Right. Well,
which I'm going to say is rather rude to be leaving in the middle of someone trying to explain something to you.
Well, he could have explosive diarrhea and had to run to the toilet.
That much I'll actually understand. In that case, it was his fault for eating Taco Bell in the first place.
That's only a Canadian thing.
Poutine gives you diarrhea.
But it tastes so good.
I will try it one of these days.
I'm gonna make it. I gotta find out the correct fries to use, but I have
you've got to
everything
get the
else.
cheese curd. That's the key ingredient.
Well, I spoke to Ozzy and a few others, and there's a local cheesemonger in my new area, and someone's supposed to send me some grade A canned or packaged gravy for poutine. So I have 2 out of the 3 ingredients.
I love where this conversation has gone already. Let's make something that
The only key thing is you have to put the curds on before the gravy.
Yeah, and it's basically just beef gravy, but you need to have the thick gravy, not the watery, thin stuff you can see through.
The hotter, the better.
Yeah, so it melts the cheese and the styrofoam box that it comes in.
People are crazy. People are crazy.
Can you order it at McDonald's? Can you go to McDonald's and say I want some poutine?
You can order it everywhere in
They
Canada.
sell it everywhere here.
Really?
Yep.
Even Burger King, Wendy's, you name the chain of restaurant, it's got poutine.
Who has the best poutine?
Well, I actually
Your
like
mom.
Burger King gravy more than I like McDonald's
Even
gravy.
New York
But-
So why
fries.
don't they introduce it to the States? Are we not special enough to have poutine?
Look,
I'm
every
sorry, I
American
have to
talk
comment
about
on
poutine,
Steve's pronunciation
They all look
of
at it and say
poutine
it's gross and
as
disgusting.
poontine.
No, poutine. There's no N in it. Poutine.
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 If you type poontine into Google, you're going to get something very different.
I'm not saying it with an N. I say poutine.
Poutine.
Even that.
There's no N.
Poutine.
There's one N in it at the
Steve?
end. That's it.
Steve, can you
Teen.
hear me?
But poutine.
This hangout is recorded. We can go back and listen and hear you say poontine.
I'm not saying poutine. If it is, I'm not meaning to. But it's
trying to say
pout-
penguin.
Poutine.
And it's pronounced Putin.
Putin. Okay, with a tin, like tin.
Putin. Yeah, like
I'll come
the
with the fuck
Russian
I
president.
want. It's fucking fries, gravy, and cheese curd. Whatever. Go fuck yourself.
That one meal.
You hear that,
I'm
Ozzy?
honestly
I'll
surprised.
denigrate your food, man. I'll denigrate your food.
That's the national dish you're
Now, here's the
denigrating.
thing. We do have an obesity issue in the U.S. already, and you want to bring that
Yeah,
over?
it's good. Why not? Fuck yeah.
Well, there's
Everything
a
I
whole
like,
live
they
stream
get rid
of
of,
Drag
you
Not
know?
Trying Canadian Sweets.
Every time McDonald's or Burger King comes up with something that's really fucking good, it lasts like 5 months and they get rid of it. Every time.
I'm just really happy they're doing all-day breakfasts because I
Yeah, I
love
do
those sandwiches.
I love fucking McGriddles. I could eat those bitches all day.
See, I'm not a
and grow
McGriddle fan. I like
size
McRibs.
each time. Oh god,
I definitely like
McRibs.
McRibs, yeah. McRibs good.
Oh man. Even after seeing what they're made of, I don't give a fuck. That shit's good.
Hey,
I'm still
doctor.
gonna eat it.
And now that I
Tim Hortons brought back the the Dutchie.
The what?
The Dutchie?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
It's a square donut that tastes like rum with raisins in it. It's all sweet.
Yeah.
Canadians have some.
It's a Canadian donut, and they brought it back.
Now I'm hungry. Now I'm gonna have to finish this soon so I can go make dinner.
Hey.
Oh shit.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes, yes.
Yes. Sorry about that. Someone came in and was talking to me, so I
No problem.
had to mute my mic. But I heard what you said.
But Jordan, yeah, I mean, the key thing is, look at, if you're going to accept that the Earth is young, contrary to every shred of evidence against you, your belief system, obviously, I consider to be irrational at that point. Not theism. That's fine. You can be a theist because I'm agnostic, so I don't think there's evidence either way. But we do have positive evidence of an older Earth, and we also have negative evidence toward a young Earth, overwhelmingly so. There is no comparison. There is zero scientific evidence for a young Earth, and overwhelming evidence for an old Earth. So to take the position that it's young is irrational because it does nothing.
Someone
to support
mentioned
it.
Ken Ham in the chat, and that's the material I've been referring to, which is, I guess, convinced me that scientifically, you can actually have a younger viewpoint, and it lines up with science.
Like what? But we asked you for one. We asked you for a piece of evidence of that. Ken Ham is a con man. He's a fraudster. He's a shuckster. He's a shyster. He basically uses young Earth to deprive people of money, and to line his own pockets. There's no question
Literally a
about this.
convicted fraud.
Yeah, I mean, Ken Hovind was the same way.
No, that was God's money.
Yeah,
that's why he wasn't responsible for paying tax on it.
Yeah, that's what he said. It was God's. Yeah, it's church money. It's
God's
God's
money.
money. Yes,
It was God's money in his bank account.
Yeah.
Well, God asked him to hold on to
he's
it.
mentioning that, but can you explain to me why you feel that he is a con?
Oh yeah, well, first of all, Apologia would be better for Kent. Ken, I'm better for Kent because I've actually spoken with Kent. We've all kind of debated Kent over the years. Kent Hovind, I can definitely tell you, is a fraud. He has a compound where he has basically slave labor.
No, Ken.
Okay, well, Apologia could do a better job with Ken than I can because Apologia, that's his thing. But Ken Ham, what he did was he started the whole thing in Kentucky called the Ark Encounter.
Yeah.
And the Ark Encounter used what's called crowdsource funding, if I remember correctly. And he doesn't have to pay back a dime of this $100 million to put in this.
He told him that you could crowd these nuts. That's what he told them.
That's what it is. These nutters come in there. They have pretty crappy numbers. Their opening day had about 5,000 people, which should have been their numbers all throughout the year. So there's no way they can meet their expectations. But he doesn't have to care. He makes money off this regardless. They barely have any what do they call them? Not presentation, displays. There's no way that Ark would ever be seaworthy. There's no way they can house animals into it.
Okay.
It didn't demonstrate anything.
Steve,
it was a complete
honestly,
I understand that.
One moment, Jordan. Honestly, Steve, anybody who believes that the Ark Encounter was a real boat to float on the water has to be a bigger idiot.
Well,
it's not going to. It's a building.
Well, yeah, but he wanted to demonstrate that that's true, but he wanted to demonstrate he could build something that would be very similar to the actual Ark. And then when they found out they couldn't do it, they had to use things like air conditioning. They had to use things like
a conveyor belt.
Yeah, conveyor belt.
Really? Where's the conveyor belt?
I want to say that one of the original claims that Ken made was that it would be seaworthy.
I thought he did
want to
too.
say that's
okay. All right. Now was
that?
One moment. Was that in regards to talking to the crowd-funded people?
Probably. Yeah, I'm thinking.
It may have been. Right. Yeah. I want to say that's what he was using.
I will retract my criticism then.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying. I think I want to say that was a pitch. That was part of the pitch that he had originally given. But then later on, when he did the walkthrough that I reviewed with Bill Nye mentioned that he was mentioning the metal struts and whatnot, and so he just kind of like brushed it aside like it wasn't a big deal. Just like, well, he didn't bring that up for nothing.
It would have never held together without modern architecture. Never.
Okay.
Close.
Apologies.
I'm pretty sure this giant wooden boat wouldn't float without the steel reinforcement. Well, that's why we put the steel reinforcement in. Well, they wouldn't have had it back then.
Well, they don't.
From what I've heard,
that's because Doctor, you see, the original Ark was made of gopher wood, and since we don't have any gopher wood, we kind of have to make do. So we figured that gopher wood had to be hard and
gopher wood
dense
was metal
beams.
reinforcements and rivets. Yeah. That's gopher wood.
Like if you had gopher wood where the steel was, then yeah.
But Jordan, it's not even that. It's the whole concept of obviously the boat not being seaworthy, but the whole concept of biodiversification from speciation from the Ark is completely impossible. You would have to have speciation rates faster than anything imaginable. Like every mammal on the planet would have to speciate every reproductive cycle. We know that doesn't happen. Don't happen. We don't. Every time when my daughter was born, she was in a new species.
I think that when we were in that off-air hangout in Gus's room, Redline, didn't we figure out? When I mean you, figure out. I think it was 3.3 cubic square feet per animal.
Yeah, basically you would have to get a really big plunger to shove all the animals in there, and also their food, their excrement, and also living quarters for the humans.
Just water alone. I mean, how much water do you think elephants would go through? How many gallons of water they go through?
We would also need to highlight the fact that not all the animals are friendly with each other.
You wouldn't need to take water because of the rainwater. You would collect that.
There was only one little window.
However, that's only for 40 days and 40 nights, not for the year that it takes for the waters to recede.
And of course, raining into a boat, probably not a good idea. Yeah. So Jordan, I mean, you got to look at the bigger picture here. None of this stuff makes sense. None of this stuff would work.
Essentially, mathematically speaking, it was extremely retarded.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's hard to respond because people keep on bringing up new points, and I want to respond to them immediately, but then I'll just be interrupting, and then you won't be to finish your points. So I apologize. I've kept silent, but now some of your points may go
that's fine.
unresponded
That's
to.
fine.
Responded to because I thought I can really interrupt, but I just want to check. Should I start talking when I want to talk, or should I?
Go nuts. Yeah. You got to kind of assert yourself around here.
If I do that, so don't think that I'm trying to shut you up if I talk. Just talk over me if you want to.
We didn't know if you're AFK or not, so you assert yourself that you're here. So all means.
All right, yeah.
We got somebody else coming in too. I don't know who this person is, but we'll see.
So I was asking why you think Ken's a con, and like if there's anything I could look at to realize that.
Yes, Paula Gio has some wonderful videos on this.
I haven't seen that video.
Paulogia.
But the reasoning you give, like how they'd feed the animals, how they'd water them, the speciation. There's an answer about how algae has increased that. The technology side of things, being able to produce the Ark in the first place. He claims that the technology that they had back then was really, really advanced. Like looking at the pyramids, it's clear that they had some great knowledge of how to build structures, etc., a long time ago. So basically, it's the assumption that we had technology back then that would have enabled the Ark to be built and for the Ark to work.
Well, here's the problem with that. The pyramids are not a seaworthy vessel. We could build the pyramids right now if we wanted to. We could never build the Ark, even with our technology today. It would not be possible. It's just not structurally sound.
But the thing with the pyramids is like, okay, we can build them today, but back then we don't understand how they would have built them with their current.
Actually, we do have understandings of how they were built.
Yeah, we have good understanding of it. There's actually professors have gone and shown exactly how they got the quarry, how they cut it, how they erected monoliths. All this is documented. We know a very, very good understanding how they did it. It's not like it was. Yeah.
But I read that the mathematics, etc., the way they line up with the stars was far beyond that their scientific knowledge.
No, it isn't.
Ancient aliens.
You don't need ancient aliens. You just be able to need to do sight lines
I didn't
of stars.
mention ancient aliens. I was just talking about the way they actually line up with the stars.
Oh, by the way, Justin,
I never mentioned aliens. I never mentioned aliens.
Drag, stop smiling. We can see you.
So you're saying the Ark was built by ancient aliens?
Oh,
yes.
No. Okay, so let me
come on.
But let me give you a more serious note here. Let me give you a more serious note.
Well, can I welcome Justin? I don't recognize the name, Justin. I don't recognize the icon.
Yeah. Hey. Thanks for having me. I've been a lurker on Steve, your channel, and Drags.
Are we popping another cherry today?
No. I'm a hangout regular, but usually in the art community.
Okay, but at least first time in here.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'll take sloppy seconds or thirds, whatever.
Yeah, there you go. It's more like sloppy 12ths.
Okay, well, now you just make me feel bad.
Steve, it's official. Steve is the town bicycle.
No shit, right? Everybody gets a ride.
Steve is used to taking what he can get. Anyway, let me bring this back if I can.
Go ahead, by all means.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually going to give the ancient Egyptians, all modern technology in this hypothetical. All right, so Jordan, if you can just follow me here. I'm going to give them modern technology, modern machinery, GPS, so they can perfectly align it with the stars or whatever the hell they did. Honestly, I don't know that much about the pyramids because I really don't give a shit about them. So, I mean, let's just give them everything that they need to make them as perfect as possible. Now, if the ancient Egyptians had our modern machinery, they would be able to make the pyramids still. If I gave Noah modern machinery to make his boat, he still wouldn't be able to actually make it. That's the thing. What Bill Nye said in his debate is that the materials that they had at their disposal at the time would simply would not make for a seaworthy vessel. They once had a ship, I don't remember the name of it, but apparently it was of a size that when they finally put it in the water, it was seaworthy at first, but then it started to twist and bend, and eventually it actually sank. And the Ark is supposed to be, I think, 2 or 3 times bigger than this boat. And so you got to think that, okay, if these people who were professional ship builders using more modern technology at the time couldn't necessarily do it, how could this guy do it with tools from the Bronze Age with materials that were simply unsuitable for the task? That's what we're trying to say here.
I would reply to that with, you can't assume just because we've discovered shipbuilders from back at that time who had proved that they had lots of knowledge in a certain subject, in this case shipbuilding, were the best and were a representation of the best shipbuilders of that time. So I would say that the fact that that boat twisted and broke apart is not really relevant, apart from it. What it does show is that there was a boat from back then, and it twisted apart and broke, and the people who built that were what we'd consider, looking back, sophisticated shipbuilders. But I'm saying I don't see how that is actually evidence against it.
Let me explain to you. Hang on. Let me explain to you that this way. It would be like me saying, okay, I can build a skyscraper. You know, if I had the right materials and the right machinery and the right amount of manpower, I would be able to make a skyscraper, because the materials used make it possible for a skyscraper to be built. What you're telling me is that, you know, assuming that this guy had perfect knowledge, you're telling me that he can make a skyscraper out of birdseed and chewing gum, as tall and as rigid and as reliable as, like, let's say, the Empire State Building or the One World Trade Center or the Burj Khalifa or whatever the fuck that tower's name is. The materials used simply do not make it possible, even if you do know your shit. So it's actually the material being the limiting factor, not necessarily the want, desire, or even the know-how. It's the material that they had at the time. They didn't have modern materials to actually make this structure possible, even if you knew how to build the thing.
But that's assuming that today we know every single material. I mean, we're still discovering new materials and combinations.
Oh, really?
And we're still... Yes.
Are we talking about carbon fiber nanotubes?
Not just carbon fiber nanotubes.
Or graphene plates. What are the materials that we're discovering today?
I can't name any offhand, but
okay.
Like I said, I'm not educated that well in terms of materials and broader science knowledge, but it's something. When I say something, I'm not saying I can back this up scientifically. I'm saying this is what I think. So,
okay, just when Red mentioned that boat, he can back it up. That's the thing.
Pardon?
When Red mentioned that boat, he can look it up and back it up.
Yeah. So I'm saying, can I look it up quickly now?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll give you time.
What I'm doing is typing into Google.
No, that's fine, because I want to know what material that we discovered. And keep in mind, this material that we discovered had to have been available at the time of the building of the Ark. So make sure that that's clear, because if we're gonna jump all the way to carbon nanotubes, something that was recently discovered or recently manufactured in that case, then that's not going to fit. We need something that would have been available at the time of the actual Ark construction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You would basically need something that's non-synthetic, something that we haven't recently manufactured ourselves, and we haven't actually discovered a lot of things in the last 100 years or so that are just naturally occurring materials.
Jordan, can I ask you a basic epistemology question? Is there something that you would accept as evidence to disprove what you currently believe?
Yes.
What would that be?
If they had... Wait, let me just word this properly, because otherwise it's not going to make sense at all.
That's fine.
And I need to be very... Because it's a really good question, and it requires a deep answer.
Don't worry about taking your time answering questions. Just take your time and then answer it.
Okay, thank you. Because it's 2 a.m. now, and I don't know if it's the
Yeah,
wisest thing
that's
to be on
fine.
here.
That's
to stand,
fine.
but
Take your time. Think about the
excuse
question,
my
and
stupidity. Yeah.
and just to help, Carrie, can you do me a favor and repeat the question?
All right.
Reg, you're breaking up.
Is there something that you know that if it was shown would disprove your currently held belief?
Example, like I affirm that evolution is true, biological evolution. If you showed me an organism that speciated and did not change its genetic material from generation to generation, I would have no other choice than to say this is some mechanism that has not been accounted for.
Not just that it wasn't accounted for, that it couldn't account for. You would have falsified evolution at that point.
Yeah, basically. So I'm eating Indian food.
Racist.
All right, so with the arc, I would say that there is, I don't know what exactly you were referring to, whether it be evolution, young Earth creationism, or the arc.
The arc.
The arc. Okay.
Oh god, this shit's spicy.
If it burns going in, it's gonna burn coming out.
Oh, I did this morning. My asshole was on fire.
Carrie, I'm sorry I'm going to have to do this to you again, but if you can just repeat the question just to keep everything fresh.
Sure. Okay. Is there something that you would accept as proof that would disprove what you currently believe?
As far as Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah, about Noah's Ark.
Thank you.
So disprove Noah's Ark completely, as in like the boat didn't exist, or do you mean disprove the story of Noah's Ark?
You currently hold, yes, you currently hold some kind of belief with regards to Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Do you know enough about your belief to say what would disprove that belief for you?
Not the belief that that there was an ark, no. But you could you can't, when it comes to Noah's Ark and many other past events, there's a difference between obviously proving something and having evidence for it. The way I think is probably way different to the way you think. So I'm probably going to come across really delusional and like retarded. You probably have a laugh afterwards thinking about me.
No, we've talked to Gman. You won't.
Wow.
I have no idea what that is, so I can't really comment.
Everybody in the outside chat does. Don't worry.
Don't ever find out. Just don't assume that we're thinking the worst of you. Just if you need time to go over your answer, that's fine, because that means that you're actually thinking and that you're being genuine, and we actually appreciate that, because most people here, you know, when we are on the opposing side of them, kind of like to talk shit without any real thought behind them. G-Man, Empiricism, I'm sorry, that slipped totally accidentally. Okay, so take your time, think about your answer, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, so I think, thank you for the question, and I think you've come to, I think a really important point is that I actually don't have anything that would actually make me think. Like, I can't think of any sort of evidence that would go against Noah's Ark. Unless we could try, yeah, well, I can give evidence that doesn't seem reasonable, which would be going back in time. But since we can't go back in time, there's reasons which involve assuming things were different than we currently think. For instance, assuming there were materials that they discovered that we haven't yet discovered. I only, with a quick Google search, the top things coming up were all about graphite and something called copper pythlicene, not sure how to pronounce it, which is just about quantum computing. but we haven't been everywhere on our planet, and I can
haven't?
assume, for instance, that I
Wait
don't
a
think
minute.
so. No.
Where have we not been? Name a place we have not been.
Well, I should actually change my wording.
All right.
When I say we haven't been everywhere on the planet, that's wrong. I apologize. I don't think we have been everywhere on our planet, because I don't think that with today's technology we can drill far enough down to get to like close to the center of the Earth, etc. So,
well, why would we ever go
think
there?
That would be... Pardon?
It's kind of hot and deadly.
Are you like basically? Are you saying that unless we can drill to the center of the Earth and find out what's there, that only then would you have enough evidence?
No, I'm saying that there's no... I haven't seen evidence that we've been everywhere on Earth and that we've discovered every material. Do you understand?
What?
So
yes,
it's no...
but why,
it's not that
you're
I
not
think...
saying why that matters.
Why? What matters exactly? Why we can't...
Why it matters that we haven't been everywhere. Let's say for a moment that I grant
Okay,
you
so
that
yeah,
premise.
sorry, I should have clarified. The reason why I was mentioning that I don't think we've been anywhere is because been everywhere is because of how big the Earth is, and there's still... and the fact that we're still mining shows that we haven't been everywhere, because otherwise what are we mining in the first place? And why are there new discoveries being made about new islands, etc., if we've already been everywhere? So what I hear in the news leads me in that position that we haven't discovered everywhere. It could be that mankind has discovered everywhere and they're keeping that back. That's another possibility. But from my understanding, we haven't... From my understanding, we're always going to keep discovering new things and new places and new methods.
So the issue that I see with that is that it's starting to really sound like a roundabout way of making an argument from ignorance.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jared, we have mapped the surface of the Earth.
Try to think of it this way, Jordan.
Yeah, mapped has nothing to do with...
Yes, but that means you've been there.
You have stated that you hold a specific
been
belief.
there as in like physically examined the area and investigated.
Right.
Because
Yes.
I responded
yes.
that
But
in relation to...
You have stated you hold a specific belief about Noah's Ark. You have also stated that that belief in some way would be contingent on another belief you hold, that if we continue to search the Earth enough, somewhere at some time, additional information or evidence would be found that vindicates that belief. This is creating a chain of beliefs. None of them are founded on anything. They're all guesses.
I think you've
see why that's a
misinterpreted.
problem.
I don't think I said that finding something on the Earth would make me change my belief. I don't think I said that. What I said was that it's a past event, and because I think that we haven't discovered everything, and we, like, for instance, we won't be able to travel back in time. There's certain assumptions about the past which we can make and reason either way.
Okay, I think I see what he's trying to say. So, since we're always discovering something, there's always a new wonder, there's always a new whatever, that you believe in your mind that eventually one of those discoveries will be something that will substantiate your belief.
Might never be discovered. Like, there's, for instance, I'm going to ask you a question now. Do you think there's anything... Okay, do you think everyone in the past, everything we've learned scientifically, every discovery we made from thousands of years ago, now is discovered, understood, and seen today? That's my question to you.
I don't think that's even possible, honestly.
Exactly, right. So it's possible that there's discoveries, knowledge, materials that we don't understand, and most likely is.
It is always expected that the amount of knowledge in our possession will increase. simply due to the fact that we are cognizant of the lack of knowledge we've had in the past and the amount of knowledge we have now. But that is part of the problem, is that we can track something like the history of knowledge back through time. And we don't come to a point where there's justification in believing there was advanced technology.
So
like advanced past we have now. So that itself is its own belief that you hold, that you're then basing other beliefs on.
Right. So you understand that I listen to Ken Ham, right? So I'm just gonna make it easier for you to understand where I'm coming from. Is Ken Ham talks a lot about, you have two separate worldviews, observational science and historical. Yeah, exactly, right.
Okay, there is no such thing as it's something he's fabricated.
What is it?
Right. Yeah, I understand that's something that he's used, and it's not from mainstream science, but it made sense to me, right?
Sorry, I missed what it was called. What is it?
Remember, it's Ken when in the debate.
Jordan, just restate what it is that Ken Ham is using here that sounded good to you. What is it called? Everyone keeps over talking when you said it.
Right.
So what is it called?
The difference between observational science, things that we can see, feel, and investigate by ourselves now, and historical science about things that happen long in the past, beyond our lifetime, that we can't investigate to the full. So, when we're talking thousands of years ago, I consider that beyond the realm of observation, because things have changed since then. So we have to assume certain conditions back then. We have to assume certain things. And you're right that we have... I say you're right, that sounds really arrogant. I mean, I agree with you that we can go back and track knowledge and understand where knowledge has come from. But when you say that, you also have to assume, I claim that you have to assume that there's knowledge that we haven't been able to track, that there's societies that have gone completely forgotten, and knowledge that has gone completely forgotten. And that's a claim. I can't back that up, that there has been a society that has gone completely forgotten, and discoveries and knowledge that has got completely forgotten. But although I can't back that up, I believe that it's reasonable. And that's when it comes down to worldview. And I know you don't like this word because when I mentioned Ken Ham, there's a lot of people going laughing.
One moment, Jordan. Is Steve there? Heavy's trying to get in.
Steve had to step out for a sec. He says he's here, but kind of not. He put it in the chat earlier. But one of the issues that I have is that the reason why Ken Ham had to contrive his own field is because it does not allow for any method of refutation. It's simply he makes an assertion based on the conclusions that he's already drawn, and then he works backwards to try and find answers for them. That's the
top-down method.
Yeah, it's an ass backwards way of trying to approach something scientifically. Because we've actually done this. We've actually found bones of people from 100-something years ago, and we found out, they died of bone cancer because we have forensic evidence using archaeology, using
but a few hundred years ago is a lot different to thousands of years ago.
Sure, and I want to say there's also one about 1,200 years ago of a young girl, and that was determined. Her cause of death was also determined based on our knowledge of anatomy. So as our body of knowledge grows, we can further identify what has happened in the past based on the evidence that we have. What we can't do is simply, contrive these statements of faith and then go, well, you know what? I'm going to look for the evidence to now support it. That's not how that works, because you can literally contrive anything and then make anything fit in there rather than looking at the evidence and then making a deductive argument based on what you have in front of you.
Yeah, I completely understand that, and I would agree that Ken Ham has read the Bible and then thought, okay, how can I back this up? What reasoning can I come up with that would make sense in this scenario, rather than going with the scientific approach? But he's used the scientific approach to talk about things that we can see now, but then when refers to the past, he says that you've got to rely on the Bible and God's word, and
Well, why is
just
that?
explains
Why
circumstances.
why is the past special in that case?
By past, I mean thousands of years ago, or not, you know.
Yeah,
'cause we're
but
always
why
living
is
in the
that
past
special in
the sense
that
that-
case? That's the thing. Why is there a differentiation?
Because I can't travel back in time.
Well, neither can
the
we.
methods. Yeah, I know. I'm saying. Sorry. Let me finish what I was trying
I'm
to
sorry.
say.
Go ahead.
When we travel back in time, because we can't travel back in time, the reasoning for believing a certain thing about the far past has to be based on things which I am not 100% confident work. And thus, when an assumption is made, for instance, that the dating methods are wrong, and then, like, I've seen no evidence that the dating methods that we have now are accurate for thousands of years ago. And I don't think it'd be possible to disprove that because we can't go thousands of years
Well,
back.
Jordan,
So it's like,
how about let me stop. If I can say something real quick, because I just got back from the kitchen.
yeah.
I do have evidence
Right.
that these methods work. I've definitely evidence that these methods work. Matter of fact, young Earth creationists have confirmed these dating methods have worked. However, they refute one.
I mean,
thing.
thousands of years ago. Like.
Yeah, these are confirmed methods. Even young Earth creationists that started what's called the Rates Project. If you go look at it, Dr.
Okay,
Humphreys
wait
and
one
Dr.
second.
Fadi, the Rates Project has said isochron dating methods work. However, they think that one of the assumptions made by them is wrong, and they think that the assumption that decay constants stay constant is wrong. Now, if they were right, the ramifications of that is that no life would exist. All life would have been obliterated if this was the case. So they could posit something like what's called accelerated decay, but if they're right, life would not exist. Life does exist, ergo they are wrong. But if you look at what they've read, what they've written about radiometric dating, they have said isochron dating methods work. But the reason why it gives older dates is because of something called accelerated decay. But then when you ask them about accelerated decay, they say, well, we posit this. We don't know how it works. There's something called the heat problem, which we can't figure out how to solve. And it would basically recognize it would destroy the Earth. But we're okay with that. We'll just go with that until we figure out how this actually really works. But so
Okay, so it's called the Rates Project, right?
Rates, RATE, yeah, rates. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can spell rates. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Although I know people in the chat will say otherwise. But, okay, thank you for that. I'll definitely look that up.
Yeah, but yeah, the isochron dating methods. There's 12 different methods that actually have a consilience to the age of the Earth around 4.5 billion years. There's no getting around that. That is reality. And they want to posit something like accelerated decay. They need to demonstrate how that's possible, and they have failed miserably. Even ICR says it's one of the great unanswered things in young Earth creationism. They have no way to solve this. But go ahead.
And
mistake.
Well, just going back to 1,000-year marks, because that's where Jordan's at. So that's where I'll go. Jordan, have you ever heard of something called dendrochronology?
No.
It's essentially tree ring dating. And I guess
tree ring. Yeah, I've heard of that, definitely.
Okay, so do you believe that?
Bill Nye, I'm sure, mentioned it in the debate as well about the tree rings.
Cool. Now, do you believe that tree ring dating is accurate?
I don't hold a belief on tree ring dating. I don't know enough about it.
Okay. Do you see any evidence that would be inaccurate in any way? Because basically, what I'm trying to get at is tree ring.
No, I don't.
All right, tree ring dating is basically about something that has a known age. So we have been around long enough to see trees grow at least enough for them to have rings that we can count. And being the tree has a known age because the planter that planted the damn thing in the first place back and cut the bitch down and say, oh wow, these rings correspond to this many years every single time, all the time. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that a tree with this many rings corresponds to this many years. Do you see any flaw in that logic so far?
No.
Okay, cool. So with that logic in mind, they can go out and chop down not just the trees that they planted themselves, in which there is a known age. They can chop down trees that are way older than they are and they can find out exactly how far back into the past these trees can go. Again, follow me so far. Do you see any flaw in that logic?
No, but one of the things that I have no idea how these dating methods work, etc.
Exactly, and that's what I'm getting to, because what I'm trying to say is, being that there's no flaw in the logic so far, all of a sudden now we have a very old thing, this thing being a tree, with a known age, because it has markers on there that tell you just how old it is. And then we can compare that with other dating methods with that same object. And when we do this in the lab, we see that all of these different methods all converge on the same answer. And so being that they're all converging on the same answer, being that we know the age of this object, wouldn't it be safe to assume that these dating methods are therefore reliable if done properly?
Yes.
Okay, so with these dating methods that have proven themselves to be reliable, when it's applied to something that disagrees with Canham's BS, where do you see that as kind of a indication of something profound?
Well, I've heard a lot of people. Well, I haven't heard. I've heard of people debating this. If you understand, I haven't listened to many debates about it, but what I'm trying to say is I've heard arguments the other side, and I just need to research it. But I understand exactly what you're saying. Basically, I'll deal hypothetically that if what you're saying is right, okay? Like I haven't researched into dating methods, so I can't say, oh yes, I understand exactly what you're saying, because that would be lying. I don't understand how the dating works. I know you explained it to me, but I'm saying I don't understand how we can know that that tree back then was that certain age, for one. And I'm also not sure if
that's why I went into it step by step.
Yeah, this requires a little bit of math, a little bit of differential equations, maybe a little bit of understanding of decay. I mean, it's a little. It all has like a bunch of shit you got to like put together and go, okay, now I see the bigger picture. And then they use what's called dendrochronology to calibrate that too, which is the study of T rings.
For instance, it's essentially a test that we're giving it. We're giving the method that we're using a test and seeing if it passes the test. And not only are we testing one method, we're testing many methods, including dendrochronology itself, even by comparing it to something of a known age at the beginning, which is what I said. You know, a guy could plant a tree, come back 20 years later, cut the bitch down, and say, I planted this tree 20 years ago. It was on this day at this time, whatever. Count the rings, and we see that being that he planted multiple trees, they have the same number of rings. So that number of rings corresponds to this many years. So there's a relationship there between how many rings there are and how many years it's been alive. And so we can apply that to older trees, way older than the dude has been, and then use that as a test bed for other methods. And we see that the other methods all converge on the same answer, showing that they're reliable. And when we apply these methods to things that disagree with Ken Ham's bullshit, what I'm asking is, do you see that as, you know, profound, or do you not give it any weight whatsoever?
I don't see it as profound, but I see it as something that I need to look into. Like, listening to you talk, yes. But I'm not going to walk away and say, okay, Ken Ham doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, that's why I asked at the very beginning, or with the first time we were going through the few steps, is there any flaw to this logic? And you said no, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so where does that take you when it comes to the, I'm just going to call it the ramblings of Ken Ham?
Well, I've written down Rich Project, and I've also wrote down Tony Reed because someone in chat recommended it. Apparently there's some videos I can watch there. So
you know, even better, just go to ICR and go to CMI and go to AIG, Google them and look them up. These are all businesses. These are designed to sell you books and DVDs. That's all that they're designed to do.
Yeah,
they are a scam. The whole thing in Kentucky is not to educate people in the Bible. It's to milk people out of their money. It's $40 a ticket.
And that's just to get in. That's not even for parking and to ride the bus to get to the building.
But like based on my worldview, like love hopes the best. So, I like. Just because someone earns a lot of money for something or is charging for something, I don't believe that you can immediately say that person's only doing it because of money. Do you understand?
Then why don't they give it away for free?
Yeah, when you're talking about theological stuff,
free?
you know, you have most of it's nonprofit, right? Religion is supposed to be nonprofit. These are not nonprofit organizations. These are for profit. They do no research. Their blogs are all they have. They have no peer-reviewed stuff. They have a handful of people, about a dozen or two, that write everything, and it gets all this disseminated among other people. That's it. They have no research whatsoever.
And he barely has any cost in building this thing because it was underwritten by the state.
Yeah, well, it's also funded as well. He's not even if it's a complete flop, he doesn't lose a dime.
Yeah,
he's made millions of this.
Jordan, if Ken Ham was honest in what he says, Jordan, if I may,
if a person,
Jordan,
yeah, sorry,
if Ken Ham was honest in what he says with this ARC experience, then there would be no ticket price to get in. It would be
nominal.
free.
I mean, a couple bucks.
No, but it wouldn't be charging you for parking and then a ticket and the bus ride. He wouldn't be stacking these things together. The only thing honest he's done, Steve, and we looked into it, was if you need a wheelchair or a stroller, those prices are actually pretty cheap compared to amusement parks.
Yeah, you need. Yeah, I love that though.
Honestly, he actually
charge you for a wheelchair.
No, but hold on. Disney charges you as well. The only difference is Ken Ham doesn't charge you the full rate.
Disney's not supposed to be a Christian organization.
No,
right?
But you got to understand, though, there is a overhead on having to replace those things.
Who gives a shit? They're a Christian organization.
Please,
Steve.
Come on. Steve, come on. But when you look at the rates of an amusement park and other museums and other places like that, what they charge, Ken Ham is not charging the same. He's undercharging for those services.
I don't see that makes a bit of difference to me.
I think that Ken Ham should charge as much as he wants because
it's not
a business
in any way.
Yeah.
Is this something you're certain of? Like Ken Ham is only doing all this, or is it? Wait,
He's
sorry.
a con man.
You're sure of that, right?
I am positive he's that, and I know Ken Hovind is. We've all talked to Kent. We know how.
Well, Ken Hovind actually has a criminal record, so I think that one's a little bit easier to prove.
Yeah, he got arrested for fraud. You can't really deny he's not a fraud.
Right.
Yeah.
But
the only thing good about Ken Hovind is he's not a flat earther, and he thinks that's crazy.
Well, just wait. He'll want to make a buck more sooner. But my issue with Ken Ham is that he will flat out contrive scenarios. Contrive whatever he needs to in order to fit an argument. It does. And if you actually watch that, I guess, walkthrough, or you want to call it, with him and Bill Nye, Nye bringing up some pretty good contentions. He will make up stuff, and you can actually check my channel. I think me and Sam and a few others were talking about it. He will make up stuff in the middle of conversation. It's like you can tell when someone does that. It's like when I was talking to Nephilim Free about his lunar bukkake bullshit. He had never heard of entropy ever in his life, and he made up an ice age that just so happened to account for something he had never heard of prior to this conversation. So it's like it's a little obvious, but with Ken Ham, I see the dishonesty in the stuff that he says, and so that would lead me to believe he is.
Okay, so it's the dishonesty part that mostly convinces you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that dishonesty for myself, so you can understand why I don't hold that position. And also the fact that his words back up my
go watch Paul
pre-existing assumption.
Paul
Gia
has ham and eggs one or two times a week, where he exposes Ken's bullshit, and he does a very good job of it. He documents it all.
Who was that, sorry? Basically, there's documentation out there, and people have gone through the trouble of finding all the evidence and putting it in a video form, so you don't have to, which is great because I'm lazy as hell and I don't want to do that shit.
The thing, right? So that's the thing. I've done the same, but my documentary and such that I've been looking at has been from Ken Ham. So do you understand?
Source.
Like.
I said Ken Hovind was a fraud decades ago, and then he gets arrested for tax evasion, and all his all his claims. Now you can go look at any one of his claims. Go look. You can download his handbook called Creationist Handbook
I
number
never
9.
brought up Ken Hovind, so I don't know.
Well, he uses
Are you
the
just
same
talking about in
claims.
general?
But he uses the same claims Ken does. Ken Ham and Kent Hovind uses the same claims.
Yeah. But like, just
now
just
you can look
because
up every
someone
one of those
agrees with
claims, and
someone
you can
else
see
on
that
a
they're
topic
wrong.
doesn't mean.
But-
right?
but-
There's gonna be rapists. There's gonna be giant liars who agree with what you believe. So you can't really say because these two people believe the same thing, then they're both not credible, right?
Well, actually, we
Well, yeah,
can if the thing that they believe in has been demonstrably shown to be
Right.
BS.
Because, like I said,
So-
you could go and look at. You could go download the Creationist Handbook, look at every one of the scientific claims, and then go on the internet and research every one of them and see, oh wow, this is crap. Oh yeah, this is wrong. Oh yeah, he misled people here. Oh, he was completely wrong on this one. Every one of them. I've done it with Hovind.
No, but that
And
would
Hovind even
show
admitted
that
he
what
was-
they believe.
Wait.
What
Hovind
they
even said.
false. It wouldn't show that that person is doing what they're doing for money, which is what I was referring to.
Right, but that particular thing maybe not. But I mean, it's an all.
And when I say for money, I'm talking about all for money, like you claimed, you know.
Oh, I don't know if Ken Ham actually believes his own bullshit or not. I don't care. I don't think Kent does anymore. I think he doesn't care. He's totally in for the money. But Ken, I have no idea. I think he's just in for the money. He might actually believe it. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. His what he claims scientifically can be demonstrably shown to be wrong. Trivially so most of the times. It's so wrong.
I've watched the Atheist Experience, and I've watched listened to a few other atheist podcasts. Not regularly, but I hear that a lot about anyone who claims like creationism, etc. So when you say things like, you know, these are being shown demonstrably wrong, I prefer you say like resources that I can look up, because it's a lot easier for me to understand. You know what I mean? Because like they hold no weight when you say.
King Crocoduck's really good.
Ken Ham is speaking
Apologia,
nonsense.
My videos, I have my video of Ken Hovind showing him right in live time that two of his claims are wrong. He admitting to him, but he still uses them. He says he wasn't going to. I almost bet you money. Go watch any of his newer stuff since he did his video with me. He still uses those claims. He doesn't care. I can almost guarantee it.
Yep. That's one of the trademarks of someone who's clearly not in it for the facts. If I can give just a brief example, I once talked to a flat earther by name of Gish, and I rammed a little bit of knowledge up his ass about damaged camera sensor in space causing white dots. Therefore, there is no stars in the image. It's just a damaged camera sensor, you fucking idiot. And after I rammed that up his ass, he admitted that, all right, yes, that's valid, but yet went right back to spewing it as if it was part of the conspiracy, as if there was a star layer that the supposed image faker simply failed to remove. So does
Are we still talking about Ken Ham, or is that someone
correct? We are
else?
still talking about Ken Ham. I'm just using a different example to explain what he's doing. So given that that kind of knowledge was rammed up his backside with no lube sideways after being wrapped in barbed wire, and yet he's still pushing it, that you and everyone else would of course be reasonable in coming to the conclusion that he's quite frankly not in it for the truth. This is the same type of...
So you're saying there's videos that you have made that show Ken Ham hearing something that's contrary to that, you know, disproves what he's saying, and he acknowledging that, then him using that again. Is that what you're saying?
Not me, Steve. What Steve just said, because my example.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't keeping track of who was talking.
Yeah, when it came to the Gish thing, that is essentially a carbon copy of what the experience was between Steve and the idiots that he was referring to when it came to like creationism, Ken Ham and Kent Hovind, and that little shit Kent Hovind's son. So with all that being said,
with him too.
Yeah, exactly. So with all that being said, they're showing signs of being inherently dishonest because they know for a fact that this is crap, yet they're still using it as a talking point. And what is the end result of that talking point? Where the only thing positive coming out of that talking point, which they already know is false, is more revenue goes into their pockets. And that's what we're saying. We're saying that we see a pattern here, and this pattern doesn't look very good for their integrity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
and so
I just need to do what I need to do then is look into Ken Ham's background and look at the opposing videos to see how those claims that he's just doing it for the money are backed up. Because like right now I'm hearing what you're saying, but you know, I take it with a pinch of salt.
All right, we'll take it. I'm going to tell you to not only take it with a pinch of salt, but let's give it a metric fuck ton of salt. Let me, however, just have you entertain a thought. If you were to confirm what I just said for yourself, and everything I said was in fact true, would you still see them as honest, or would you see them as dishonest as we do right now?
And we've had people do this and come back going, yeah, you guys are right. So people have left young with creationism.
Again, I'm not saying that you will confirm what we're saying, but let's hypothetically say that you do confirm everything we're saying right now. Would you still look at them as anything other than dishonest?
No. No.
Even in this type of... Okay, I'm done here.
There's something I wanted to throw in. Y'all have already talked about the Ark and the Wyoming, which was that boat that fell apart, basically.
That's the one that Red mentioned.
Yeah.
How'd you get in, Heavy? I was AFK. Would you sneak in, by the way?
It was smaller than the Ark, and this, like I said, modern shipbuilding. The boat failed. It sunk.
Yeah, okay, but Heavy, the reason what people don't understand why it failed, it's hogging and swagging. Basically, the boat bends up and down in the middle, and that causes the long planks to separate, and that lets water in.
Yeah, so here you've got a boat made of gopher wood and inside and out with pitch. There's no fancy materials. There's no super material that we've never discovered. It's just wood. You know, some guys out in the desert made this thing over several hundred years or something. Mom, get real. But anyway, what I want to throw in is, you know, you're talking about looking into the background of Ken Ham and his finances, and he's doing things wrong and this and that. Actually, you should look at some real science. Nothing agrees with younger creationism or Ken Ham or anything, not even boat building. There's no field of science that agrees with this. Botany, paleontology, archaeology, biology, astronomy. There's no field of science that agrees with this younger creationism idea, even though they try to warp science, say, oh, well, no, all these scientists and experts across the world are wrong. See, you're getting your sources from people that are twisting real science. You need to get away from their stuff and look at some of the real deal that's going on out in the world. And they've been, you know, giving you links to channels where you can check stuff out. You can do Google searches and find out things. I put some links in the side, if you can see the side. There's the Science of the Biblical Flood, which a lady in our community hosted, Fiona Robertson, brilliant lady. And she got a bunch of people together that were mathematicians and stuff like that, you know. And they went over about the flood, about the building of the ark, about how damaged the earth would be if the flood was real. Basically, it'd be a molten heap floating around, orbiting the sun. It's
even after the floodwaters would recede, how long would it take for plant life to recover the earth in order to provide food for everything that was left?
They figured out it would be superheated steam. There would be no water.
Yeah. And this thing of historical and observational science, that is completely BS. It really is.
But you know, like the thing I was saying,
you can even use historical science to prove the Bible. Mm-hmm. I mean, or prove events in the Bible or archaeology or things like that.
Does the Bible say anything about insects? Does it mention anything about insects?
Probably in the Old Testament somewhere.
Yeah, in regards to plagues.
No, in the Ark.
Oh, in the Ark.
Insects in the Ark.
Are you making a termite comment here?
No. I'm just wondering because I mean, even if you take like a pair of every, let's even use the wording kind of insect.
Yeah.
On the planet, the sheer weight of it, I think, would probably sink the ship.
Well, just with animals alone, I mean, we have 8.7.
I'm saying like leave off the animals and just do insects.
Yeah, just the insects alone.
Just insects alone would probably.
No, just the ants.
Yeah, no. Well, that would be a kind. I'm saying
the claim made by Ken Ham here is that
there's different kinds of ants.
There weren't so many there weren't so many back then, and you only had like.
Really.
For instance, for an ant, instead of having the, like, I don't know how many species of ants there are, probably over 10.
Right. Let's say you have two ants. How many species you think you can get in only 6,000 years? Ants don't speciate at that rate. There's no speciation in thousands of years, and you expect to have thousands and thousands of speciations. How does that happen?
Curly beetles trump all of them. I think there's more species of beetle on the planet than all other insects combined that we know of. Like just beetles alone would probably sink the thing.
How do you get all the 1,000 species of beetles in only 6,000 years? You literally have to speciate all the time.
I don't know.
Every species on Earth would be speciating like every generation. We don't see that.
You need a factory.
Yeah, it's
all right,
impossible.
Steve, if I may interject, there are 12,000 species of ants.
Yeah. So I mean,
that's just ants.
So 12,000 species in 6,000 years, you're literally speciating every other generation, right? No,
yeah,
you're speciating twice per generation. Sorry.
Like I'm just saying, like even if they could build it, but it was to spec and it didn't have torsion.
But how does that work? How does that work? How do you speciate twice per generation? If there's 12,000 species of ants and only 6,000 years ago, how does that happen?
Yeah, the math doesn't work out. Yeah.
Not even remotely.
Because currently what we live, like, it's not, everything's not isolated together.
It wouldn't matter. You can't speciate 2 times in a single generation.
It matter, Jordan.
That's just biologically impossible in all levels. How do you speciate twice in one generation? What does that even mean?
Okay, so wait, you're saying that before the flood, maybe there wasn't so many like creatures. So after the flood, everything cleared up.
I'm not just quoting it, and you can read through.
Well, then after everything cleared up, where did the multitude then come from?
Yeah, I've read everything on ICR. We've talked to Dr. Tompkins. We've talked to Snellings. We've talked to all these people on these things. Trust me, you can't show us from anything from AIG or ICR that we have not read, and not actually actual people that wrote these things half the time. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Right. So do you have like a counter reference to that article that I can read, or is it something I'll have to dig for a bit?
Wait, what article?
Sorry, it's not in the main chat.
Oh, I didn't post any article.
Okay, so someone in the chat asks, why does John think Ken Ham is worth listening to? P. Bothulu?
Yeah.
The reason I'm here is because I want to hear, well, not just hear, but communicate with people who have a completely different view to me.
That's great.
So whilst I listened to Ken Ham and think he was worth listening to, I'm here because I'm interested in what these people think. And the easiest way to understand what someone thinks is to talk with them and ask them questions and have them ask you questions. So,
well, again, though,
the reason I think Ken Ham is worth listening to is because he has studied Genesis in the Bible, and I believe that the Bible is the word of God. God's helped me so much in my life, and my life has been extremely difficult. And so when I saw the title of this stream, Imagine No Religion, I thought, oh, hang on a minute, this is something I need to join because...
Okay, well, that's the title of like a atheist convention right now in Toronto.
Yeah, that's not the title. I mean, that's the title of Hangout, but it's actually, we were talking about a convention that was in Toronto that people were going to. That's what the Imagine No Religion is. I'm not advocating Imagine No Religion.
Yeah, this is not a John Lennon fan club.
Yeah, this is not an anti-theist hangout. It's just.
I was at the convention if you're wanting to ask questions about it, but I'm not sure that's actually what you want.
Yeah, about that. And if I can say something, it's perfectly fine to, if you think God or whoever helped you in your lives in times of difficulty, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. You know, I'm not actually going to give you any shit over that. However, it's the other shit that you're stacking on top of it that we're having issues with, because those things
I'm not stacking those things. You ask me those questions.
Well,
I've
you're putting Ken Ham on there, and Ken Ham, we can show you he's wrong.
I responded.
Wait, there's 12,000 beetles.
When you questioned me on the age of the Earth and why I was reasoning that. I did not come in here and say the Earth is below 10,000 years old, and this is my claim. You asked me what I believe, so I was explaining it.
Sure.
No, yeah,
I'm trying to. You're trying to say that I'm stacking things on top of
your faith.
I believe in God and God has helped me, which is not what I'm doing.
Jordan,
I came in to defend
you've already
that.
talked about. I asked you specifically about one belief, and you mentioned another belief that was connected to the first belief. That is stacking.
We can go back and replay these things.
The stacking you're referring to has nothing to do with the
We are talking
original.
about stacking beliefs.
And all these beliefs are contingent upon other beliefs. There is a coordinated thing between them. Beliefs do not exist in isolation. Okay, they exist upon other things. With you're starting with the position of the Bible being true and everything, fine. I don't think anybody gives a crap if, one way or another. We don't. I don't care. But when you start stacking that and saying, oh, because of my belief in the Bible, science is wrong, age of the Earth is wrong, evolution is wrong.
No, that's what I'm trying to. All right, yeah, I should have been so much more clear at the start when I started talking, because what I came in here for the sole purpose of, well, one, listening to what you had to say, and it's a good thing I did, because I've got, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 references I'm going to look up.
Hydrostatic equilibrium. Yeah.
There you go.
Hydrostatic
Reed's
testing.
Project, Reed.
That's the only big word
I've done
Steve
hydrostatic
can pronounce.
testing. Not
And then
something I
3
enjoy.
YouTube video links.
Here's something on hydrostatic testing that's
anyway,
interesting. Look at Jordan. Hydrostatic testing is when you stick a bunch of water in a vessel, and the way you know that the vessel's not sound, it explodes and kills you. It's really not a really great design test, in my opinion. Just FYI.
Nice. Okay, so going back.
Because Steve, that test was designed by engineers.
Yeah, well, that's what it is.
Basically, does it blow up?
Yeah, it's basically, hey, look, Steve, if this blows up, it's not sound. You die, but hey, thanks for running the test. Okay,
going forward here. So just from what I was saying, you starting off from the shit that you're stacking on top of it comment, just starting from there. When we're going over, like, for example, the Ark and the age of the Earth, the dating methods and so on, we're bringing to the table science, and also we're bringing to the table that the people who argue against it have been shown to not be the most honest people in the world.
So I'm going to look into what you mentioned and do a ton more research, because I haven't done it.
That's good. However, there's a problem with one thing that you said that's been eating at me, and it was the question I asked you, and it was just based on a hypothetical. If you were to look into this, which you say you're going to do, and I'm happy that you're going to do that, but I said, hypothetically speaking, if you confirmed everything that we said to be 100% true when it came to the integrity of the people that spew this nonsense, would you see them as anything other than dishonest? And you said no. Now, that kind of worries me a bit.
Why would that be a bad answer, Reds? He says no. He said no. That means he won't see him but anything other than dishonest. He'll think of them as dishonest at that point.
No, okay. I thought you said a different answer then.
No, I said no. I wouldn't see them as anything other than dishonest, because that would show the things we talk about would show them as dishonest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard wrong, so I apologize on that front. Okay, so with that one, it was, we're looking at all of these different points, and we're looking at all the science that is involved and stuff like that. I would say that the one thing you need to do is just research the hard science, and not only look at the science, but do just sit by yourself and go over the logic behind the conclusions they come to based on what they're actually looking at. And if you see any flaw in their methodology, that is something that we're willing to talk about. Or if you see any flaw in what they've actually found. Hey, what they're looking at is obviously not this. So even though their logic is sound, where they're bringing it from is kind of BS.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. We're able to talk about that, but don't go to these people that have a history of bullshitting people, and some of them are bullshitting for their wallet.
Yeah. How about you do this? Pick any random claim, any young creationist claim. Pick any one of them. Go out and try to debunk it yourself. Go in on the mindset saying, look, I want to disprove this claim, right? And see if you're able to.
Yeah. Well, what I've been currently doing with that is I've been doing that, but then going to their
No. You have to go to their.
Yeah. So I
have to go to their site to get the
claim,
claim, but then go go to a regular science source and try to find out why that claim's wrong. If you can't disprove it, then you might have something. You go, hey, Steve or the rest of us in here, I've got this claim. It's from AIG or whatever. I've looked into it. I cannot find anything against this. And then we'll go, okay, well, let's look into it because I'm sure we've seen it before. But you see if you can debunk something, because that's how I go about even just in my own claims. Look, if I think that I think something in biology is true or false, and I'm like, I'm thinking about this. How does this work? I'm going to research and try to falsify myself, right? Because I'll be like, okay, I got this wrong. This is why it's wrong. Now I understand it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I had something already to say. As soon as I had a chance, I forgot what I was going to say.
At your age, I might as well just say it as soon as it comes to your head.
That's
By the way, how'd you get in here, Evie? I don't remember letting you in. I mean, I'm just curious.
It wasn't easy. I had to loot myself. Never mind.
Could I respond to some comments in the chat?
Yeah.
Who's making them?
Red Eye in the chat said, God helped him. His next sentence was, my life was difficult. So what did God actually do for you? Make your life difficult? Lol. Can I respond to that? Or I know,
honestly, ignore them.
Well, that's not a bad question. I mean, I understand there's an easy answer for it, though. But, the question basically is, look, if God made your life easier, why did he make it difficult to begin with?
I wrote a poem during my difficulty. Could I read it out? Or do you want me to explain it?
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. It's quite long, so if I guess interrupt if you'd like. But
can you give us the haiku version?
Not really, because I don't know if it together. All right. Here it goes. Thoughts of a deep trial, thoughts of an end. There is hope that lasts, hope to recommend. Dancing to my temporary tune, running to what I thought I would be. At that time so young, it was hard for me to see. I loved to run, it was my favorite thing to do. Every day of the week, just getting my trainers on and just running out of the door, letting myself fly and just letting go. The feeling of rushing through space with nothing to hold me back, speeding through towards the hope of becoming Olympic champion with nothing at all to lack. I was winning races, winning leagues, pushing and pushing with very little fatigue. I did not think that deeply then. I was so used to things going my way. But now that these trials have come, I have a lot more to say. My dreams as a young boy were like treasures on a cliff. As I was getting so close, everything began to slip. A trial, an effort to stay on the walkway of okay, to cope with the next, and the next day. I knew life generally gets hard, but I didn't think it would get this hard for me. I was always told that it would not last long, but months turned to years, and I found out that they were wrong. I felt like my life had slowed down to a very slow pace. Crawling up to the toilet seat, I never imagined the challenges I would have to face. People looking down instead of looking up as I wheeled through the crowd, so different from hearing people cheer as I won a race, so proud. I thought, they do not know who I am. Absorbing their sympathy instead of respect, this was not part of my plan. Feeling trapped inside a body that does not express me, knowing what I once could do, and who I thought I was meant to be. Is it safe to assume that everything will soon be fine? Is it safe to say, don't worry, everything will soon be okay? Let's not fool ourselves with shallow words, for everything in this world will eventually slip away. Sometimes we'll fail, sometimes we'll lose, sometimes we will be sad, but He will make all things new. Happiness will come and go, it's always temporary, but true fulfillment is deep as the sea, and lasts to the end of time into eternity. You see, I'm me, but I will go eventually, so this body, my goals, won't always be here to see. But I know who I am, will not always be, but I am redeemed and fulfilled by Christ who lives inside of me. Everyone can live, but everyone will once die. Life is like a vapor, but death is not the end. There's hope for all, just ask me why. Day by day, I want to focus on what is good, appreciating everything just as I should. I really want to never forget the lessons I've learned and the people I have met. This long trial seems to be heading towards its end. When the next trial comes, it will be easier to comprehend. We can be satisfied in any circumstance. We can be fulfilled through the roughest storm. We can be ready for anything, even if it is outside of the norm. Thoughts of a deep trial, thoughts of an end. There is hope that lasts, hope to recommend.
Yeah, and it's really good. And I'm sure you got through. You got through some difficult times.
I think he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, well, I kind of gather that as well.
Aren't you?
Well, are you still in a wheelchair?
No, I'm on crutches right now,
Crutches,
which
okay.
is absolutely awesome.
Good. Yeah. Nobody's going to argue that using religion to help you get through bad times. I don't think anybody cares if they do or not. Some people might be assholes and think that's wrong. I'm not one of those people. But
yeah,
again,
but there's a special hell for those people, Steve.
It's a what? What do you mean?
There's a special hell for those people.
What, that say that you can't use religion to get through tough times?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm a non-evidentialist, right? So I think if you one of the things for non-evidentialism is if you're for example a cancer patient and you have pretty much the odds you're going to die, an experimental drug comes up and the doctors tell you, well, you need to believe that it's going to work, right? You need to have a positive attitude, even though there's not evidence that it's going to cure you and save your life. You have a reason to believe because it's prudential to do so. It's called prudential, right?
Mm-hmm.
To end your goal. So I think there's a reason that we can have beliefs without being fully warranted to have a justification for them, and one of the which is the belief in God, right? If somebody uses God to help them out, I don't have an issue with that. But again, all the other beliefs are predicated upon that, right? If you say, I believe in God, great, God has helped me, that doesn't necessarily mean that young earth creationism is true. It doesn't mean that Ken Ham...
Absolutely not. Young earth
right.
creationism and... young earth creationism and the flood, etc., are totally irrelevant from that.
Yeah, Jordan, I hate that happened. Because you was like running marathons and stuff, and sounds like...
Yeah, I used to do middle distance and long distance running, so I did a lot of cross country. There's this giant league, and I won every single race apart from one of them, so I was the champion of the league, and that was between England and Wales. So there's a lot of high quality teams turning out there, and I also competed in the Welsh Championships and came third. I'd also do cycling with my brothers. That's how we'd bond together. I basically, if you ask me, who are you, John? I tell you, I'm a runner. That's what I was skilled in, and that's who I thought I was meant to be as well. But
and
when things changed, it was like, okay, well, I've had faith in God, but why on earth would God allow this to happen to me?
Actually, was it congenital or was it
because I thought God was blessing me,
Was it an
Pardon?
accident? Was it an accident or congenital?
Congenital, I think. What does congenital? It wasn't an accident.
Something biologically, a disease.
You were born that way.
You were born with or an acute one as something that you've developed over time or something.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to bring up a couple of points earlier. If we get short with you and kind of stern sometimes, we ran into these very same questions and things repeatedly over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And sometimes we get a little aggravated, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, Jordan, a lot of us have been there, done that, heard it all before.
But we're not trying to affect your religion in any way or your faith or what you believe. It's just that what we've been talking about hinges on taking the first part of Genesis literally.
Yeah,
that's the issue. Everything else. That's for another topic.
I understand that now. I just got into an interesting conversation, so that's why I stayed.
Mm-hmm.
I originally came here seeing that title, so. But I understand what you're saying.
And so that's why we start bringing up, like Ken Ham, he's trying to make it sound scientific, and we're going, no, it's not scientific, and we show why. And
so do you guys think it might be wise to use a different title, or not?
No, because the title was the name of a convention in Toronto. So the name of the convention is in the title. And then the people that the /W is with, and the special guests that I wasn't here to see, who've now left.
Right,
so this is the after show, which has not become the after show yet.
It's like the reason rally.
I'm still
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
the
the
reason rally.
convention just picked a crappy name, that's all.
Even setting that aside, there's nothing derogatory about the title itself. Imagine
Well,
a
let's
religion.
just
Well,
say
that
this
could just be a bunch of Christians wondering about, what would the world look like if we didn't have organized religion?
Yeah. Oh, or you know what? I know a lot of Christians that don't like religion as a whole. They think religion is detrimental, and they're Christians. So
there are secular Jews, there are secular Christians, there are secular Muslims. There are people who basically have a religion serving as a community activity, and that's it.
Yeah. Another point I was going to bring
up. And then there's the mythical Christian atheist.
Okay.
Wrap your head around that one.
But anyway, there was another point I was going to bring up that, many Christians do accept, evolution and this and that and the other thing. And in science in general, there are many Christians that just happen to be scientists, paleontologists, biologists, geologists, whatever, that have contributed greatly to scientific knowledge over the years. You can you can go to Google and go Christian scientist, but somehow you got to watch out for the Christian Science thing, or say Christians that have helped science or something. And you can get a huge list of all these different Christians in different fields of science, and it's helped us out so much and contributed so much. And even now, Ken Miller, he's Catholic, brilliant man. He's probably one of the biggest names I can think of. And even being Catholic, though, he's still like microbiologist or whatever. He's awesome. Fiona Robertson is in the community. I don't know if you've ever seen or heard of her. She's Catholic as well, and she's a microbiologist. She teaches us about evolution sometimes, or how DNA works. So,
Heavy, I was kind of wanting to ask you, do you think a lot of religion is based, well, not religion, but kind of how we hear, a lot of Christians don't believe in evolution, if that's just mainstream people saying that, or if a lot of them actually do?
Ooh, that I couldn't answer.
Sorry, Immutable, can you repeat that?
Maybe, yeah, run that question by again.
Yeah, I was saying how, we hear a lot of times how Christians sometimes don't believe in the theory of evolution or abiogenesis or things like that, but I'm actually kind of wondering if, if that's just what we're hearing or if that's actually true.
I think it's true.
It depends on the group. If you look statistically, most Christians accept these things. Now, then you have that problem. Catholics aren't Christian, or this group isn't Christian. I think it's safe to say that most evangelistic Christians probably don't accept these things, but more the modern type Christians, I think most of them do. Because they're educated, right? Throughout history, education was important to religion. The churches were intricately a part of the institutional learning facilities and vice versa, right? And I think they do want to have knowledge. I think they want to have truth. And if they realize something is true, like the earth is not flat, they accept it. They realize evolution is true, they accept it. The Catholics have. So I think there's a moving away from this dogma that, the Bible has to be correct, it has to be flat, it has to be young. And as we learn more knowledge, people are avoiding that because it's more of only the evangelistic and some of the Calvinist type churches that hold on to that. But the rest, I don't think that they do.
Actually, Doctor brings up a point, Steve, that even most evangelical churches accept evolution. It's just the radical fundamentalists who don't.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And I would agree with Steve wholeheartedly.
It really is mostly an American phenomenon.
It really is. No, that's absolutely true. You go over to England, or you go to Canada, or whatever, you start talking about evolution, people don't even bat an eye. But you go down here to Kentucky and try talking about evolution, they're going to think you're demonically possessed, speaking, in some kind of satanic tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody has their version of a hillbilly. I wonder, if it also applies in the hillbilly areas in Ireland or Sweden or something like that.
No,
You know,
it doesn't. That's just it. A lot of this stuff is just all from the United States.
Yeah,
If it
here's a good example.
If it has
I
gone
live in
outside of
hillbilly
there,
Canada.
it comes from the U.S. and then gets exported. So it becomes even finite in these other areas.
Nice. Well, here's a good example. I live in hillbilly Canada, like kind of the Bible Belt of Canada is the prairies. I live in one of the most religious of the prairies, which is Saskatchewan. We have about 18% are young Earth creationists.
Hey, wait, doctor, you live on the prairies, doctor. How many? What's the percentage out there for flat earthers?
I actually had a high school teacher who was a member of the Flat Earth Society.
Well, that's a little different.
He joined as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, but are you underwater up there, doctor? I was doing Google Earth the other day. I looked at Saskatchewan. It's like it's a bunch of pockets of water.
There's 100,000. There's 100,000 lakes.
Yeah.
In Saskatchewan.
Do you have any land that you stand on? I mean, I don't know how this works up there.
I'm in the middle of a forest right now.
And you can go. You basically open your door and go fishing anytime you want in any lake.
You essentially could. Like, there's conservation officers who come around and give you a hard time if you're fishing without a license.
I've never seen anything like it.
Or if you're not
let's say you got a license.
First Nations, but then there's the chances of them actually coming to the lake that you're at.
How many lakes are there again?
Over 100,000.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I was looking at it going, this is no. Where's the land? I mean, I knew there was a lot of lakes there, but I didn't expect it that much. Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but it's 3 a.m. for me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Right
hey,
now,
thanks for
so
dropping by, Jordan.
I'm probably gonna head out in about 5 minutes.
You're welcome to join us anytime.
Yeah, and if you see a hangout going, talking about stuff, you have questions, come on in, or maybe get in touch with Steve if you have questions and you would like to talk. He can set things up or Dragnall.
The link to join the Great Debate Community is in the video description. Just click on that. You can join. You can ask questions there too.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is just start asking questions or questioning things.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I came here. Really was to.
That's helped me a lot.
And go watch my video on Ken Hovind, explaining to him why his radiometric dating was completely crap, and he knows it. He absolutely knew it. He didn't even try to refute it. He just said I couldn't go back and change it. I'm like, well, okay, but you will be using this in the future. I guarantee. I didn't say that to him, but I knew in the back of my mind, you're not going to change this. I emailed everything he asked for. He never got back to me on it. He didn't care.
Yeah, when you ask questions, it's pretty obvious. People like to give answers.
Yeah. No, he said, email me this. And first of all, I wasn't the first person to bring this to his attention. He acted like it was something new. No. I mean, I know for a fact other people had brought this to his attention before. So, but anyways, yeah. So thanks for joining us, man.
I noticed I missed something somebody said in the chat earlier. I'm just scrolling it up now. Trevor Lunn, I don't know if he's still here, said, please ask John why he cannot read Genesis as allegorical, which allows theism but does not automatically deny reality. Trevor, it's not the fact that I hold the position of like a claim that the earth is young. It's just I'm not certain that the age is old. I currently hold that belief that the earth could possibly be young. So it's not that I can't read it in that way. I can. It's just at the moment that's what I think. But I'm like I said, I've got the things referenced to during this discussion.
You're a young Earth, age Earth skeptic.
I know.
Yeah, which is weird, but
yeah.
Some people are like that. But I mean, I think that once you acquire more information. But I got to read something real quick. MP donated $5 in my super chat to have me read this because there's a soundboard going on where people are taking clips from my Hangouts and putting them on a soundboard like Darn's Deedy to make me sound like a racist, bigoted, homosexual, actually homosexual and homophobic at the same time. And it's actually brilliant. They're doing a wonderful job on it. It's Pew's doing it. I think it's funny as shit. And so for $5, I got to read this. Thank you, MP. And I hope Pew never sees this. But ready? The Earth is flat and evolution is false. There you go.
Steve, you broke up for a second there. You're going to have to say that again.
No, I didn't. I didn't break up. I was clear. I'll read it backwards. False is evolution, and flat is Earth. Duh.
So Steve Honey.
Oh, great! Now when they flip it around, it's going to sound satanic.
Oh, do it! Yeah, I wonder what that sounds like backwards. Yes.
So Steve Honey, I guess that means we have a love-hate relationship going on.
How's that? We don't have any kind of relationship going on here. I love you, but
they were claiming you're homosexual.
I'm homophobic and homosexual at the same time. Yeah, I hate myself. Yeah, even I'm not gay and whatever. I love gay men, though I'm not. Okay, that was a soundbite.
So should we nominate you?
I love gay men. That's
Steve's
not
closet
that's
has
gonna
a
bite me in the
revolving
ass.
door.
Yeah, no, I mean, gay men are fabulous. But anyways, yeah, thank you, MP. By the way, I didn't watch your thing this morning with Alex. I will later on. It's 3 hours, so I don't know if I can make it through 3 hours. But I watched the first hour. I'm sure that's the most interesting.
Moderator on duty. What's your YouTube channel name?
Oh, it's Steve McRae. The channel that you're
on.
Oh,
right. Okay. Yeah, I see on the. Yeah.
Did I really robot on that? People in the live feed said I did.
Well,
I don't think I did.
Thing is, your thumbnail in the Google Hangout, like the profile picture is different.
Well, yeah, my picture in the Hangout's different on the live chat because I'm on a.
Yeah.
It's a long story, but it's a different format I'm doing it. But anyways, the Earth is flat and evolution is false. There you go. I can be bought. I have no soul. What can I say? Yeah.
Oh, and Steve, on your lake comment,
what?
There are 31,752 lakes in Canada.
It's ridiculous.
Of which 561 of those have a surface area larger than 100 square kilometers.
But a lot of them are small.
So in total, that is 9% of Canada's surface area. And I can't find the number for lakes under a certain size and area. We don't bother counting them anymore.
Yeah, there are so many of them. It was just ridiculous.
So the lake has to be of a certain size before we even bother to count it.
Yeah, it's like Swiss.
That's
if you guys
how
have
many
not seen,
lakes
go Google Earth Saskatchewan. The whole damn
That's
city.
why we say there's roughly about 100,000 lakes.
Yeah, Providence. What do they call it? Province up there.
Province.
Yeah, the whole province is just underwater. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we control the world's global supply. The greater portion of the world's global supply of fresh water.
Pretty well.
Is in Canada.
It's one of the things that always makes it kind of chuckle when everybody has the stereotypical view of Saskatchewan. They go, "Oh, it's all flat." And it's like, yeah, it is flat.
You got low spots full of water.
But
then there's all the water. There's all the forests, and then you get to like the Athabasca sand dunes, and it's just a weird place if you just know where to look.
Now, there's fish in those most of the lakes. I mean, there's actually fish.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, there's tons of fish.
Oh wow.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and all of them, as far as I know.
Wow. Yeah, I was quite surprised that there was that many fish or that many fishing places or that many lakes. Yeah, True Pierce is gonna make me a video using my quote as my position. Yeah, probably MP. Yeah, look at Steve's now flat earther. Yeah, you know what? I will triple my Patreon if I do. I'll make far more money on YouTube than I'll ever, hope to. But the thing is, I'm not doing this to make that much amount of money. I do this to survive, so I don't really have to take a position I don't hold to, like Girenism, or one of those guys I think are posed. But yeah, I'm able to actually say what I believe, and I'm grateful for that. Yeah, Trevelon, yes, I did invite Jordan to the GDC on G+. But anyways, I think I'm going to be calling this to a close. I think we had a good run. This was a good hangout. I want to thank Heretic Woman, Holy Koolaid, and PZ Myers for dropping by. They all got to tell their stories about the experiences.
Which of them is the particular woman that you want to thank?
What? What do you mean? Oh,
you said there's a particular woman I want to thank. And I was thinking you were going to say Heretic, but then you mentioned Holy Koolaid and PZ Myers.
Did I say woman? No, I meant people. Sorry. Yeah, just some people I wanted to thank for joining us. And like I said, I'm still trying to get in touch with Jen Peoples. She said get in touch with her Friday. I was hoping she'd join this particular hangout, but she didn't. Maybe next week or the week after we'll try for her. But this was a really good hangout. Very, very interesting. I think that the Imagine of Religion sounded like a lot of fun. I think that they had a lot of good speakers. But who gets the last word? Heavy Holler. I haven't given you the last word for a while. So what's the last word?
Peace out.
Peace out.